Thank you also to FNR, le Fonds National de Recherche Luxembourg. Thank you to André Loche Foundation. Thank you to ESA, and thank you to all the contributors that are here and help us to compose this program. It's an incredible intensity and density, and it is one mission that brings us here together since 10 years. What is our mission? We want to talk about space, we want to talk about its potential, and also its risks for humankind and for our planet. We want to educate a large public about space matters, space missions, scientific findings, disruptive technologies, business models, and so on, a lot of aspects. We want to attract young people. We want to attract talent. We want to tell them that space is worth it, if I may say so, that space is a good place to be, and that space you can have a professional future in space, not only as astronaut, but in many different ways. We are here, and this is what kind of creates the bonds between us, and we see this in every conversation we have on the panel, in the audience, on the corridor, on the festival. We are here to defend and develop the vision and the principles of a society that is based on knowledge, based on science, based on curiosity, on exploration, on dialogue, on creativity, on culture and trust. And all this is values that bring us together and that we want to develop and defend. And we think that if you look at what surrounds us, it's more necessary than ever that all of you and all of us are ambassadors for these values. We are here to discuss with the next generation of students, scientists, doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, and artists. We are here to be proud of what we have achieved, to share our intelligence, to travel together, and to get inspired by those amongst us who believe in the future and who have the courage. And when we talk about astronauts and entrepreneurs, we see a lot of courage, who have the courage to explore, to go further, to share, and to build. I wish you all a happy Asteroid Day.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Thank you very much. And as you said, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the city of Luxembourg and its support. So we extend our thank you for everyone that will be attending today. And we will now be leaving the floor to Maurice Bauer, Member of Parliament and first Deputy Mayor of the city of Luxembourg. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chloe, and I'm absolutely jealous of your outfit. It's a dream of every child to one day be in such an outfit and going to space. Ladies and gentlemen, dear chairman of the foundation, of the Asteroid Foundation, dear team of the Asteroid Foundation, dear scientists, academics, dear members of all different organizations interested in this theme, dear astronauts, it's a pleasure for the city of Luxembourg to host again this event here. And I must admit, every year, as a politician, I come here and I look for a solution how I could send all my political opponents to the moon or even further. But I have never been able to find this solution, so there is some work to be done. No, seriously, I think that the city of Luxembourg is very honored to have people like you here, because you bring the world forward. You are those who are not believing in limits. And I must say that that's something which is, I find enormously inspiring. Every year when I enter this location with the Asteroid Days, I'm so impressed to see so many people who have decided that they want to make that step further, to discover new things. And today the world becomes smaller and smaller. Today it's in 6 hours you are in the United States, in 8 hours you are in Asia. And going to space becomes more and more easy. Now we have the first tourist flights to the space which have been put in place. and there is no limit. But why is there no limit? Because there have been talented people, courageous people who have decided that they won't give up with the classical answers, and therefore it's definitely inspiring to be in this room or in this location over the last, or for today and the last days also in schools. And that's another point. The city of Luxembourg, we are a very international city, and we are therefore so happy to welcome people coming from all around the world to share their knowledge, their experience with us here, and to create this awareness, but also this enthusiasm in Luxembourg. And therefore I'm so happy, because I think one of the focuses of today, the festival today, but also the visits of the last days of the astronauts, to the Luxembourgish schools have been aiming to create this enthusiasm about young people for science, for the space, for trying to get more answers. And therefore I must say that it's something which I find fantastic, because you have to be aware that at the beginning of this initiative, the Asteroid Day was there in order to create the awareness of the risks of impacts. And from that idea, you have been able to create such a nice journey to today, take everybody on this journey to discover the space, to discover the opportunities of the space, to give people this envy, to take pleasure of working in this. And therefore I must say that every young person or every adult who comes today to the Cercle City and who discovers your enthusiasm, your experience, your professionalization of this theme is certainly a win for today. And on a day like today, you don't count the hours. You only see engaged people who mostly on a free choice have come to this place in order to discover new things, to discover something which they probably did not know before. And the Asteroid Days have also another impact on the overall strategy of the Luxembourg government. We have currently a government who is very much looking forward to prepare Luxembourg for the future, to prepare Luxembourg also as an active player in the exploration of the space. I think the former government has done a huge work in order to start exploring the possibilities with the resources of space. And something like this is so important to educate people what's possible, that they should believe in technological progress and bring people together. And from that point of view, I'm so honored as Deputy Mayor of the City of Luxembourg, on behalf of the City of Luxembourg, to welcome all of you, to wish you very fruitful discussions, exchanges. And again, many thanks for the astronauts to have taken time also to go to visit the schools, because that's so important to show young people that there are other possibilities. And I hope that one day we will be able to welcome here in this room also the first Luxembourgish astronaut. No, don't know how many years this will take, but I'm sure it will be not that far away. And from that point of view, I would like to thank you all for coming, wish you good, fruitful discussions, and wish you an interesting day. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Thank you. Let's now welcome Anna Bordeaux. Anna is the reason we're all gathering tonight, because she is the program director of the Asteroid Foundation. Anna, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Asteroid Day. Even though Asteroid Day is officially on June the 30th, Asteroid Day is actually every day. And today we're gathered to celebrate the special 10th anniversary program, and we have a lot of exciting space talks in store. We also have people watching us online. I would like to say hi to them. And I invite you to check the program at asteroidday.org in the events in Luxembourg section. Join us for the conversations. You will be able also to ask questions through our interactive tools. And for those who are lucky today to be here in Luxembourg, we have an exciting program with workshops and activities for everyone, and we have inclusive space workshops. So come, learn, join us. Asteroid Day Festival, it's where space science and fun collide. And I would like to thank our sponsors who have generously supported us today. It's Luxembourg Space Agency, Luxembourg National Research Fund, André Loge Foundation, University of Luxembourg, S&T, the City of Luxembourg, Perpetuity Capital, GLAE, the Embassy of Switzerland in Luxembourg, the DG Defense Office of the European Commission, OHB, GomSpace, ESRIC, Novotel, and New Space Capital. Thank you, have a wonderful day today, and let's celebrate.
Thank you, Anna. Yes, let's celebrate. So you've heard a bit about us, what we're doing, but we're kind of interested of where you come from and who you are in the audience here in Luxembourg, but as well online. We have a few people. So you can take out your smartphones. We have a few questions for you. So behind me, you can scan the QR code. If you're online as well, this should work properly. And this will direct you towards Mentimeter, or tool that's going to be used throughout the whole day to collect your questions or anything you would like to mention, as well some of the questions that we have. So the first question is, we're interested where you come from, where are you located? So here we're in Luxembourg, City of Luxembourg, but we maybe have people coming from other places, someone coming from outside Europe, maybe. That points me that I'm not sure someone is living in the Atlantic Ocean. You can just pin on the map so we can see where a few people are joining us from as well online. All right, so most of us here in Luxembourg, but we can see Italy, Greece, France. Nice. Thank you for joining us. All right. Other parts, Netherlands. Ooh. Finland. Amazing. This is a test as well for my geography of Europe without the names of the countries on it. All right, second question we want to ask you. What word comes to mind when you think of asteroid? If you say asteroid, what words comes to mind? It can be just one word or a few of them. You can just put them as well on the Mentimeter so we can see what this word resonates with you. Okay, collision, all right. We hope not. Not today at least. Light, bright, pure, fast, heavy, indeed. Impact, huge, mining, big rock, all right, space, rock. Okay, out of those opportunities, we see resources, scary. Okay, we have different types of emotions towards asteroid today, but we'll talk about all of these domains throughout the panels. Universe, all right. Dinosaurs, indeed. All right, okay, next question then. We see a lot of different aspects that we can talk about today when it comes to asteroid, but what excites you most about space? Is it discovering new worlds, protecting Earth, meeting astronauts? We will have some of them today, science and innovation, or everything? What excites you about space? Oh, science and innovation, number one, clearly. All right, protecting Earth, discovering new worlds, everything. All right, seems our astronauts are actually not the stars of the day, right? It's fine, they'll come back any case next year. Don't worry about it. All right, next question and last question. If you had the chance to visit space yourself, would you go? Would you go to space? Yes, no, only if I could come back? Okay, majority of people want just a one-way ticket, apparently. Okay, all right, this gives us a bit of the atmosphere in the room and online. Listen, you're here for a treat because we have all of these aspects that we're going to touch upon today. So we're going to talk about astronautics, we're going to talk about astrophysics, we're going to talk about as well what path you can go to work in the space sector afterwards. So really, stick with us, and we're going to start right away with our first panel. And our first panel does not talk about asteroids technically, but we're going to talk about space medicine. And we have a real doctor with us in the room today, working at the hospital here in Luxembourg, the Hospital Robert Schumann. So we will welcome with us Felix Klein-Bogman on stage. Felix, oh, here you are. Thank you for being here with us. Let's give him a bit of round of applause. Listen. And so you have the next 40 minutes to tell us more with the experts that you gathered here for the Asteroid Day about space medicine. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, should be on now.
Should be on. Thank you very much for the introduction. Yes, it's my pleasure to welcome you to our today's panel session on space medicine. As we probe deeper into space with extended missions on the International Space Station, eventually trips to the moon and to the Mars, ensuring astronaut health becomes a challenge and also a catalyst for innovation, even down here on Earth. Joining us today are leading experts from the field of physiology, immunology, clinical research, engineering. I welcome you on stage. The panelists, come please and join me. We have Ines Antunes. She is human research lead and project scientific coordinator for the European Space Agency. We have Tom Bote, who is a clinician researcher at the Charité in Berlin, in Germany, working on the cardiovascular system and also on the circadian rhythm. We have Alexander Schuka, professor at the LMU in the Laboratory for Immunity and Stress, telling us today about his field of work. We have Bruno Santos, a developer and founder of Exobiosphere, a startup building a device for high-throughput orbital screening, a machine that enables us to work in space on cell culture and other experiments. And we have David Kim, a flight surgeon and physician for the astronauts, working as an emergency physician in Vancouver, Canada, and as a flight surgeon and primary care physician for the astronauts in Cologne with the European Space Agency. Welcome to the panel. And please maybe introduce yourself and what you do. Ladies first. Ines, do you want to say a few words?
Usually ladies first is to help ladies, not to be the first. So thank you very much for the introduction. So I work for the Human Exploration and Enabling Science Office, meaning that my focus is very much on performing and coordinating research that really addresses health of astronauts and that addresses the medical priorities of my colleagues, where also David Kim is part of. And we really work hard in trying to use our analogs and our space stations to really address all these issues and make the needed research. I work with a lot of strong science community across Europe, with doctors, with the MedOps people, and we really try to elaborate roadmaps that really address these issues, from radiation, decompression sickness, disorientation, lunar dust, all these priorities that are very important. We try to make use of our research to really find answers, develop countermeasures. And I have the pleasure to meet so much nice people, from astronauts, which are also the spotlight today, even though you got a low answer there, but please rest assured that I always have pleasure to be with many of you and work with many of you, and with the science community, with so many nice people in the European community and outside, our international partners. It's wonderful experience. So, and what I love the most is really for new ideas, new people, new challenges. So that's why I love being here today, because it's a new event for me, so I really feel honored to have been invited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ines. Bruno.
Is it working now? Okay. So, as I was saying, we co-founded a company named Exobiosphere. We are developing a device to enable mass adoption of pharma and biotech industry in space. The reason for that is there's actually a big problem on Earth that developing a medication costs over 2 billion euros, takes over 10 years, and still 90% of these drugs fail. And space has the potential to help on that regard and actually improve this process. However, doing this in space is extremely difficult. It comes with a lot of constraints, and we are trying to reduce these constraints to allow the technology to operate. So our ultimate goal is first, bring this innovation, find new solutions, get better, more effective drugs back to patients on Earth, but at the same time enable future deep exploration of space by having this device on board that allows for astronauts to get medication, to get diagnostics, to get what they need for actually keeping healthy and being able to take on these very long missions.
Thank you. David? Hello, everyone. My name is David. I have 2 jobs. My first job is working as an emergency physician specialist in Canada in Vancouver. And my second job is working as a flight surgeon for the European Space Agency. And that's where I get to take care of astronauts. You can sort of think of me as a private doctor for the astronauts. We do anywhere from the pre-flight phases, from astronaut selection, health maintenance prior to the flight, and also during their flight, supporting the missions to ensure that astronauts are healthy while they're in space. And after a space flight, to make sure that their rehabilitation and readaptation to life on Earth becomes normal and safe. And also, fourth little asterisk is also we talk about with our great team, how do we send astronauts and humans into deep space flight missions, back to the moon, and potentially one day to Mars and beyond. So that's some of my work that I do.
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, hello, my name is Tom. I'm a physician and researcher from the Center for Space Medicine at the Charité in Berlin. And what I do is I try to go full circle. So I always start with an operational goal. For example, we need to go to Mars. We want to go to Mars and colonize the place. So this is basically what we want to do. And then we try to understand what are the requirements, what kind of technology, what kind of medical capability do we need to actually do that. And then we try to work first principle backwards. So what do we need to actually reach that? What kind of technology do we already have? Where do we need to improve? What kind of goals do we have to reach to actually get there? And so then we work together with a lot of medical industry to actually deliver some of the countermeasures, deliver some of the tools, evaluate them in space-like analogs, like parabolic flights. So to basically promote them, we have experiments on the ISS to see, do they actually help the astronauts? And then at the same time what we do is, because we as medical researchers, we always have to justify ourselves for why do you work in space? And that's very nice to the point that has been talked about earlier. It's like, why do you do this? And so what we do is try to go full circle, not only bring stuff into space, but try to use the technology that we developed there and bring it back to Earth. Because at the moment we have 5 or 6 astronauts, but we have 500, 600 million patients. And by going this full circle, and by innovating into space, but also innovating out of space back to clinics, and back into medical industry, we try to really close the gap and bring together 2 fields which in my mind are very much connected, but in the public and also in the industry reception often not yet. So this is why something like this is very, very helpful. I'm very grateful to be here, and I'm very happy to join the panel today.
Thank you very much. And Alexander?
Yeah, it's working. Alexander Schuker, I'm a physician, I'm an anesthesiologist at the University Hospital of Munich, and I've started kind of 25 years ago to use space, so to say, to find out what is the difference between someone who's lying in bed and who is sick, a patient in the intensive care unit, and the other case, what are space, how to say, travelers preparing themselves to or simulating space while lying in bed, while they are very healthy. So this was the entry, and this has followed up in the last 25 years, always with the question, how much knowledge, technology, and added value can we leverage out of this interaction between space and Earth, and the problems that we have here in patients' care, and also conditions that we can only simulate in Earth analog environments, we will talk about this later, related to spaceflight. So this is the translation between clinical and space research. This is the field I'm working in, and I'm very happy to have this forum today with all together, and thank you for the invitation and the Asteroid Foundation for having organized all this, because this is exactly what we need to say and to state. This is not only, the research in space is not only for 6 high performers, so to say, who are going far out, but it's really for them, of course, as well. But there's a lot of reflection back to Earth, and we can take advantage of these of this knowledge and technological developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, when astronauts are shot into space, they encounter a vastly different environment from Earth. I'm thinking, for example, the most obvious, gravity, which has changed. It's still there, but there's microgravity. It's mostly countered by speed. But there's also radiation. There's also a vastly changed circadian rhythm. Our day-night cycle changes at the speed at which the space station goes. A day only takes 90 minutes. So what are the immediate effects the astronauts notice when they go up, and what are the most crucial challenges at first? David, maybe you could start with that.
Sure, this is a great question. So when we think about space, space is actually trying to kill you. It's not made for humans to survive. We as humans have evolved to survive on Earth, where there is an atmosphere, where we have oxygen and air to breathe, and pressure to sustain our bodies, and we also have gravity. And when we go to space, we have what we call the 5 hazards of spaceflight. Radiation is one of them. The second is the hostile environment, as I was talking about, without oxygen, the temperature variations, etc. It's the closed and isolation environments. There's microgravity, which affects a lot of changes in our body. And then the 5th is distance from Earth, where that means you don't have definitive medical care if something happens, and there may be communication delays and lack of evacuation options if there's a medical emergency. And when we talk about what happens to our bodies in space, I would say one of the first things that astronauts may notice is space adaptation sickness, and we can probably ask our astronauts in here in the room, but typically with the change in the visual cues and changes to your body in the microgravity environment, people experience dizziness, sometimes nausea, a bit of vomiting as the first sort of adaptations in space because of the change in your sensory system, as well as fluid shifts in your body. So you get an immediate fluid redistribution to the head. So what we call bird legs and puffy face syndrome, where your head gets a little bit larger and your legs become a little bit skinnier. And those are some of the interesting changes that happen to your body. And what we work on is to ensure that the systems on board the ISS and systems for deep space flight ensure that we create an environment that's survivable. Because really, the limiting factor in space travel is humans. We've sent probes millions of miles away from Earth, but we haven't gone that far as a human species beyond the lunar orbit, for example. So I think humans are the limiting factor when it comes to human spaceflight.
Puffy face and bird legs, fluid shift, increased intracranial pressure and blood pressure. Those are physiological changes that are very interesting and hard to account for. Tom, how does that work? How do you find out what happens in the body and how to counter that? Is there anything we can find out and do about it?
Yeah, there's a lot. There actually is a lot to find out. And the funny thing about the fluid shift is it's not that difficult to detect because you can see that. And you all can do an experiment. You can look at the 2 astronauts here, and you can look up a picture, maybe find one from space, from the first days of the space flight. And you'll see the puffy face. This is not just a funny description. You really can see that. And we do some experiments in parabolic flights, and you even see that instantaneously. So only when you have 22 seconds of micro-G, you'll see the puffy face immediately. This is just fluids coming up. And well, as you said, this is, well, first descriptive, but there's a lot of physiology behind that creates problems. So another big issue we have on the ISS is there's basically no wind, right? And so a lot of the body temperature regulation that we have here, well, you can use different clothes, you can seek shade, you can regulate the temperature, but also you're very dependent on convection, so basically on wind, airflow transporting energy away. Now what happens if you have a fluid shift up into your head So you pump more fluids in your head that isolate it thermally and you have no convection. Well, your temperature goes up and you get space fever. And we are right now working on a project where we see, well, it's literally only in the head, the space fever. So the further you go down, the less of that you get. When you get down to the lower extremities, you get the inverse. You get a cool down effect. And this is a lot of follow-up effects that then follow not in the immediate first days of spaceflight, but they come after months, maybe even after years. Like there's so many compound effects. And so the question you ask is exactly right. How do we study that and how do we find countermeasures? And this is quite difficult because we only have a very limited amount of astronauts and they are so time constrained that we can't just try out random things on them. So we basically have to, and maybe Ines is the right person to answer the next question, is like, how do you start from something that we can do in the laboratory, just using a tilt table, using a table where you lay somebody down, you flip them up and down, you measure physiological changes, to going to centrifuge experiments, to going to bed rest studies, to going to parabolic flights, to basically have this huge pool of ideas, narrow it down to one or two very, very good ones, you think good ones, and then trying to get it into human spaceflight, and then validating that. So there's a very, very long thought process there, and it's, I think, to me, the most amazing part of how we do research is because we have a lot of ideas, but having a lot of ideas is very easy. Having one or two good ones and finding them is very hard. And I think this is operationally for us the hardest thing to do.
Ines, how does it work? How do you decide which projects to take on, which data to collect from the astronauts, which parameters to measure when they are up there? Who brings the ideas and who decides what to do?
Yeah, so when there is opportunities for example, space stations, we of course release an announcement of opportunities in ESA and with priorities. So if we have missions to space, we open the calls to the community, but we do really highlight priorities, being priorities in exercise, muscle use, muscle disuse, bone loss, but also, like, of course, all these problems of decompression sickness, fluid shifts, SANS, etc. So, and we ask the community to submit proposals that address those priorities, and the best priorities, they are evaluated from a scientific merit, but also from relevance, feasibility, if they really address the problems we have, and we communicate more with the medical colleagues to really understand and accommodate these experiments or even adapt them to really focus on those issues. But in addition, we don't work with astronauts only, as you said. We also, because ISS, for example, which is the station we have been using so far for several years, more than 2 decades, it's wonderful. It gives you all the space conditions that one can have in LEO, in low Earth orbit. It gives you the radiation of LEO. It gives you microgravity, isolation, confinement, all these conditions. Together, we cannot separate them. But, of course, we have to share the station with a lot of partners. There are only a handful, or now 2 handful of astronauts. They are working for us 8 hours a day, sometimes even more, for everyone, for all the experiments from JAXA, NASA, Russia, Europe, NASA. So we cannot do everything there. Also, communications is, of course, is more difficult of what you can do there, operational, what you can bring there and bring down. So we have to rely on ground analogs as well that allow us to do more statistical power, but also it allows us to isolate these conditions. And in fluid shift, we do conduct bed rest studies. For the ones that aren't familiar, bed rest studies is where participants stay in a bed, slightly with a head down tilt of 6 degrees, because then not only they stay in the bed for long periods of time so that you can simulate muscle and bone disuse, but also to really increase that fluid shift that needs to happen for us to do research. We also do announcement of opportunities. We also put and set priorities for those research, including the effects of fluid shifts, but also at all other areas of cardiovascular, bone, muscle, etc. And with this announcement of opportunities, we really receive really great proposals from the scientific community all over the world. Even if we are ESA, like, there is a lot of groups of scientists that collaborate from all over the world, and we do great science to address those issues. So this is how we work. So we try to provide as many platforms as we can. And bed rest is one of them. Of course, we have others that I can elaborate further, but not now. But yes, that's how you work.
So a mixture of analog studies and a careful selection of the precious astronaut time. I think we will come in a second to how precious this astronaut time actually is. Before I want to mention there's not just the fluid shift, but also the immune system is massively affected, and even the astronauts with their nerves of steel, as they probably are, otherwise they wouldn't sit on top of those rockets. They experience an increase in their cortisol levels, both during start and during landing, and then they are subjected to a whole lot of different stresses. As David already said, there's confinement, there's isolated space, there's radiation going onto the body, and that is a massive challenge also for the immune system. And Alexander, can you tell us a little bit on what that does to the body and to the astronauts?
Thank you very much. I mean, this was a great introduction as well to the topic, and from you and Ines. I think what we have already, before starting to go into some details, I mean, the importance is here in space research. There's a big advantage. We have to look on the whole organism as such. Yeah? Not only everyone of course has the expertise, but we have to integrate all this knowledge, because the influential factors, as you stated in the beginning, are so various and so unique, which is a real advantage, and which makes maybe this community also probably the most friendly scientific community, because we all have one goal and we all can contribute to this goal, to understand how the organism is behaving in these extreme environments and which organs are affected. Yeah? In my case, of course, as you said, immunology is our field in our laboratory, and they're linked to the changes of the immune system towards the challenges you are faced to. Yeah? And you can just, when you look back into our evolution, our immune system has evolved with the challenges we have had. Yeah? Since it's like a muscle, when you don't train it, it will not grow. Yeah? So you have to grow the immune system by challenges, which started from a single cell now to a very complex organism as we are, living in a very complex environment, which means a lot of checks and balances have to occur in the body. And those are sometimes when you are in extreme conditions, so when the system gets out of balance, leading to diseases. Yeah? There are some good indications regarding maybe vaccination successes when you're very stressed, and so the vaccination success is less. When everyone knows it from himself, when he has encountered very serious periods of load, he's getting sick. Not to our surprise, of course. When you look on humans who are super trained like astronauts, or also expeditioners going to the Antarctic, really performers, I would say, you can investigate, though, the shift of the immune system under these extreme conditions, which may result, for instance, to viruses that you have in your body that are replicating, yeah, that are no more under control. You have imbalances of your immune response, which may lead to allergies, for instance, and rashes and things like that. Not in everyone, but in many. And this depends also on the load that you put on these individuals. And we did also some observational studies. When you look back to the history of different isolation or analog environments, the more the load is added to this subject, so duration, severity, like Antarctic, being 1 year in hypoxia and so on, in high altitude deployed, this adds to this immune disbalance gradually, yeah? And space is one of the harshest environments, so it's very interesting to research that, to see how it's imbalanced, getting imbalanced, and how to rebalance it, because it takes quite a while until we are back to normal. So it's a very unique field of research and research opportunities which are offered by the space environment. So I can only encourage everyone, the younger people, to engage in this field, because it offers so many opportunities. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We definitely need to come back to that in a minute again. The research on the space station is a very scarce resource, obviously. I was told that a minute that you want to spend, the astronauts doing an experiment, costs as much as 2,000 euros that the project sponsor has to come up with. You found a way to do experiments on the immune system, for example, but also on other systems, in a semi-automated way, including microscopy, cell culture handling, and everything. Bruno, how does that work?
So we took a bit the approach I do on Earth. It's basically you understand for a macro perspective how it's work on the human body. We understand what are the molecular reasons behind this happening. And then we try to model these effects in a Petri dish, and then we test on this Petri dish. Of course, you cannot do an experimentation directly in human bodies, so this is usually the strategy that everyone is using on Earth to be able to develop new medications, understand the disease, etc. So here on Earth, we don't have any constraints, so we have large automations, we have big machines, we can test millions of potential drugs to solve that issue. However, when you go into space, the weight that we bring to space, the cost, astronaut time is limited, then standardization of process is very important in these kind of systems because cells are extremely sensitive. A minor shift can cause a negative to a positive shift, and then you don't trust really the results. So we wanted to bridge this gap and actually be able to represent all these features that are being described here, from muscle generation. There's effects of accelerated aging on astronauts that likely they are somehow reversible at some point, but there's this accelerated aging at the molecular level. And we wanted to represent this in a Petri dish, in a plate, and test medication in space, in the same environment that the astronauts are living, and try to see if you can avoid these effects to happen or even reverse them with medication. So we developed this platform to do exactly that. In one small box, the size of a carry-on suitcase for the plane, we can test over 2,000 conditions already, 2,000 compounds. And in the future we'll scale, and we'll be able to do over 300,000 per run. But that's the starting point, and that's the way you see for in the future be able, first in deep space exploration, once more, is like astronauts don't have access to any new medication, so they may have to produce it themselves, because just coming back to Earth can take over a year. So they need to have solutions on site, immediate. So this is a platform that can be used not only now for developing new medicine to bring back to Earth, but in the future as well to be used on board by the astronauts and find like life-saving treatments on the spot.
I hear recently there was a development of a drug against the difficult-to-treat triple-negative breast cancer. Why did it need microgravity in order to find the solution and the access point for this treatment?
Very interesting question. So there's a scientist, Dr. Catriona Jameson from US, and they sent triple-negative breast cancer to space. This is a type of cancer that is known for being very difficult to treat, one of the most aggressive, life-threatening. And to do research on these cells on Earth, sometimes some of the effects they saw in 10 days in space, it will take them almost 10 years to do on Earth. You see how dramatic this difference was. So in only 3 missions, they were able to identify a new molecular target for this type of cancer, developed a new therapy against it, so discover a specific drug that works against it. On the second mission, validate, and is actually right now in clinical trials and having very promising results.
Very interesting. Ines, yeah?
I actually would like to add that pharma research is very important because, as you said, the more we move beyond LEO, we will need more autonomy. We will need diagnose systems that really support the crew to take decisions because they will probably have less support from flight surgeons because of communication delays. Also, what we can bring up and down, it's very limited, so we need to develop systems and provide the resources for them to treat themselves if there is a situation. And pharma research is very important, not only if we can produce it in flight, because sometimes we need to be prepared to produce anything according to what we need, but also we need to understand pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics, which is if we fly a pharmaceutical, does it change when it's in space? And does it degrade? Because of course you have radiation, you have all these microgravity, these impact the pharma. But also if it changes when the astronaut takes it, how does it is working on our system, and if it does what it's supposed to do. So I really find very interesting this research, and I think we really need it more and more, because this is the future. If we want to go to Mars, we need this kind of research urgently. And another thing I wanted to say, because also you touched base on that, is like, astronauts are really good models even for research on ground, and maybe Alex, you can corroborate what I say, because they go healthy and they age faster, so, and they return, so they are not sick when they go. So we can actually study aspects of aging on astronauts from a point where before they flew, what it changed in flight and how they returned. Because on ground, you deal with sickness. You don't have access to data before the people were sick. So this is really interesting. Astronauts are also very good models for that in all types of research. And I just wanted to say that because you touched base on those, and I think it was interesting to mention. Well, thank you.
Yes, that's indeed true. I hear there were also recently twin studies on astronauts and their counterparts on Earth, and you could see quite some differences and insights from there. Any comment on that from the clinical researchers, maybe?
Yeah, happy to. I mean, thank you, Ines, for pointing to the aging processes. I mean, this was at the beginning quite kind of surprise that, you know, we saw it first in the bones. Yeah, this was the first indication. Then in the vessels, then in the immune system, then maybe in the brain. And so other organ systems or the muscle seem to be affected like in aging populations. And very recent data and knowledge also regarding our field, that I'm involved in, inflammation, links this kind of this kind of increase of an inflammatory state of your body in space, for instance, which is called inflammaging, which means that you have an increased level of activity of a certain part of your immune system. And this was a very interesting observation in the crew members and so on, but it's now linked as well on Earth. This inflammation in the elderly is, so to say, the trigger or the cause, when no one really knows, for many diseases of the elderly. So this might be really linked to the different organ systems. We have to find out, and I think the advantage of this community is that everyone is quite open to share data, of course, no of confidential nature, but research data to get to a picture which is a little bigger than you would ever find out when you work in normal environments, because there's a certain goal to achieve. Yeah.
I might want to add like a different perspective, sort of a different perspective on that. You said we have twin studies, which is very, very interesting. But that is very interesting when you look at, for example, genetic things, when you look at aging, when you look at very in-person stuff or intra-person stuff. But we can use astronauts as perfect lab rat models for some things that are super, super important on Earth, but that we just can't study. I give you a very simple example. Just imagine you have somebody who has a motorcycle accident, who has a massive bleed, loses 1 or 2 or 3 liters, and you come there as an emergency doctor. Well, you have your best standard of care and you know exactly what to do, and you can only do that. Now, when you have an astronaut who flew in space, because there's no gravity, all the blood goes up into the central circulation system, and that system adapts to that, especially over long duration missions. And when those astronauts come back to space, they come back from space down to Earth, you have gravity again, and all the blood flows back down into the legs. That's about 2 to 3 liters of blood initially that pool. Physiologically, for that, what happens to your central circulation, that's more or less the same thing. Now, the thing with the astronaut as well, if you try to stand them up, and there's quite interesting videos of people where they basically drag them to have an interview immediately after landing, well, some of them actually faint, and you can ask the astronaut colleagues here, that's not quite easy to perform. Well, but if they don't feel great, you just lay them down flat and they're okay again. With the patient after an accident, you can't do that. But what that means is now with the astronauts, we can try out our countermeasures. We can try out the things that we can do to help them. And if that works in the astronaut, it will also work in a clinical patient. And I think this is the opportunity space that we all work in. So there's so many fields of intersection where there's massive opportunities for improvement in medicine, but also for commercial success. Just imagine you have a device like that. That's a massive commercial opportunity, and I think our job now is, and I think this is where we have not been optimal in over the last decades, is to really to give you that information, to tell you about all the opportunity spaces that we have and where all the intersections are, because we can't do what we want to do without the support from the agencies, but also without the support from the public and from the companies to really help us to get there. And so, yes, the astronauts are very, very important. And so this is why we all hope to get more astronauts in the future and not less. And so please talk to your local politicians to make that happen in the future.
The data from astronauts is really valuable, as we hear. How does it work with the astronauts? How do they pick their projects that they take part in? And how much of their health data do they actually share? I mean, I know there is a patient-physician privilege. I hope I'm not breaking it when I'm saying that you're now preparing Sophie Adeno for her flight and also in picking out her projects, and you're doing the pre-analysis. How much can she share? How much can you share? How much will the scientific community contribute or profit from that?
No, this is a really great question. So when astronauts become the test subjects for various scientific experiments, what usually happens is we have a big meeting and we come together as the flight surgeons and the crew, and all of the science experiments that are proposed is presented to the astronauts. We talk about the risks and the benefits of the science experiments, what kind of tests might be required, anything from CT scans to blood draws and post-flight data collection. But ultimately what it comes down to is we advise the astronauts the risks and the benefits, but ultimately it's the astronauts' decision on which studies that they will select. So they get a piece of paper at the end of these, what we call the informed consent briefings, and then they'll decide, I want to do this study, I don't want to do this study, I'll do this study and this study. So that's sort of how the consent process works. We provide the medical information as to the risks and benefits, and ultimately it's the decision of the astronauts, which is pretty cool.
Thank you. That's indeed cool. It seems that when astronauts go to space, the adaptation to space itself, once you went through the phase of space sickness, is fairly easy. But when they come down again, readaptation to gravity is another aspect of the whole story. What are the challenges there, and how well does it work for the astronauts who are really healthy normally, but when we now bring in tourists who are maybe not as carefully screened, when we do longer duration flights, the readaptation to Earth and maybe also the adaptation to other orbital bodies around the sun, what's the challenge there, and how well does it work from the experience we already have? To all the panelists, maybe.
I unfortunately, as a representative of the science community, we have very much focus on the science we want to perform post-flight. So the first week after flight is very important, and then later, but still early. So I think during that initial post-flight phase, the astronauts are very much absorbed yet still in a mission. So we don't have so much long-term feedback on how they feel on a personal life, and I think that maybe falls on the medical area. But I do know that, for example, we do isolation studies and confinement studies, and I do know, I have talked, one of our isolation and confinement analog is Concordia in Antarctica, so basically this is an Italian and French station where we just piggyback on the crew there. They do research on glaciology, climate, and they maintain the station, and we asked the platform owners if we could do research on this crew. And one of the things that I have asked and that I have noticed from many of the crew that comes back, especially the ESA medical doctor that we send there to perform the experiments, is that these people, they come to a new world afterwards. It's like they didn't buy anything during the mission. They had no access to their credit cards and accounts. They only communicated to their family via distance, and they were used to be together for a year or 6 months, even for astronauts. They were together and they had created bonds. So when they come back, they are really like, oh, they are really shocked, like, my God, so much is needed from me, and I have to keep up with these, and these people all want to be with me, and I don't want to. I don't want to. Some people even tell me, I need time, please, let me be. I want to see my crew again. Where are they? Some people told me that, and it's interesting because it really shows that you create a lot of bonds with your crew member, and that's very important. When you go to space, you want a mission success, so team dynamics is very important. Psychology state, it's very important. And it's not just about doing the mission, but it's about also living the mission, and the mission, living that mission comes with a lot of experiences, and when you come back and it's over, it's like you belong to another world, and I want to come back. I want to come back to space, or I want to come back there. So this is more or less the feeling I have had when I talked with people from Concordia, from more the psychological standpoint. I do know that some of them come with some disorientation and have some car accident when driving, right? But that's more for space, and that's also a priority. But yeah, that's the experience I have heard. And also, just to touch base on something that Alexander brought up, is that, of course, the immune system is also affected, and the mission brings stress. So sometimes they also come with kind of intolerances, right, or allergies that they develop because of stress, which it's new, so it's kind of demanding, but also very rewarding, I would say. And the truth is that when we talk with astronauts, they always want to fly again. So
I think that is a great part for an overlay for the later astronaut sessions, where we can learn from their experiences directly, and I'm sure we will get the chance to ask them about that. I fear that our time is already running out. Maybe we have a chance to take a question from the audience still, or two, if any comes up.
Okay, I can take that one. We're actually considering to implementing CRISPR screening in our system at a later point. Not directly on astronauts, of course. That's more, well, I would not say it would be suitable for that. But for testing genetic reasons for some feature that you see on the disease, and to see if we shut down one gene, we can get this disease somehow under control. This is something we are implementing. Of course, this will then be translated some kind of like drug target that will have a similar effect on it, but will allow us to better understand the disease and the molecular mechanism behind.
I feel that the CRISPR system is basically like a pacemaker for evolution, because it's doing the same thing that you would also see happening with natural variation. And maybe that's an interesting point, because you would use it, if you wanted to use it, in order to react to additional pressures of evolution. And maybe that is something that we will actually be seeing as we move into space, that we create different evolutionary pressure points. As when life left the sea, it had to deal with whatever happened on land. As life became more abundant, it had to deal with the surrounding and with other living organisms. And now we move in space and we maybe see different pressures. For now, we only send middle-aged people up there. It would be very interesting to see how juvenile bodies react, also especially with regard to the immune system that is an adaptive system. Maybe we could see interesting things evolving there once we establish colonies in space, right?
I'm sorry, I think we need to come to an end, unfortunately, although the discussion was very interesting. Thank you very much. We can give them a round of applause. Yes. Yes, feel free to leave your masks here. And thank you again, Felix, for gathering all of these space medicine experts in Luxembourg and to give us the chance to have this conversation. If you'd like to ask follow-up questions, I'm guessing you'll be around as well throughout the festival, right?
Yes, we will be outside and you can find us and directly approach us naturally.
Thank
would
you
be
very much,
happy about
Felix. Thank you.
that. Thank you as well.
We will now move on to the next panel of the morning. Now, not talking about what is the value, let's say, of crewed space exploration when it comes to space medicine, but going towards more the goal of today's event, which is asteroid, and how can we protect our planet from them. I'm going to welcome on stage a moderator, is a very well-known expert in the area, Patrick Michel, a senior CRNS researcher and renowned asteroid expert. He leads the ESA-era mission and coordinates major international asteroid defense projects. Patrick, thank you for being here with us. Here. Sorry to cut you. Yes, here you go.
Thank you, Chloe. So, welcome everyone. We're going to talk about asteroids and action, how science protects the planet. And for this, I kindly ask Margarita Cardi, with the project manager at TIVAC of the Milani CubeSat on board the Hera mission. Thank you, Margarita. I have Jan Carnelli, who is also another project manager of the Hera mission. So we have a lot of project managers with us. Alan Fitzsimmons, professor at Queen University in Belfast. And Gianluca Massi, virtual telescope. And I think we have somebody else who I don't see in the room, Slava Turishev from NASA JPL. If he's not here, you have more time, other ones. Oh, sorry. Of course. Thank you for joining us. So, you know, planetary defense, science, space, it's a big family. So we know each other, and we know it so well, we know each other so well that we didn't prepare anything. So we're going to have a very informal conversation, and you will see that effectively space missions to asteroids are family business because we work decades together. So at the end, the difference between the professional activity and familial one becomes a little mixed. That's why it's very nice to be with you today. So we're going to talk about planetary defense, and you know that we have, let's say here, two kinds of people: the people who go to space to try to protect our planet, and the people who do it from the ground, right? So maybe I will start with ground-based observations, because we recently, actually 2 days ago, got the first images provided by the Vera Rubin telescope, which is already, I think, exploding the pipeline, right? Because we have 2,100 asteroids discovered within 10 hours. This is crazy. And 7 near-Earth objects. So realize that we have, until we started, discovered 30,000 near-Earth objects. Since we started like decades ago. And in one night, there is already 7 near-Earth asteroids. So Alan, who is an observer, can you tell us about this and what you think is happening in terms of revolution in asteroid discoveries?
Yes, as Patrick says, we have telescopes now. Merci. As Patrick said, we have telescopes even now while we are sitting here, scanning the skies, looking for new asteroids that are approaching our planet that we did not know of before, and also tracking the ones we already know. And up to now, in fact, we have almost 39,000 as of today that we have discovered over the decades. But we have this new amazing facility that is just starting to operate in Chile. It will be in full operations in November. It is the world's largest digital camera. Think of it that way. So in our phones, we have cameras, and they may have, I don't know, 8 megapixels or 10 megapixels or 20 megapixels. This has 3.2 billion pixels. It will take an image once every 40 seconds of the sky, and in 3 nights it will scan the entire sky as seen from Chile. Then it will go back and start again. Every night it will see approximately 10 million objects that were not there when they last looked at that patch of sky 3 nights previously. And out of those, there will be every night there will be several thousand new asteroids, including some near-Earth asteroids. The results that Patrick was telling us about was just a test of the system. They're still refining the system. It will start operating in November, as I said, and for the next 10 years, it will scan the skies trying to find all the near-Earth asteroids that it can. And as you said, we have 39,000 asteroids after decades of looking close to our planet. It will find that number in a few months when it starts operating, and it will continue doing that, because although we are very good at finding the larger asteroids at the moment, we need these bigger telescopes to find the smaller objects, because as we will see, as we will hear, it is the smaller objects that hit us more frequently, and it is those objects that we need to be more concerned about.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I think the camera weighs a few tons, right? You cannot put it in space, basically, so it's amazing. And just to tell you, so he talked about 3.2 billion pixels. 1 billion, you take 1 billion balls, you count one every second, it takes you 33 years to count 1 billion. So when you have $1 billion in your pocket, it's very important, very big. Thanks, Alan. This is fantastic. And I think we have another observer here, Gianluca. So tell us about the observation you do, and basically whether, how will you take into account the Vera Rubin observations in your activity?
Well, Vera Rubin facility is a revolutionary one for sure. The numbers we shared perhaps are able to bring to you an idea of this huge revolution. And traditional telescopes are partly in trouble for this. If you were searching for asteroids now, you have such a huge competitor that your life now is not easy as earlier. But still there are some chances, I believe, because, there are other surveys in the northern hemisphere, but keep in mind that the Vera Rubin is placed in Chile, so under the equator. So at least us living in the north still have some chances to keep our job, But
and you are doing also follow-up observations.
Yes,
because
of course.
Discovering is one thing, but knowing what's the trajectory, you need a long time of observation. So maybe you can do also the follow-up of the discoveries of Vera Rubin.
Absolutely. I want to underline this point. Thank you, Patrick, because for many people, discovering an asteroid is basically the full story. This is not true, because it's useless making a discovery if you are going to lose the object the very next day. Because if you really want to address the impact hazard, you really have to know the object. You need to have confidence with the orbit. So the follow-up work perhaps now is even more critical than earlier, because with such huge numbers of new discoveries coming, I really believe that the pressure on our facilities, mainly doing follow-up, will be huge as well. But we are ready, hopefully, to face this new effort, and we will see how things will develop. For sure, these are very exciting times, so I really invite the young people here to consider to have a place, to have a role in this amazing new future, bring to us from these amazing new toys for science.
And we should point out the role of amateur observers, because they contribute to the follow-up. I mean, there was this 2024 YR4 asteroid that we discovered last December, which had a probability of impact that increased. Now we are safe, the moon less, and that's fantastic if we can observe an impact on the moon. But the first weeks when it was observable by amateurs, they play a role, because they even know how to enter the data at the Minor Planet Center, where all the observations are collected and allowing the centers that compute the probability of impact to do their job. So it's very important. This is, citizen science.
Yes. Perhaps the asteroid science, Patrick, is perhaps the only science where amateur can really contribute at the same level as professionals. And as Patrick reminded us, in special cases, their observations can be the only ones available. So in several cases, we had to rely on those amateur people doing an excellent job at night.
Yeah. And so you are at JPL, right? And you need a mic. Yes, of course. Or you scream. So you are at JPL, and JPL, you have the Goldstone radar, not so far, and also laser tracking. So how does that contribute to asteroid science and observations from the ground?
We have many facilities that actually are contributing to asteroid searches. So we have space missions that are being developed now, so soon will be launched. So we have radar in Goldstone that actually allows us to track asteroids. And so when you track asteroid with the radars, you actually can understand the surface properties of those objects. You understand how they were made, so you understand the history of those different objects in the solar system. And that is exciting because we know different groups, different classes of asteroids that were made from different materials. And it's interesting because now we can also understand which ones are most important for us to mine in the future if we are going to do this. And so with optical tracking, we have facilities that are allowing us to determine very precisely orbits of those objects. Because as we know, asteroids do not emit light. Essentially, they just reflect solar light. So it's very hard to detect those objects. They need to come just exactly in the field of view of your instrument. And so the Vera Rubin instrument will allow us to detect that many objects that we have never done before. So, but now we need to propagate orbits, we need to identify those objects that are potentially hazardous to our planet. Because those asteroids which are in main belt asteroid, they're basically moving around pretty much in almost a nearly circular orbit. But some of them, of the asteroids, the actual orbits are perturbed, and so essentially they're coming in the inner solar system, they intersect the orbit of Earth, and we don't want them to collide with our planet. So we need to understand precisely where those asteroids will be in the next 50, 60, 100 years from now. And so using optical tracking, we are able to determine the very precisely ephemerides of those objects and propagate them in the future so that we will be all safe on the planet.
Yeah, and what's super cool, actually, I think, for the Vera Rubin, that we can predict if an asteroid is going to come closer to the Earth, which makes it observable by radars, because radars need the object to come close to the Earth. And thanks to that, we can get a better shape model. You know that when we see an asteroid, we see the light emitted from re-emitted from the surface coming from the sun. And from that, if you observe long enough, you may derive a shape, but it's highly, uncertain. Radars are super good to get a shape model. And in fact, I will always remember when we had the shape of Bennu, the asteroid that was visited by the OSIRIS-REx mission by NASA, given by radar. And when we arrive at the asteroid, okay, the surface structure cannot be as well resolved, but the global shape was really close to the radar one, so it was ground truth. So it's very powerful because for planetary defense, it's important not only to know the size, but we need the shape and the structure. So and radar contribute to that. So
exactly, and some of the asteroids may be, they may be just piles of rocks. So the loosely connected rocks with ice, and some of them will be very solid. So it would be nice to know that if the asteroid is coming our way, it will be just a pile of rocks. So but potentially we can interfere with that pile of rocks.
So you gave me a good transition, because the only way to know that and the only way to understand the structure is space missions. And in fact, it's true that in the early 90s, asteroids were still, faint light points in the sky. For people, boring, just a rock in space. And then we started to have flybys by the Galileo mission actually going to Jupiter, showing us first Gaspra and then Ida with its little moon. And then we had the NEAR mission going to Matisse. So from the mid-90s, these images revealed the extreme diversity of these objects in terms of shape, of size, of structure, and the complexity of their geology, basically. You have on one asteroid many kinds of geological features. You have avalanches, you have craters, you have boulder fields, you have even some asteroids that emit particles naturally, we don't know why, like Bennu. So it's really crazy, and this needed these images, otherwise you wouldn't have the sense of the complexity of these objects that we need to take into account for planetary defense. And this is where space missions are crucial. And here we have two project managers of an amazing mission by ESA, no bias at all, the Hera mission, which actually has 3 components. We have 2 of them here. There is a mother space. This is the first time that ESA, and actually in the world, we have a mission that carries not only a main spacecraft, but a spacecraft that carries 2 other little spacecraft called CubeSats that will be deployed at proximity of an asteroid, so that we have not only 1 base to observe the asteroid, but actually 3 that will communicate together in order to enhance the science return and our understanding that is really important for planetary defense. And here we have the project manager of the whole project, and we have the project manager of one of the CubeSats. So I'm going to start with Margherita from Torino, who is the project manager of the Milani CubeSat. So before talking about the big one, we're going to talk about one of the small ones. So Margherita, can you tell us about the Milani CubeSat and how is it feeling right now? Because ERA is in space. So how is it in space? I will tell you. Go for it.
Studying spacecraft in space, and then you go. I will try to be brief, but it's not easy to summarize 4 years of mission in few sentences. But so just in order to give you an idea of how big it is that, the CubeSat is a nano satellite, so it's very, very small. And in order to have the public have an idea, we always use the shoebox as a size level. So in this such small volume, we have 3 instruments for the science mission and all the systems that we need to do the mission alone. Because as Patrick was saying, we are now inside Hera Mom, so we are safe because during the cruise we don't have the equipment to do that on our own. So we are inside the main mothercraft. But once we get there, we have to be deployed and we will be alone. And let's say we have to face some challenges such as navigating in a crowded environment because we have 3 spacecraft and 2 asteroids. So let's say it will be a crowd environment and there will be radiation stuff that is not really common in the LEO, in the standard orbits for the missions for CubeSats. And so we had to develop all these systems in such a tight timeline, I would say. So the same was for them, but for us, such a small CubeSat, it was even more challenging. Also because being integrated into another mothercraft keeps the interfaces and the safety and the compatibility and the interfaces in general are very complex stuff to be tackled. So we had to make sure that we could communicate with Hera, we could exchange protocols and data, etc. So it was very tough, and we had to develop multiple models in order to reach this moment. And from a scientific point of view, I have to say that our aim is, we have a couple of objectives, I have to say. One is to increase the scientific return of the mission. So we have instruments that will take images. We have an hyperspectral camera on board that is the main payload, and we are going to make images of the asteroid. We have a small dust detector, so we think that after the impact there are some particles around the asteroid, and so our hope is that these particles will be just posing on the sensor and we can try to understand a little bit better what is the composition of the asteroid. And then we have the navigation camera, which was born to navigate around this space, but then it was so good that it was promoted as a scientific instrument, so we have a third one. So this is one, let's say, objective in order to increase the overall return of the mission. But for us, another very important thing is that it's the first time that such a small spacecraft is trying to do its own mission around an asteroid. So for us, from a technological perspective, we are about to demonstrate a lot of things. And from an industrial perspective, if we succeed, and so we are able to do that, this will open, you know, the scientific missions to be actually handled with such a small spacecraft, right? So it's very important for us to demonstrate our capability to do that. And last, because I know he's waiting for that, we are about to try to land on the asteroid, because so we don't have any, let's say, instrument that requires landing in order to achieve data, so we don't need it for a scientific point of view. But again, from a technological perspective, demonstrate that we can land on such a complex object, such far away from Earth, can open another wide range of missions. So we are at the end of the mission, when everything is done, when every data is there, I think we are going to try to attempt a landing.
That's fantastic, and I must say I really have a great, thank you for what you're doing, because I know it was really hard in 4 years to be ready, and first time that we have a CubeSats doing this space exploration from companies who are used to do CubeSat for Earth's orbit. And I think that opens a new area, demonstrating that a mother spacecraft should always be pregnant with little things to, to deliver at an asteroid. I think this is fantastic.
And I have to say something, that 4 years were very tough, but the whole team was very engaged and we rushed a lot. We canceled our holidays, I don't know how much times, but we were very passionate about that. We launched in October, and now this phase for me is the weird one, because I have just to wait. I mean, every two months we have a contact with the spacecraft, so we just ask for the mothercraft, hey, can you just power it on so that we can see if it's alive, all values are nominal, so I kind of have his news. But in order to see the real behavior and the real mission, I have to wait like 1.5 years. So this phase for me, it's like...
calm after the storm.
Yes.
So to be fair, there is another CubeSat actually made by GomSpace in Luxembourg, which is called Juventas, and is also very interesting because the first one that will probe the internal properties of an asteroid is a radar. So far, all the knowledge we have on internal properties of asteroids is indirect. Here, the first time we will launch radio waves in an asteroid, see how they reflect. That will tell us the level of internal heterogeneity. And this is very important for different reasons. But I don't want to speak too much. I just want to say, before giving Jan will talk, I just want to recall that actually Hera is the detective that going back to the impact scene, that the DART mission successfully deflected the small moon of an asteroid system. We know the deflection was successful. The moon was orbiting around its main body 150 meters, the moon, the main body 800 meters, orbiting around with 11 hours and 55 minutes. This period was reduced by 33 minutes. But we don't know what the final outcome. What's about the small moon? What is the final shape after the impact? Did we leave a crater? Did we reshape it, etc.? And we need this knowledge in order to understand really what happened and validate all the numerical models that have to reproduce this impact for the first time, the real scale of an asteroid. So Hera is really the detective that is going to give us all this information. And it's a very complex spacecraft. It's amazing, it's beautiful. And this guy led the project team at ESA that made it possible within 4.5 years, starting in 2022 with the pandemic. And there are a lot of anecdotes. I wish you will tell us at least one fun anecdote that happened during the development. But now it's in space, so I think it's really amazing what ESA can do. We always talk about Americans. I like my American colleagues, but ESA does really great thing, and this mission is a great demonstration of an integrated team working together with actually a main company, OHB, for the prime, but then other companies for the CubeSats, project team, crazy scientists. That's tough. So congratulations, and thank you for carrying Hera in space.
Yeah, actually, it's more than 100 companies and institutes, so it was a large family. And I think at some point we were more than 400 people across Europe, 18 countries in Europe working on this. But you missed a very important thing that you are hiding. So, okay, so the whole mission is about deflecting asteroids, right? Is about testing a technique to deflect asteroids. And so we launched the DART probe. NASA launched the DART probe in 21. In 22, we hit the moon. And then we're going back to understand, but to understand what they got wrong, because the scientists told us that the deflection would have been a few minutes, more than 5. They say more than 5, but we were expecting maybe 5, 10, something like that. And in reality, the deflection was, the change in orbital speed was more than 30 minutes. So it was much more than we expected, which is a good news in the sense that possibly we can even deflect larger asteroids with this technique. The bad news is that they got it wrong.
That's good news. We have more work. You know, scientists are always happy when they predict well, they are happy, and when they are wrong, they have new challenges.
Exactly. So that's the purpose of the Hera mission. We knew that, of course, there was one element to demonstrate we can change the trajectory of an asteroid, and that was achieved. But this is on one body. So how do you extrapolate from one asteroid to make it a generic technique? Then you need to know all the parameters, all the properties. You talked about the internal structure with the radar. very important, the mineralogical composition, and many other things. And this is why we had foreseen to launch HERA, which we launched in October last year. It was indeed a challenge, and I just want to mention, because we are in Luxembourg, that the second CubeSat, Juventus, was built here, and also its main instrument, the radar, the Jura radar, was built here by Mtronics. So a lot of Luxembourgish knowledge, passion into this project, and is this, let's say, is also an evolution of the instrument that flew on Rosetta, for those who followed the Rosetta mission, where we also had a radar. So we are very excited. We flew past Mars. If you go on the internet, you can find some beautiful pictures we took through passing by Mars. And we are now at about 350 million kilometers from the Earth, and we will reach the asteroid next year on the 1st of November. And that's when the fun really starts. We will deploy the CubeSats, and we will have for the first time this multi-satellite complex operation, which we never did before. So we are also learning on the way, and then share with all of you live all the science that we will get. Actually, we have an application, in case you're interested, called hera.space, where you can go and chat with HERA almost live. Every day we have a contact with HERA. We dump all the images, all of the telemetry, everything is there, and everything is available to you. So you can chat and ask any questions in any language, and she will talk to you.
Yeah, so in fact, let me just say one thing. Is the fact that since we, not one thing, maybe two, since we interact with asteroids, with sampling tools or impacts, each time the mechanical response of the asteroid has been totally different than the one we expected, and there is no exception. Like for the OSIRIS-REx mission that took a sample of Bennu, during 2 years we had images showing us an asteroid full of boulders. And when I see a boulder like this, it's very hard, right? And in fact, when the sampling tool touched the surface, there was no reaction, like if we were entering into something which has no cohesion, which is super counterintuitive because apparently it's solid and it's not. So interacting is essential. And DART made an interaction, and we don't know what the outcome, and as I said, that's why maybe we're wrong, is because they are very small, they are in a very low gravity environment. You know, like when I jump here, I am excited on my chair, I'm staying on Earth because gravity is large. On an asteroid, I'm already in orbit, or maybe escaped. So everything is very sensitive, and we are still in the stage of learning what it means. So that's why, and that's really exciting because this is, I think, the first time that we already have images of an asteroid with DART. DART took, with his camera, images of Didymos and Dimorphos before impacting. So we have images, but we know already that the next images are totally different. Totally, because the system was transformed. Dimorphos, the small moon, whether there is a crater. We already know that the impact side, the last image we have, the boulders are not there anymore. And Didymos, the main body, may have been covered by part of the material of Dimorphos. So it's super exciting because it's like discovering, this time, not a new world, but a totally transformed one. And that's what HERA is going to do. But you didn't tell us a funny anecdote.
Ooh. So yeah, making a project in 4 years is quite challenging for this type of missions. Normally deep space missions take 7, 8, 10, 12 years. So we were really in a rush, and we did things a bit atypically. To give you a sense of the timeline, the last, of course, when you develop software, you have a lot of bugs. Like with, I don't know if there's any software developer here, but, so the last software patch was coded in the plane going to the launch base. And it was sent via, so my colleague connected to the internet on the plane. Luckily now we have that technology. Sent it via WhatsApp to industry. They checked it, and then we uploaded it on the plane, on the satellite when we landed. And so that's just one of the many things that we've done very last minute, or the computer broke and we changed it a few weeks before launch, and luckily we could do that. So a project like this, but all space projects have lots of problems, and what is amazing, and I'm talking about the younger generations, is that this is an incredible an incredible adventure, engineering adventure, but mostly, as Patrick was saying, is a human adventure. When you leave a project, through a project like this, you create bonds that are there for the rest of your life. And I think we are truly privileged to be able to work in a domain that we love. And actually, everybody's so excited and so motivated that we all worked days and weekends and Christmas and whatever. And as a manager, I just had to tell my team to stop working every now and again.
That's my wife tells me that too, but it doesn't work. But in fact, yes, for the young people also what he says is, you know, success means efforts, failures on the way, that's fine, and the concept of long-term things. You know, we are now used to things that go rapidly, likes on Instagram, etc. That's not, big project needs time. It's okay to fail on the way.
Well, actually, I would like to say more, because now we give these talks and we talk about the success, but in reality, the history of HERA is a history of failure, total failures. It took us 20 years to get the funding. We were not approved for a long time. Everybody believed we would never make it, and many stories. It took us really a long time to prove that it was worthwhile. I mean, 20 years ago, people were even laughing when we were saying that we wanted to deflect an asteroid, and that was something important to do. And,
that's why all the people that were there from the start have gray hairs.
Yeah. So success is really being able to go through these failures and have the courage, have the energy, have the passion to continue if you believe that is the right thing to do, to continue doing that. That's really, so there's a lot of failures behind.
Absolutely. So as you have seen, planetary defense is detection, tracking, follow-up, characterization, deflection. And sometimes it falls on Earth in the form of a meteorite. And actually, this meteorite has the same composition, probably as Didymos and Dimorphos. That will be confirmed with Milani, Margarita's CubeSat. It's very dense because it had to go through the atmosphere. The objects, same composition in space, are probably underdense. I just want to point out maybe not this one, because I think it's a CO chondrite. Yeah. So some of them contain the oldest material we have on Earth. You know that the oldest rocks we have on Earth, I mean minerals, are the zircon, which are about 4.3 billion years old. But in these meteorites, you have inclusions that date the solar system. So it's 4.567 billion years ago. And we know it because we dated, these are the first minerals that condensated, that became solid when the sun was born and the gas cooled to start forming planet. So in these meteorites, we have material that is older than the solar system. It's not that expensive. You can buy one and make a ring. It will be cheaper than a diamond. The problem is that your wife will ask boss. But remember that when you have a meteorite in your hand, not this one, but some others, you have the older material in the solar system, so they are not only a source of danger, although we fortunately have no identified threat, but also a source of wonder, and they tell us about the solar system history. So I think I have to thank my speakers, except if there is one final word by anyone.
If I may, the field is really evolving, so it's not only asteroids in the solar system. On October 28th of 2017, the solar system was visited by interstellar asteroids. This is the rock that was born in a different solar system, in the nearby solar system. And after that, in 2018, there was another comet, also interstellar comet. So the field is rapidly evolving. At some point, I would like to see spacecraft visiting those interstellar asteroids that are moving through the solar system at a very large speed. With Vera Rubin, we will be able to detect them, hopefully many of them. And so we are planning for a mission at some point visiting with interstellar asteroids.
So, you know, I will finish with that. We have a great agency called European Space Agency, which actually has a mission called Comet Interceptor. In principle, so it's an absolutely great idea. The mission will be sent somewhere, parking lot, close to the James Webb, same kind of region, and wait for the next long period comet. So far, all the comets we saw had at least one passage around the sun, because we know them, so they were already transformed. We want to see a fresh one, one that was never never came in the solar system, but we can only detect them 1 year in advance, so it's too late to launch a mission. So we're going to park a spacecraft there, and then, wow, a new one comes, we intercept it. But it may be also an interstellar object. So you see, again, Europe is at the center of everything. Thank you again, and I think we have to announce. You want to say something, Chloe? Or yeah.
Supposed to turn on. Perfect. I was about to tell you that I think you have a special announcement to make, right?
Yes, absolutely. So there was a planetary defense challenge that took place the last month, and basically high school students, different groups had to mitigate an impact. There was a scenario, and they gathered together, and they had to do basically what professionals are doing sometime. We have a planetary defense conference every 2 years, where somebody from JPL actually create a scenario, and we have 1 week to try to find a solution to the problem. So far, we never succeed, but that's okay. We learn each time. And the high school students were actually experiencing the same situation as we have with a scenario, and they had, I think it was 2 hours to be together and, you know, find a solution, ask the good questions, so that they could learn more about the asteroid and then possibly deflect it. And I think we have a winner to announce.
Nice. Well, let's hope in real life we have more than 2 hours to deflect an asteroid if we learn more. We will invite on stage Doran if you want to come in and join us, as well as evaluate. Yes. Thank you.
So well.
Can I give you the mic? All right.
Just a few words. First, you understand how important it is not to know that the asteroids exist, how important it is to discover, and discover a high percentage of the dangerous asteroids. So you remember maybe the 1908 asteroid in Tunguska, so the 30th of June is the date when this asteroid fall down in Siberia and destroy many thousands of square kilometers of forest. You remember the Chelyabinsk asteroid, not far away, 2013, 15th of February. So I remember when an asteroid with a size of 17 meters, no more than 20, so destroyed the tops of the buildings, broke the windows in all the city, and hurted about 1,030 inhabitants. So they are very dangerous. So the danger posed by the asteroids is much higher than the danger posed by a volcano, by a tsunami, by an earthquake. So congratulations for all the important information you provide the public now, and thank you very much for your contribution. I deal with asteroids in many ways from a lot of years. In 2005, I was part of the first working group of the Association of Space Explorers, led by Rusty Schweikart, the Apollo 9 astronaut, dealing with the asteroids. Then we moved the problem to the UN. In 2016, we approved the International Asteroid Day, and before it, we approved 2 international bodies, International Warning Asteroid Warning Network and SMPAGE, Space Mission Planning Advisory Group, yes. These were proposed in the beginning by the Association of Space Explorers as executive bodies. But at the international level, it's very difficult to have an executive body, and we organize all these things at the global level as advisory groups, and then the leaders, we take the decisions. Thank you very much, and let's continue.
So I think there is a winner to announce, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Alan, maybe you wanna join Doreen, because I think you were part of the business.
Okay, I will stay here maybe. To let the winner come.
All right. So the winner is 3rd place, first.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So the winners are, actually, for the third place, if the person is in the room, of course, feel free to come on stage.
So oh, yes, the team Asterix and Isauris.
Asterix and South, congratulations.
Is anybody here?
Is the team here?
Okay,
there
come
we
here.
Come on,
Yes,
come
yes,
down.
we have a team member.
Yeah.
We have some team members.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. And you get a prize.
Great. Congratulations again. Congrats.
Okay.
Then we have for the second place.
The second place, it's Nova 4 team.
Nova Pro team.
Nova 4 team.
Is Nova Pro
Is anybody
team
here?
with us? I don't see the team here. Nova Pro.
Don't see the team.
Second place.
No.
No. Then it's
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll give them later.
And so the first
and
place.
the first place, it's Vauban Asteroid Deflectors 1.
Oh, wow.
EAD 1.
Congratulations.
Okay, look there.
Congratulations.
Why am
You're
I not
dressed up for the
surprised?
occasion. Yeah.
Take please 2 or 3 pictures. Okay, come. I want to congratulate you too. Congratulations.
Well,
okay, and the picture with us. And the picture with us. So, Paolo wants to take a picture with us.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. They were amazing. They were amazing.
All right. Now.
All right.
All of us.
Okay, let's squeeze in maybe.
Anna, where are you?
Let's squeeze in the middle. Oh, I should.
Where are you,
okay.
Anna?
Is there enough room?
Please. Okay,
Amazing. Congratulations to all finalists.
Congratulations once again.
For the first prize, we decided with the Asteroid Foundation that the prize should be special. So these guys will have the opportunity to officially name a real asteroid made available by the Virtual Telescope Project. We will pick the object among the discoveries we did in the past. So you will propose the name. We will work together on this, and we will submit the name to the Minor Planet Center, and hopefully at some point you will see your designation alive in the cosmos. Congratulations, and keep looking up.
Congratulations, Yavi.
The future asteroid experts. Maybe we'll meet in 20 years and you'll be the one sitting on the panel.
Of course. I hope so. I hope they will be even better. I mean, the level is high with them.
Yeah,
They are fantastic.
Well,
congratulations.
Congratulations to all panelists and to you also as well, Patrick Michel, for this very
Thank you
interesting discussion.
again for all the panelists.
We will now direct you towards the astronaut signing session with you, Doran, as well. So you can go to the main hall, and we'll be back in 20 minutes with fire chat discussions here.
Yeah, now you just sign.
Exactly.
There. I'm
Over
taking
there.
you.
Yeah. All right, astronauts are going to move towards the signing session. Don't hesitate to join the main hall. Ah ouais, c'était top. Non, mais c'est comme ça que c'est le mieux. Hein. Ouais.
Hello?
Gabriel, please.
So, CanSat is a project where we need to build mini satellites inside of a can. And basically, we launch it with a rocket in an army camp in Belgium. And we won that project here in Luxembourg. 1 kilometer. Yeah. Yeah, we get certain type of data
like pressure, temperature, humidity,
altitude.
And so we can draw some graphs, and also, I mean, we have another project like in this project. We wanted to like trace the trajectory of the can during the flight, but without a GPS. So we tried to do like what the satellites are doing. I don't know if you know iteration. So we tried to do it, but on Earth. And so we had like 3 ground stations who captured the RSSE value, which is the received signal strength indicator. And so with this value, we can have the different distance between the can and each ground stations. And so because we have 3 ground stations, it's just like a basic equation with 3 spheres. And so we can pinpoint the can.
Of the project.
He's not in the team, but like.
In another project, I have the Moon Camp with Zero, and with young scientists, I have do a project of research for the regolith, the lunar regolith. So we have study about solidification by microwave sintering, or water extraction, or oxygen extraction. Yes, so we made some research about the lunar regolith, about the solidification by microwave sintering, water extraction just by heating up, or dioxygen extraction by an electrolysis. So we have solidified a little piece of regolith by heating up to 2000 degree, 1000 and 2200 degree, and we have theoretically try some extract some water and solidify, but it doesn't work. And next is the electrolysis is just theory. The next step is to probably make the same thing for the solidification with the Merced regolith, because we made that just with the lunar island simulant. Thanks. Will you continue that work? Because you're very young, you sound very young. Yes.
I mean, we have 17 years old. 17 years.
We don't know if we are going to continue.
But actually, he have a stand here in the room.
Yes, we have. We are with the young scientist make the Chaos Trap in another project in the main hall.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks. We will.
And so, where are you coming from? Yes. Oh. Okay. Oh, beautiful. And are you like a journalist or are you a journalist or? Oh, okay. Actually, I'm a mentalist. I think your name is Wanda.
So, I'm the, comment on dit boniche?
Hein?
Comment on dit boniche, la boniche?
No,
I'm
he's the hand good man.
Yeah, I'm the maid for the cancer team because I, whenever they needed something like to create the antennas or something, I was the one who went to Hornbach and went back to give them.
He's doing the bad job.
Yeah, and I also helped them build the antennas. I built them with Martin. It was very long and very annoying.
Because like there are very specific antennas because they are omnidirectional. So and it's very hard to build them. It took us 2 hours to build just one antenna, and we had to build 3 antennas for the 3 ground stations. So, yeah.
What? Yeah. Oh, but we had sort of good results actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it was really enriching as an experience because
It's experimental science.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you all for listening.
The pop-up, so now there was a... It's just you and I talking. Yeah? It's gonna be... Are you French, Italian? I'm French, yes. Originally. You want water? That's what... No, just... Don't worry. Answer my questions. Just answer my questions, all right?
Want to?
This is your mic.
Yes,
So
yes,
you
thank
can
you
put it
so
here.
much. Thank you so much.
We don't have to fill 20 minutes.
Okay. Hello, good morning. Hi.
Okay. Désolé, nous sommes tard. We are late.
Yeah.
So we apologize.
It's fine, don't worry. We've been late all morning.
Terrible.
We're starting again? Yes, we're starting again, yeah. Can I take a selfie with you?
Yes. Where do I look?
Here, over here, yeah. Nice, perfect. Thank you. I'm so happy to do this together. All right. Are we good for the stream? Oh, good? All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining back for... No problem.
Okay.
Oh, the water behind me? For those who are in the public, there is a live streaming at the same time, so that's why I'm not directly talking to you. So. All right.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. I'm just waiting for the go, but... Oh, good. All right. Yeah, for sure. With the two of us, it's certain. All right, so welcome back, everyone, and thank you very much for being here with us. It's really a pleasure to welcome someone special for what we call a fire chat session. The idea is to have a very casual discussion for the next 20 minutes or so. And our guest, special guest, is Wanda Diaz Merced. Wanda, thank you so much for accepting to come and to be here.
Thanks to you, and thanks to the people in the audience. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I would like to give you a bit of introduction of who you are from what I found online. So Wanda, you are an wrong.
Yes.
And we've detected the first ones in 2016,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Which was a proof of Einstein's relativity theory. And so how do you exactly, when you say you study them through sound, because sound, often we say there is no sound in space because sound needs a medium, right, to go through. So that's why we have sound on Earth, because there is an atmosphere, but in space, it's void.
Exactly, there is no sound.
So how do you listen to gravitational waves?
It's a very, very, very good question. The disturbances travel to us. For example, gravitational waves may be passing through your body right now. If you feel a little jiggling, it may be a gravitational wave. I'm joking. They may pass through your body right now. But we acquire the measurements, the potential differences. And then that is a number. And we translate that number into an audio frequency. And of course, the numbers in astronomy and gravitational astronomy, astrophysics, high energy particle astrophysics, the numbers may be astronomically big or astronomically small. So we take those numbers and we feed them computationally into a floating variable. We fit it inside the range from 0 to 1, and then we divide between 0 and 1. You can find an infinite number of spaces, an infinite number of chunks that you can count. We fit the data there, and then that brings it into the audible domain, and then you can listen to it. As you listen to this afternoon, we will have a concert. As you listen to, I don't know, to a song, but it's not music, it's sound. And people, they say that it is ugly because it doesn't have any harmonic expectation. But to me, it's actually beautiful because it's giving me information. It's opening a world that at some point it was closing down. So it just brought a lot of possibilities. And because I know how to study it, right? Then I get a lot of information and a lot of insight from it. Forgive me.
So this process that you're describing, I believe is called sonification, right?
Yes.
To turn another kind of wave, like light or gravitational waves in your case, into a sound wave. And we be able to listen to it. So you've said numerous times that you feel that hearing this type of data can actually be better than seeing it.
Yes, indeed.
Do you have a precise example of?
Well, I will tell you that the cosmic background radiation, and they won a Nobel Prize, I think. The guys, I don't remember their name, so please don't put this on YouTube or anything because I don't remember their names. They won a Nobel Prize, and it was by listening to the information. Also, the galactic background was discovered using audio. Also, quasi-periodic or periods that appear and disappear in data that are very important to determine the exchange of energy between two systems that are rotating around each other, right? It's not rotating. It's not like they rotate around each other. They move through a common center, through a body center or variable stars. Also, to detect those quasi-periodic oscillations is very, very, very good. I have had students that have heard even dark matter in cosmic ray data. I will not talk about that because it's their research and I respect it. But even better is that by doing this, even nurses are transporting the techniques in order to, for example, monitor the energy of caring. Or kids with autism to teach them prosody. So what we do in the natural sciences is being transported into other fields of sciences, also micromotions, right? At the University of Rogers, my friend Elizabeth Torres has allowed us to use micromotions and movement. And with those micromotions and movements, we are doing diagnosis to kids that are inside the autism spectrum. And we don't wait until they are 3 or 4 years old. We can do it from birth. By using micromotions, we can do an early micromotions in sound, and early diagnosis.
Diagnosis.
And this is the work of Elizabeth, right? That she has allowed us to participate in that work with audio. But what we are saying is that when you use audio, you have more sensitivities and also other dimensions. It's multi-dimensional. So it supports for you to be able to study beyond what is visible to the human eye.
It's just we're never trained to use anything than our eyes, especially in science. You've mentioned something at the very beginning. You've talked about the cosmic microwave background.
Yes.
And I have to say, this is the image that got me into space when I was 15 years old. Okay. I had like the poster in my bedroom. And I'm very curious, what does it sound like?
The cosmic background.
Yeah? Could you tell me?
I can tell you what the galactic background sounds.
Okay, he tells me what, that's fair enough. Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot.
Okay, espérate. This is, I need to get into the, the mood
Take your
of
time.
playing
Take your time.
the cosmic, the galactic background, not the cosmic background, galactic background. Like that. The cosmic background, I have to get into the mood because I do it with harps and I cannot go that high.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
But give me 2 seconds and I will imitate it.
Okay.
Yes. Forgive me.
No problem. Take the time you need.
We can go to the next question while I get to the time.
Okay, you tell me then.
I know
no
you
problem.
want to hear my singing.
Yeah, at the end. We'll keep it to the end for a private concert. So we're talking about how we can turn, because some other people joined in the audience, so how we can turn data, astronomical data, to sound. Because we have an astrophysicist here who studies the universe through sound. And so is there a specific space phenomena that sounds the most interesting to you? Is there a specific...
Cosmic rays.
Cosmic rays?
Cosmic rays.
Can you explain?
Sound, cosmic rays are the highest energy as classified for human being in the electromagnetic spectra. When there are explosions of stars like supernovas, they may emit cosmic rays. And we have a number of satellites that are monitoring cosmic rays. They are, like, for example, we had I forgot the name and I used it. We had a satellite.
Chandra?
No.
Oh, no,
Chandra does monitor cosmic rays, but we had a satellite that has already been decommissioned, who was always slewing towards the direction of incoming cosmic rays. Also, the Vela satellites were monitoring cosmic rays in order to monitor the possible testing of nuclear weapons on Earth. But that was many years ago. So the cosmic rays, what happens is that before the precursor of the cosmic rays, they are little resonances hidden in what we call the noise. And it's not noise, it's information. So perhaps culturally we have to redefine what we consider noise, or not to redefine what we consider noise, but perhaps consider that noise is not garbage, that is not clutter, that what we call noise may contain a lot of information that may be useful. So inside those, what my collaborator said, there is nothing there, it's only noise. We had little resonances determining, right, indicating earlier emissions happening before the precursor of the cosmic ray, and then the big burst of cosmic rays. And indicating, right, those resonances, possible elements that are formed. This is everyone, well, not everyone, but now today, all of us know it, right? Elements that are vital for life formation that are formed during the explosion of stars. Yes, forgive me, I talk a lot.
No, but I mean, you transmit your passion, so it's a pleasure to hear your talk. And I mean, when we really see that you have this fire inside you for astrophysics, and you started your career as an astrophysicist, and then you lost your eyesight.
Yes, indeed. indeed. I lost, well, I came to astrophysics because I lost my sight. I heard data, I heard audification. Audification is the direct translation of a data waveform to the audible domain. So we had this antenna, like Dr. Jansky. He worked at Bell Laboratories, and he used an antenna. And with this aerial, do we know what an aerial is? Yes? No? Okay.
I'm saying different faces.
Okay.
I think you can explain.
An aerial is an antenna that you put outside, like a rod. It has a conductor, and you put it outside, and it has ramifications, I guess, right? The ones that are outside regularly. So that is an aerial, so an antenna outside. He used a huge antenna, and he was studying interference. And studying interference, listening for interference in phone calls, trying to determine where this interference came from, what was the origin of this interference, he was able to identify that the disturbance he was listening was coming from the galactic background. So he heard this. And what I did is that I had a smaller antenna, and, well, not me, a friend of mine. And I was losing my sight. I was almost giving up. And he brought me to his house. And he had the sound, the audio playing. Like it did sound like white noise. Shh, shh. And then suddenly it went up shh, very high. And I said, turn that off. That's horrible. And then with a lot of interference, right? And then he said, no, I'm not turning that off because I think that is the energy of a sunburst being detected by an antenna I have in my backyard. And at that moment, I had to walk with my friend Emilio, not because I wanted to walk with him. I apologize, Emilio, but because I needed to follow someone. He's my friend, but does that make sense? Instead of being in his house, I would have been in the library or doing something else. So the thing is that when I heard it, the sound completely changed. It became a sound of possibility. It became a sound of life, of let me research if I can do this. Then I learned that astrophysics, we were using audio by the end of the 1800s, and then we left it. We stopped using it. Not quite. Some people were using it, but only for education and people outreach. And then I researched why we stopped using it. And I couldn't find a reason. And that's why I did experiments. And after the experiments, when I evidenced, undoubtedly, that it helped, because I'm a scientist. If I don't have evidence, I will not do it. I'm a scientist. So once I evidence, okay, it helps. This is not a Wanda thing. It's not that I'm listening to things and then other people cannot do it, or other people cannot repeat or find the results I have found. When I evidenced it, then I began studying it further and using audio and sound to study other information. Did I answer your question? Because
yes, yeah, no. You completely answered my question. It actually fits perfectly to the next one, because now you're the director of an organization called Science in Braille.
Yes, yes,
so
indeed.
Can you tell us, what is the campaign? Is this an advocacy to become, so that science can become multi-sensory in some sort, or?
That is beautiful. Thank you for the beautiful question. Science in Braille is an organization that has been established by Her Royal Highness Princess Dr. Nisrin El Hashemite. And she's from the last monarchy of Kuwait, if I'm not wrong. She's very good to me, so if I'm wrong, Her Royal Highness, forgive me. She renounced to her royal privileges in order to serve. And they established an organization called the Royal Academy of Science International Trust, and they were the ones that ratified in the United Nations the International Day of Girls and Women in Science. And she noted, as a scientist, she's a geneticist, and she noted that even at United Nations, we didn't have the same leadership as other collaborators. And he noted that in science, peoples with disabilities, blind peoples, peoples on wheelchair, peoples with any disabilities, that we didn't have the leadership, the ingress, the retention, the progress, and the entrance into those fields. So she established Science in Braille, and perhaps no one else was around when she was searching for a director, and she said, you will direct it. Science in Braille is established so peoples with disabilities we can address the entrance, progress, and retention of peoples with disabilities in the STEM field, from changing the mindsets, targeting the stakeholders, because there is a trust the stakeholders do not have. And I'm not complaining, this is just what happens, right? They do not trust it because everything depends on what they think is possible versus what they think is impossible. So because we had no evidence of the superiority of audio as compared to the superiority of visual display as compared to audio, no evidence of that. We are working so we increase or we evidence the reliability of using audio to analyze the information. And we do it, we work from the professional field, from the stakeholders, the policymakers, to education and people outreach. Because also teachers have to see that it works. Also teachers have to, when I say see, they have to perceive, they have to witness that if my students learn to listen to audio, what is going to happen with their lives later on, so they can progress in life. So those are the stages that we follow, and we see it happening from the science policy mechanism to then move science policy. So protocols are in place, know-hows, we protect the scientific economy, which is a scientific economy that depends on monosensorial methods, and giving them know-hows and helping them to progress or to recuperate and leave behind obsolescent practices. Then we enrich the field for everyone and we produce better science. Yes.
Congratulations, really congratulations. I feel this is an eye-opener, at least for me. I mean, I grew up in France and studied in Switzerland, and I feel along a lot of my scientific studies, we only used visual technology. Yes. But you've been around the world, I think Japan, South Africa. Do you think there is a cultural aspect in other parts of the world? Do we do science differently? Do we use more sound or audio?
Well, that's a very good question. And people receive it very well. The people, the students, the citizens, they receive it very well. And we are citizens too. We are citizen scientists too. I'm a citizen of my country. I'm a citizen of the world, right? They receive it well too. Culturally, in the scientific culture, in places where the scientific culture is more conservative, is very, very, very difficult because of the reliability, right? As the scientific field stopped using audio, and the technologies didn't evolve, displays didn't evolve as well. The scientific culture, it takes them a little bit longer to come into terms to the fact that we are going to use audio to do the science, and then if I have time left, I will do education and people outreach, which is very, very, very important. But commonly, what they do is that they divert us. When I say divert us, it's to people like me with disabilities, to only education and people outreach. So for them, it takes a little bit longer. It's not out of malice. It's just that it takes a little bit longer. And hey, if I would be in their position, I would say, well, what evidence? I've been using a visual display for 75 years behind a computer analyzing data. Believe me, there are scientists that have been 75 years behind a computer analyzing information. Why do you come and tell me that now using audio, my sensitivities can increase? So they need know-hows, they need more evidence. It's not all of them, right? Here in Luxembourg, people are very open to it. For example, Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm bringing you different regions of the world where they have brought audio to mainstream. And then by bringing audio to mainstream, they also impact education and people outreach simultaneously. Does that make sense? Not one over
the other, yes.
Yes.
Parallel.
So what I will say is that it's the mind of the stakeholders. In some countries, it's a little bit harder because of the trust. In some countries, it's a little bit easier. And I think it's because they have had more exposition to diversity, right? It's a scientific culture that has more exposition to diversity, like Luxembourg. Yes, forgive me.
Yeah. So Wanda, yes, someone's telling me in my ear that we're already past the time. So you were worried that we wouldn't do for the 20 minutes, and here you go. Like, come on. I think, yeah, we can give a round of applause to Wanda because she was very nervous to come and tell her story, and what a story. Really, thank you for everything you're doing, and yes, thank you.
Apologies for taking long.
No, no apologies needed. Thank you, Wanda.
Thank you. Thank you, Chloe. I apologize.
No, do not apologize. And we will now move on to the second fire chat. For that, I'm happy to welcome with me on stage Cordula Schnuer, working at the Times in Luxembourg. Thank you, Cordula, for being here with us. Thank you. Oh, all right. Yeah, let's shift. Let's shift. So here's the microphone. Just need to turn it on.
Hello, hello. There we go. Thank you for having me in today. And you're now, it's a very busy day for you. You're hosting, moderating, and now you find yourself in the hot seat having to answer my questions about yourself. And I always find it a bit boring when other people introduce somebody. I always think it's much more interesting to hear from the person themselves. So maybe to kick us off, can you tell us a bit about how you got into space? We heard just now in the last Fireside chat that when you were 15, you heard something, you saw something. Can you tell us a bit more about what got you started in this journey in space?
Yes, well, I have to say I feel so small in this seat because before this there was Wanda, this incredible astrophysicist. And on my side, for me, it wasn't a kid's dream. I didn't want to become an astronaut as I was a young girl. I actually wanted to become a doctor for a long time and a singer. And then it was when I was 15 years old, I got to kind of an event where we are right now, Asteroid Day. It was in my hometown, Dijon in France. And I met researchers working on the Planck mission, which actually aims at taking this cosmic microwave background. And they, showed it to me and had so many questions on the universe. And it got me hooked. So from that moment on, I put the posters in my bedroom next to Justin Bieber, because I was a Bieber fan. And I said, okay, listen, I want to do that in my life. I want to work in space. So at first, I thought I wanted to become an astrophysicist. So I studied physics, but then moved to aerospace engineering, and now a full-time science communicator.
When and how did you become Galactic Chloe?
It's funny because I didn't think I would become it's not someone else. I mean, Galactic Chloe is who I am. But when I was a student, from the first year on, I knocked on the doors of the Swiss Space Center and the EPFL Space Center, and I said, listen, I cannot do much because I don't know much at that point, but I want to help any way I can. And so they said, well, how about doing outreach? So we started organizing events in bars. So the idea was not to bring the people to the science, but bring the science to the people. So we got into bars in Lausanne, where EPFL is, my university, and bringing astrophysicists, astronauts, engineers, talking in a very casual way to people having a beer about science. And so we were a committee of students, and we all had fun nicknames. And so I was Galactic Chloe, but there was Jupiter Jonas, there was Ellen Boy. At the time, we were still a fan of Elon Musk. And so it wasn't supposed to become a thing. It was just a fun name. And when I started doing science communication on my own, I went to San Francisco to train. And when I got back, we started this YouTube channel with EPFL called the Galactic Chloe Show. And it's really when this persona kind of became public, and that I really became Galactic Chloe.
Galactic Chloe, Jupiter Jonas. It sounds a bit like it might have been a band at some point.
yeah, I would have loved to have this band.
Maybe you'll sing about science one day.
Who knows?
In all of the sort of studies and everything that you have done, you have nonetheless also, learned a tremendous amount about space. What is something that you wish everyone knew about space?
Can I get two?
I'll grant you two.
Okay, two. So what got me into space is really the universe. So seeing that we're part of something so big, different laws that we could never understand. We're trying, but I mean, we also need to accept that there are a lot of things that we'll never get. And one of the things that I still find amazing is when you're during the night and you're walking outside looking at the stars, you're always looking into the past. And actually, well, even to some kind of, when I'm looking at you, I'm looking into the past, because light has a limit of speed. So it's not infinite. So it means it takes a certain amount of time to go from the star to your eye. The sun, for instance, it takes 8 minutes. So we always see the sun how it was 8 minutes ago. For the moon, it's 1 second. For the stars, it can even be years before. So some of the stars we're looking at in the sky, maybe they don't exist anymore. And I feel this is incredible. It just shows kind of the magic of physics, because when you think as like a human being, past, present, and future, we have this very, we were talking about senses before and how we can sense things. When we talk about past and future, it doesn't seem like it's something we could perceive. And somehow, the physics makes it possible to actually see the past. And so that's something that I find incredible and I wish everybody would know. And that's also why we actually get to see the cosmic microwave background that I was talking about. It's because we're looking so much further, so much into the past, that we can actually see the beginning of the universe. And that is fascinating. And the second thing, because I say two things, the second thing, but that's more, let's say, on the social and political aspects, I wish everybody knew about the power and the impact of space technologies. Because the universe is fascinating and science is fascinating, but we're also developing a lot of technologies that are very useful for everyday life. Of course, GPS, everybody knows about GPS, but Earth observation for monitoring climate change. I worked a bit in Earth observation. And I feel that sometimes in the media today, we only talk about crewed exploration, space tourism, a few big companies in the USA, but space is much more than this. And I think this is also what the Asteroid Day is about, is featuring what the space sector is all about.
You just mentioned space tourism. Blue Origin recently, and with a lot of media attention, did a female space flight, including, quite notoriously, I think, Katy Perry. Is that type of flight into space something that would interest you? Or is it kind of that division between commercial and scientific endeavor?
Oh, you mean as a person? Like if I were to become a space tourist myself, you mean?
Would it, if somebody came to you and said, hey, Chloe, you have a seat on Blue Origin, would you go?
Interesting question. I think it's always difficult to give a definitive answer because I'm not in the position. If you would ask me 5 years ago, I would have said, yes, let's go. Today, I think that I am much more aware as well of the cost of this type of flights. Well, I'm not financial cost, but as well environmental cost. And I think that we need to put that at the center. So it's not just only what I want, but what is going to be the return for planet Earth if I do go into space. So there would if I were to go in such a format of like what we call space tourism, or let's say commercial space flight, there would need to be a very concrete return, I think, be it scientific, diplomatic, or inspirational in a sense, but I wouldn't go just for the fun of it.
But these kinds of stints that are happening, and it is called space tourism, what for you does that tell us about sort of the future of space exploration and where we are headed in this new age space race?
So I'm a bit annoyed about how we are focusing a lot of attention around space tourism. And I think it's not for your question, because it's really all the questions that I get all the time when I go on national TV in France or in Switzerland. It all comes down to space tourism, Blue Origin, Elon Musk, are we going to Mars? Trump said this. And 1 month ago, just to give you a bit story, I got so annoyed that I texted a friend and I said, listen, I just heard that 55 countries in Africa got together to form the African Space Agency. It's crazy. No one is talking about it. You know what? Let's go and let's cover the story. So we have a documentary that's going to go on YouTube in less than a month, because we want to shift those narratives. I think to go back to your question about what this tells us about the future of space exploration, is that what do we want the future of space exploration to look like? I don't think that the narrative we're putting forward in media is what we want the future of space exploration to look like. And so I'm really pushing forward so that we change the narratives and maybe focus on other important topics. So developing countries as well joining space because there is a return for their countries, be it as well space debris, which is a very important issue, as well as what we're talking, the environmental aspects of the space sector that we're also trying to put forward. So I think the narratives that we put forward are as well what's going to shape the future of space exploration.
You just mentioned the environmental aspect. What has learning about and speaking about space taught you about Earth?
I think the more I learn about space, the more I want to remain on Earth. We're in the first panel, someone said, space, I think it was, you over there at the top, Kim, you said, space wants to kill us. Like it's not an environment that's made for us. It's not an environment that's made for us. And our planet is just the perfect place. And when I was 15 and I, learned about astronomy, the universe, etc., I actually realized that I maybe one day want to be an astronaut. I wanted to go out there. I actually had an accident where I lost as well my left eye. So I could really much relate to Wanda's story beforehand, which kind of killed this dream of me to become a professional astronaut, because eyesight is like a #1 thing. And I decided to shift my perspective and kind of realize that we're actually all astronauts. I mean, right now we are. It's just our spaceship is so big that we don't realize it. And I mean, if you were to go to space, you would take care of your spaceship, right? Because this is what allows you to stay alive, because space is trying to kill us. So I really shifted my perspective towards I'm already an astronaut and my spaceship is not in a good state. And if we live it this way, well, space is really going to kill us in some way. So now I'm really much towards involved through space sustainability and having space technologies that can have benefits for a spaceship.
How is that also kind of reflected in your work? Because certainly I can attest from a media perspective, when we publish things about the environment, about climate change, it's definitely not the most well-read things that we publish. And there seems to be very much, or quite quickly, I think you get to a point where people are like, oh, what can I do? And it's such a big problem. Mm-hmm. And how has that impacted the work that you do in your channel, in the science communication that you do? How do you bring kind of the environment into your work?
You know what, from my point of view, it was kind of the other way around. So when I started doing science communication, I was really like, kind of, I think it was Galactic Chloe, the passion of space. So she wants to go to space, she's bringing down the marvels of the universe down to Earth. I'm still doing that. But the more I was meeting with the public, doing conferences, shows, being on social media, the more I saw the public was actually asking for, okay, that's really nice, but what is the actual, environmental cost of a launch. How about space debris? And what is the usefulness of space when you send like a human on the ISS? What is the return? So it was kind of the other way around. The public also shaped my communication because I realized those were the questions that I was getting. So I wanted to investigate deeper into those aspects. And the more I investigated, the more I realized that the space industry can actually benefit from this dialogue. So not only being kind of in our bubble, like, okay, let's send a human to Mars, that's of course would be cool, but as well listening to the citizens, okay, what do the citizens want? And kind of questioning the practices. And this is how together we can shape what I like to call a desirable future. Because this is how it comes to space. Even though we talk a lot about commercial aspects of space, still relies majoritarily on public funding, public money. So you in the audience, you have to word to say what you want the future of space to look like. So that's what I'm trying to do. I work at the interface between the industry and the public, and so I try to make the dialogue on both ends.
You just mentioned sort of space debris, and not to turn an asteroid into space debris, but we are here for Asteroid Day, and that prospect of having an asteroid hit Earth at some point in the future is maybe a bit scary or daunting. How can we prepare for this kind of event even happening, and what sort of awareness raising can we do?
Welcome to the Asteroid Day. No, I think the Asteroid Day is a great place because I think it's on both. So we need to be aware of the risk, but we need to be aware of the risk. So for instance, you know, there was this asteroid that we talked about this year, YR4, and the risk that it may hit Earth. And so for instance, in the media, it was, okay, there is a very big chance that this asteroid will hit Earth. This is a big issue. And then we're not showing as well what is the process behind it. So how do we evaluate the risk? Oh, you know, the risk today is not the risk tomorrow because we acquire new data that allows us to precise the trajectory and what we think would be an impact probability. And so I think the importance around that topic is not to be scared, because it's been proven we don't react well under fear or negative emotions. What pushes us further is to be more positive and to look at solutions. And the Asteroid Day is about this. It's about raising awareness, understanding the science behind how we detect and kind of look at this asteroid population, and then already developing the tools that may prevent any impact if we do find a high probability of impact one day.
I do want to also speak a bit about this Galactic Chloe persona and being a woman in this field. What has been your response also from girls who see you? Is that something that you set out specifically to do, to maybe try and get, we heard before about, you know, sort of girls and women in science and the days that are associated with that, or is it just something that sort of happened?
Not at first. I think the objective at first was not necessarily this, and one of the reasons is I didn't grow up with parents that I think kind of showed me an unequal world. It was kind of more like inequality is a state of mind. So I kind of evolved, you know, the astrophysicist I was talking about that I met at 15. Now that I think about it, oh man. But I mean, I still said, oh, I want to do that. And so I did it. However, the more I was studying and then working at the European Space Agency in the industry, I got a witness that we're in an unequal world and we don't have equal chances and opportunities. So at first, no, when I was doing communication, it was more for everyone. And now, the more I do it, the more I really see that young girls and women kind of identify to me more than men. So being on social media, when I do conferences, I speak to kids between 7 and 8, but also sometimes to 10 to 14. And all of the times, usually, even 10 to 14 is interesting age, because in the room, when I ask for interaction questions, all the men raise their hands and the girls are very silent. But at the end, all of the girls come to me and ask me questions and follow me on Instagram and then kind of learn more about this topic. So for sure, I think having female and women role models, it's extremely important. First in science, of course, but even I would say on social media, because social media is also where children and the youth consume information, and we know we don't have the right, like, in equal numbers in men and women in science, and on social media it's even worse. Content creators, mostly male, and scientific content creators, almost 100% men. So I think there is also a need to have more of this type of profiles so that we can have a better representation of diversity in science, and therefore kind of show that this is a cool job, right? I mean, I'm not going to tell you, but science is cool, and we don't show it as cool. So that's what I try to do. I try to, it's accessible to anyone, young girls, young men, and I mean, you can have fun doing it.
Making it accessible, especially when you speak to younger children, because it is cool, but it's also complicated. Science isn't necessarily easy.
Well, nothing is, right?
Understanding the world and how the universe works. Can you give us a bit of insight in how do you break down some of these complicated things into accessible messages?
I think the first step is don't brand it as complicated, because it's not. I mean, it's a question as well of your motivation and what you want to understand. If you're here to talk to me like about French poetry, I'm not the biggest fan. If you go through that, it's going to be complicated for me. Like, all of the jobs are complicated. It's just a question of your motivation to go into it, and therefore brand it as something that is accessible to you. One of the things I'm also fighting very hard against is the fact that when we grow up, we kind of tend to say science is for you or science is not for you. For instance, you don't have good grades in math or physics. Science is not for you, especially girls, right? And it's not a question of is it for us or not. Science is for everybody. It's just a few of us will make a career out of it because we want to. But saying to someone science is not for you, it's basically saying you're not supposed to understand how the world works, because this is our toolbox to understand how the world works. So the way I do it is, firstly, it's really a question of branding, question of kind of demystifying this image of the scientist, be it gender, be it the fact that it's complicated, that it's not accessible, and then trying to link it more to everyday life topics. That's my 2 ingredients.
Sort of demystifying the scientist, to what extent is that also a part of universities, research institutions, and we talk about them as ivory towers, but the people who work in these sciences to maybe break down some of these walls. This is obviously, you have made your career out of this, but the people who are in the sciences, what advice would you maybe give them on how they can make their work more accessible?
That's a good question. I think it's just to show the human part of the science. So we were talking about the YouTube channel that we launched together with EPFL that kind of kicked off this Galactic brand. And basically what we were doing is do interviews with professors, with researchers, with even students or members of the administration. And we were talking about what they were doing, the science, but we were talking about who they are. So, there's this big scientist that actually built up the application that's supposed to track COVID in Switzerland, is all over the news, talk about what is a pandemic and how, this app is not supposed to steal your data, etc. But then on the show, you kind of learn, I love to do pizza with my children. Every Sunday eats pizza. And is doing all of the bread himself, like for 8 hours. And so this way you kind of relate, because we're all humans in the end. I mean, some of us have a family, some of us don't, but like now I'm a young mother. So now I know that if I talk to my audience also in that frame, then you relate to some level, if it's not the scientific one. So I think we kind of need to break down those walls of there's the professional aspects and the personal aspects, and kind of sometimes allow them to mix so we can relate to the people around us.
As a young mother, do you think that, that generation will live on the moon or travel to Mars?
So you mean my kid? Well, I do. I think even my generation will see a woman on the moon, for sure. To Mars, I'm not so sure. We have a lot of technologies that are now ready to go to Mars. I would be extremely surprised if I ever see a human on Mars. I think if we were to see someone on Mars, would be through a commercial company, a private company. And I'm not sure it would be a two-way ticket. I think we will just see someone that goes there and dies there, which is, of course, not something that is possible for a public organization to do.
How do you feel about that kind of commercialization of that domain and having private players becoming involved and eventually maybe doing something like sending someone on a one-way mission to Mars?
So, you know, the private sector was always involved in space. Because organizations like the European Space Agency or NASA, sometimes we see, oh, this is Hera, for instance, Hera we were talking about this morning, this is an ESA mission. But it's not ESA who's doing the stuff, right? I mean, they're managing the project, they're funding it, but then it's companies that win a bid to do this part of the satellite or this part of the satellite or assembling together. So there were always an industry behind the space sector. What is changing now is that we're trying to foster a more self-sustained economy. So for instance, before, if you wanted to launch something into space, you had to buy a rocket. So it's like tomorrow you want to go to Switzerland and say, okay, buy the train to go there. So you buy everything to put the train together and then you go. Now it's changing because there's kind of this shift where you can only buy the tickets to go to space, which is what SpaceX did, which is a big revolution, and that is good. I mean, that is good because the price go down, and we don't have to waste public money in huge building rockets every time, and we can invest it someplace else. So in that sense, it is very positive. I think then what's missing is that we have these public-private partnerships that we need to shape around and see where the limit is. For instance, mining asteroids. Do we want, as humanity, being able to mine those asteroids? If we do, who does these resources belong to? So it says, I don't see the commercial aspect as something bad, as something good. I see it as something positive that we have the opportunity to shape in the most desirable way for the future.
Is there a specific mission research project, whether it's NASA, ESA, or somebody else carrying it out, that you kind of have your eye on, that you're particularly excited about and want to see the outcome of?
Well, there's a particular mission, but that's like not going to happen next year. It's LISA. We're supposed to detect gravitational waves in space, because so far we've been able to detect them on planet Earth. And I actually saw one part of the mission, because in Switzerland we're doing all of the metrology for the lasers, because there's going to be basically 3 satellites in form of a triangle. Lasers have very stable lasers, because you need to detect very, very little disturbance. And I think this is going to open the door to so many things we don't understand yet about the universe. So I'm really looking forward to this mission.
And then maybe just as a final question, more generally, what would be kind of your hope for the future of space exploration and what we achieve in space as humans?
My hope is that we don't make the same mistakes we've done in the past decades on Earth. It's that we learn to work together to build a future that is desirable for our populations. The will is that we have truly more of a dialogue, as I was saying, between the space sector and all of us little astronauts on planet Earth, so that it actually represents the needs and the will of what we want to do out there.
Thank you so much, Chloe. Well, the audience will be hearing more from you as the day progresses.
Yes, well, it was really a pleasure to exchange with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's time for a little break now.
Actually, we have a panel.
There is a panel. Yeah. We skipped the break.
Thank you. Thank you very much, yes. Yeah, we have a bit of delay on the program, but we're very happy to stay with us, because we will welcome panelists for the Liftoff to Learning, Shaping the Future of Space Generation. All right, so I will leave the floor now and invite on stage the following panelists: Eric Sichart, I'm sorry if I don't pronounce the word correctly, Matthias Lenk, Patrick Michel, I saw you here, and David Jelling. Thank you. Hi, nice to meet you. Matthias, please have a seat. Never. Hi, nice to meet you. I apologize for the little delay, but we have a canceling afterwards, so we can just continue the panel even a little bit after. All right. So we're here to talk about. Please come in if you want to sit down. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. We're here to talk about how we can shape the future of the space generation. So maybe just as a lightning round, can we have a two-liner about what you do exactly and how does that relate to shaping the future generation in space? Maybe Patrick, if you want to start.
Good afternoon, everyone. So what I do is I participate to space missions which are better than any movie of Indiana Jones. So they are effectively, we do crazy things in space, and I hope with that we can inspire the young generation and the public and show them, you know, the pleasure to discover.
All right.
And I think that's very important. So by also sharing with the public all these adventures, giving conferences, etc., I think we can greatly help with that. And I have actually an anecdote about that, which
okay, go for it. Yeah.
Make me very old. Is that this winter somebody came to me. He looked like having 70 years old, and he says, "Mr. Michel, you know, now I am in the space industry, and it's thanks to you because 20 years ago you gave a talk, changed my life. 20 years ago." So it was both a source of happiness because, you know, at least you think that you serve the cause, at least for someone. But I didn't realize I was so old.
Decades of inspiring the next and current then generation. Yeah.
No.
But Matthias?
Yes, hello. It works?
Yeah. Is it turned on towards the up? Yeah.
Hello?
I think so. Is it working?
Doesn't sound like it's working.
Okay, let me check.
I'll take this one. Yeah, that works. Better.
Oh, yeah. Maybe.
Yes, my name is Matthias Link. I'm Deputy CEO of the Luxembourg Space Agency. So our role is mainly to shape the Luxembourg space sector and the future of the Luxembourg in space. So we have around 80 companies here in Luxembourg, 80 space companies. We know basically all of them. We support them in their activities, help them to further grow. And of course that means also building an ecosystem around those companies and in this country to help shape this future, meaning working on the legal and regulatory aspects, working on international relations between Luxembourg, the European member states of ESA, the European member states of the EU, and even beyond Europe, working on financials, putting our companies in touch with investors that can invest in them, working on talent development. I think we'll talk about that to ensure that we find the right people to work in our company. So it's a lot of different aspects, but all in all, we do all this to further grow the Luxembourg space ecosystem.
Thank you very much for being here with us. And we also have our two speakers. Eric, you should have your mic here. If you want to turn it on, you need to put it towards the...
I think we're going to trade the mics.
Okay.
Without COVID.
Weird.
In a nutshell, my basic work is professor of physiology and medicine. That's my basic work. I've done many things in my life, but the thing for today is probably the following. We had flights to Skylab and to the ISS within the late 90s and within the 2000s, bringing animals to study space immunology. How do you react to many things? Because as you know, space, by definition, is hostile. We are not meant to live over there. This is a basic fact. This is why so much important is life support. If you want to go to the moon and if you want to go to Mars, even going to Mars fair and return, it's 3.5 years. You have to live almost correctly for 3.5 years. And this is one of the basic questions of life support within the space industry. Second point, I'm managing also a network of European universities, which is financed by European Commission through the Erasmus Plus program. We are 7 European universities working on space. You have big players like Krakow, like Toulouse, Supero, and so on. Luxembourg, Namur, Luleå, where they have a very nice master in space engineering, and also Düsseldorf. We have all the national and European Space Agency on board within the advisory board. It's pretty a huge success. We have students and we deliver European diplomas. There we are.
Perfect.
Let's try.
Thank you. And David. Oh, yeah.
Great. So I'm here from the European Commission. I work at the Directorate General for Defense Industry and Space. I work, I used to work for 2.5 years in a unit that focuses on space innovation. And concretely, we were, covering the space domain, both by recently published Space Act, so really making sure that through legislation it's not a barrier, but actually something that allows us to use space for longer time, that we face the risk of Kepler effect, sorry. But also doing very concrete things like Universe it's coming from us. Also projects like we do hackathons around Europe. We do also now a pilot edition of space camps for teenagers. We also have platform for employment and internships in space. So we really try to translate the things we talk about into concrete and tangible results.
All right, so we've talked about space camps, conferences, outreach, talent development, working with the universities. So those are tools to kind of shape the next generation, as we say. What is for you missing between like classroom knowledge to someone that is ready to work on a specific mission in space? Who wants to start? Okay, Patrick, you go for it because you've worked on a lot of different missions at ESA.
What's missing is to work hard. You need a lot of knowledge. It's clear. I encourage the young people to reach for the people really working in the field, because the contact is what's the best. And in fact, in Luxembourg, and Asteroid Foundation is really doing a lot of efforts for that, because through, for instance, the Planetary Defense Challenge, it gives us the occasion to go to high school to explain, asteroid missions, and then they have to do their own work. So the fact that they feel contributing by doing an exercise, interacting with the real experts is a great opportunity, because then afterwards, when they want to work in the field, they already know some people. So the contact, the close contact is very important. But it's true that space is hard. It's multidisciplinary. I think there is room for anyone. There are so many topics. You don't have to be the best, but you have to work and do, have the sense of efforts and long term. So if you have that, and that's part of the knowledge. The key is not only to want to learn, but to accept that this is a long-term process, and that is not easy. But nothing is easy in life. So if you like it, it will be easier.
I like it. You talked about interdisciplinarity, and in a sense, it's not just about having hard skills, but kind of those soft skills of wanting to, push forward this resilience of hard working. How do we feed those values to children or to the youth? Maybe David, through some of the activities that you said.
So indeed. Me, myself, for example, I'm an anthropologist, so I came to the space sector by a complete random consequence. Basically, the main reason is that in Prague, because I'm Czech and I lived in Prague more than 20 years, there is the European Union Space Program Agency, and I went there for Open Doors Day, and I said, well, maybe that's something interesting and something that I could do, even though I have no background in space, but actually I have a master's degree in anthropology, which is a bit different, but there was something that, and by the way, also in the when I was applying, there was a requirement of having space background and also knowing Finnish language for some reason. But I applied anyways, and I said, okay, I don't speak Finnish, I don't have space background, but maybe I would be a good fit. Turned out I was a good fit. So, but back to your question. So indeed, we sit in Brussels, right? And we sometimes face the reality that we tend to be a bit detached. So what we do, of course, a lot of surveys, a lot of mapping, etc. And it turned out that how is the current space domain evolving? More and more startups. And if I also have an example, if I really over-exaggerate, you have a team of, let's say, 4 aerospace engineers who come up with a great idea. They create it in a basement of their apartment, and then at some point you need to go to the market and actually sell it. You need to actually create a company, right? And that there we know for a fact, because we talk to those people, that there's probably a better person who could sell your excellent product, you know, and there's probably a better person who can manage the law and etc. So for that reason, we created this platform. It's called Space Career Launchpad, where we want to show that space is not really only for aerospace engineers and lawyers. Oh, sorry, lawyers and astronauts, because in fact there is a lot of openings in many different fields, and we want to show that okay, we need to get rid of this. Label of space being some like niche domain for nerds, that we really want to show that okay, it's really for everyone, even for creative people. I mean, okay, this creativity does not exclude technical education, but this is something, as you pointed out, the interdisciplinarity will at some point pop out. If you want to have a successful company, you need to have a diverse team. So with that initiative, we offer, I think now there is more than 100 companies who actually signed up to that platform. We have more than 100 openings in many different fields, many different countries. So what we want to do is to also give it an international dimension, because really space is not a domain for one country. It's international by its nature. So this is something concrete, which we are answering those points that we found out through the mapping.
So is it for the target audience of your platform, you're talking to young founders? Do you have an age range? Or?
So it's not limited by age. It's targeted at young graduates and students by the nature of the platform, because it offers internships and entry-level jobs. So in fact, of course, if you are at a later stage of your career and you want to enter, by any means, you can register. But by the nature of the job offers there, it's a bit more targeted at younger audience, but there is no age limit.
Okay, thank you. So Matthias, about this diversity, when you do talent development at LSA, is this something that you take into account, not only having space engineers?
Absolutely. We have developed over the years different programs that bring space into all the different age categories, if you want. We start very early with primary schools, and I think that's really the key. You need to show to the very young students what space is and that there are opportunities there. And usually space is quite fascinating, so when you show, like Patrick said, when you show things about space, this is already very impactful. And then you have to continue, of course. So we continue in high schools. We have at the University of Luxembourg, in the meantime, 2 space masters. We have the university network. And even beyond university, we have programs to bring young graduate trainees to the European Space Agency. So the chain exists. So we have now the tools to train anyone towards space. And indeed, it's not only about technical skills, it's much wider. It's science, it's legal, it's business. There are plenty of opportunities, but you have to bring this knowledge to the right people so that they consider this career. And I think here really the key is awareness, showing what space means really, because as it was said, for many people space remains rocket science, and they don't know that actually normal people, just normal in parentage, are needed also in this sector. And I think for many of us, I mean, you just mentioned it, as an anthropologist, you never thought about space. I'm an engineer, but I didn't study space. I think for most people working in the space sector, actually, they didn't consider space career initially. They somehow dropped into space at a certain stage, and they saw that this can also work for them. And so the key is really awareness, and what we are doing here with Asteroid Day, Asteroid Festival, this is really what is needed to bring more awareness of space to the general public.
And so Eric, you're working directly with universities. How can we give those interdisciplinary soft skills to students, do you think, to go to the space sector?
In this context, I have 2 points to collect also the opinions and position from my colleagues. The first one is that space is changing since now a few years. We came from very classical agency-related ordered projects by public agency, NASA, ESA. And then there was one guy in the early 2010s who were really pushing for something different. And to make a long story short, a year and a half ago, we launched a survey in Europe from the University of Luxembourg and Université, just to understand what were the needs of the companies. and two things came out. The first thing is that they still need engineers, no doubt, because you send something, piece of metal to the outside, so you need to be able to construct it. But also, since many companies now are building trains or building rockets from off-the-shelves compounds, they also need people to do business. How to buy something, what would be the respective price, and how am I going to be competitive. And last but not least, it's approximately, we say 45% of engineers, 25 to 30% of people to be recruited who being business people. And the third part, which is probably the most important in our regulatory life, is lawyers. I have a friend who told me once that 100 lawyers at the bottom of the sea is a good start. Now, this being said, these people will be able to protect the success of your company by signing correct contracts. And this is something that we discovered, and when we look at the education tracks that we propose now within this European network of universities with Luxembourg, is that we expose our STEM people, so engineers people, to business and to law. Because they have to understand that if you talk to a lawyer, the first thing that he will do is to find a way of bullshitting you. Because, life is a contract with yourself and with your neighbors. And in business, and even in space business, it's even worse, because there is one thing which is not unmanaged, is the risk. And the risk management is something which is crucial, and it is crucial for lawyers, because if something fails, at some point somebody has to pay. So I would like to insist, if you want to do a career in space, look at engineering, because it's very classic, it's super funny, you have nice things. Look at business, because you can make money. That's a reasonable option. And thirdly, do law, because it's of interest, because it's full negotiation with people. And also, if you think about the structure of law, it's very mathematical. It's something that I've understood because I'm getting an old dog now. I understood now that law is also mathematical. And the thing which is really interesting in this context, if you infuse law to engineers, they are beginning to be extremely good lawyers. And last thing, if you think that law in space is something which is very special, if you look at the Treaty of Outer Space from 1967, it's based on the English maritime law from the 16th century. So it's something which is super classic. So if you can be a good lawyer in this field, think about it aside of being an engineer.
I'm seeing David being like, yes, we need all of this.
As I mentioned, we just published the space law, so we are giving the food to those people.
If I may say one thing, I think it's effectively fundamental, especially with a new space where now, originally only the governmental agencies could go to space. Now we have the private sector could be independent, so there is a sort of a far west that needs to be regulated, and it's not that easy. So that's why I think for space law there is a lot of room. But I would, as a scientist, insist also on the science knowledge and the value of science, because this is something that is start to be lost in some countries in Europe, where I can experience myself that some politicians, first of all, they know nothing. But like when I say nothing, it's crazy, the level. And they don't care, do not even know. So that's very bad, because if the politicians themselves think that science does not exist in their head, then effectively it reflects to the interest of the citizen. And you can see it evidently in some countries where science documentaries are not existing anymore on TV, or they have a hard time to be shown. And so the people get used to not have science in their daily life, while basically many things are science interpretation, like during the pandemic where people had to understand statistics, for instance. So the basic knowledge, and I'm really fighting for that, is to have this basic science knowledge part of the cultural knowledge, because sometimes we have a culture which is more art, human science, and then the basic science is elsewhere. It should be part of the general culture. This is, I think, fundamental, because we need it everywhere, but it's also because the way we teach science can be boring also. Yeah. Because you are bad in math, you are stupid. No. Of course, if I see math as a way to judge me, I see math as a punition. So already that is not good. So I think we have to change that. because science is fun. We discover a lot of things, like a game. You can be bad, you can take more time to be good, that's fine. But it's very important that now at political level, they understand that. If you want, I can tell you an anecdote quickly. I don't want to take too much, but just to give you the example. I won't name he or her, I wouldn't even say which gender, but somebody who applied to be president in France told me once, he was told that I was a part of the people who initiated this first asteroid deflection test, where, and it was said, we shoot an asteroid 150 meters in size at 11 million kilometers from the Earth. And we were at my observatory having a wonderful dinner in the dome with a telescope. And this person came to me and said, oh, this is fantastic. Did you shoot from here? I was tempted to say, you know, this is not a cannon, huh? It's a telescope. But the fact that somebody who could have the nuclear button think that we can launch something from Earth at 11 million kilometers and reach a 150-meter object give you the sense of physics. And the second thing was, he was told that, so I was explaining that I say we, but in fact it's a space mission, OSIRIS-REx, went to get a sample of an asteroid at 300 million kilometers from Earth. And this person said, oh, did you go and take it? So I had to say, you know, since 1972, we never went further than 400 kilometers. But just to say, it's very far. They don't even know that astronauts, they think they can go at 300 million kilometers from here, while it's easy to see on the drone. It's far from their head.
Yeah.
And that's very scary, actually. So we have to reverse this trend.
Yeah, and I guess it is our tasks as scientists to be in this dialogue with these different populations. And talking about populations, because I think we clearly broke down this myth that if you want to work in space, you need to be an aerospace engineer. You can be a lot of different jobs that can come and work in space. And then we were talking about this different populations that we can talk to. And I wanted to ask you, how can we make sure that we target, you know, the youth that are in different parts of a country, geographical area, different genders as well, and different economic backgrounds? How can we be inclusive when we seek for this talent? Maybe Matthias, if I can ask you first.
Yeah, thank you. Again, it's really about bringing space to the young people. I think that's really the key. And of course, when you go to schools and to many schools, then you are automatically inclusive. Everyone is in. At least in primary school, you find everyone of the population. And maybe I can give an example of an initiative that we have here in Luxembourg. It's called Astronaut for a Day. It's the second edition this year. We organized it for the first time 2 years ago. And the principle is to replicate an astronaut selection process for young people between 13 and 18 years old. So it's targeting high schools. And so it's a competition. So this year, for example, we had, I think, 450 participants in the that replied for the first stage, and they were definitely from. It's very inclusive. So it was men and women. It was from different age categories. It was all over the country, different nationalities. You might know that in Luxembourg, nearly half of the population is non-Luxembourgish. So, of course, that is also reflected here in this competition. And then they go through different stages. They have to apply. They have to send in a little video why they want to do this competition. They go through logical tests, to physical tests, and then at the very end there's an interview with the space agency to win then the competition, and that actually means that you're allowed to fly on a parabolic flight. So we have now 15 winners. They will be announced next week, I think, and in October they will fly here from Luxembourg, from the airport, on a parabolic flight. And so this is really a great initiative in itself, because of course you motivate all these young people to envisage a career in space. And by the way, I wanted to add, if you envisage a career in space, that very often still means that you envisage a technical career, and we bitterly need STEM in our society. So that's also a way to bring people towards techniques and to science. And so what was I going to say?
You're talking about the astronaut.
Oh yeah, to the competition. The interesting thing is that these 15 that we select at the very end, they become our ambassadors. So they're ambassadors of the Luxembourg Space Agency to bring space to schools and to do different things in schools to motivate other students to think about space. And this is really how you bring space at the very root of the population. And of course, hoping that at a certain stage in their career, they will come
Follow-up question.
Space.
So you select them. Do you have criteria to have a specific representation of the population for the people selected?
At the first stage, no. We are very open, so the 450 that we selected, everyone could apply. And then, of course, with each stage, let's say, we try to find a certain balance. But in the end, it's a competition. You have to be good in sports, you have to be good in logic, you have to be motivated to speak about space. That's one of the key criteria here. And so, in the end, it's like an astronaut, like a real astronaut selection. It's a bit hard, but in the end, it's every stage is interesting. And even if you didn't make it to the very end, you still got a lot of information about space.
Okay. Actually, if I may, I know one of the ambassadors. And I mean, the selection is really right because she's amazing and it transformed her life. She's very proud to be the space ambassador of Luxembourg Space Agency. And so it's a really great program because they really now feel belonging to the space, field. And it's a good encouragement because we need to also encourage the young talent. It's good to be a talent, but you can be left like this. So this is a strong encouragement, and that was a great selection. So congrats for the program.
Yeah. Eric, would you follow up?
Yeah, concerning this, view, I have another view on this DI, and from a different perspective. I'm seeing students since more than 30 years now. And what I learned is if you want the youngest view of the audience wants to progress, there is one thing that you have to take into account. Many other students that we have within University of Luxembourg, they want to go to Airbus, Thales, Leonardo. Now these big ones where you are flooded by people around you who know much more than you because you are young. If you want to be smart, and I guess that everybody can be smart at some point, go to see the maddest one, go to see the fool ones, go to see the people who are outliers in terms of thinking. This means that you will be confronted to people who think differently. And if they think differently, you will be able also to learn to think differently. And this will make the difference. Because if you are homogeneous after an internship of 6 months in Airbus, you probably will be good. But if you go to a company where they are just recruiting outlier students and where the company is also full of outliers, you will be unique. And if you are unique, people will chase you. And this is absolutely key for your future. You can be in engineering, you can be in business law, or even human sciences. One thing which is important that we must not concern today is that when you go to the moon or when you go to Mars, at the end of the day, if you look at this situation from a very physiological point of view, you have a couple of organisms in a tin box. We are supposed not to fight within the next 48 hours. This is the basic things. It's human interaction. There was an experiment which was called Mars 500, led by Russians. I was part of the thing. And to make a long story short, we were able to, using urine measurement of certain hormones, we were able to predict when there would be a fight within the next 48 hours. Bizarre and very concerning. So if you take Mars 3.5 years fair in return, and you fight already at the 48th hour, that's a good start. And there is no solution to come back. So I would like also to advocate that diversity is also a question of disciplines. You cannot have a space ecosystem which is just engineers, because it's going to be monolithic. Full stop for me.
Perfect, thank you. Actually, we're going to ask a question to the audience now. So if you take your phone and scan the QR code that's appearing above us, we're wondering, from your point of view, I mean, we've discussed a bit about that, what is the skill or their skills that are the most important for future space jobs? And then we'll give the floor to our panelists to conclude the panel on what they think, okay? Teamwork seems to be one, empathy, Okay, teamwork clear in majority now. Oh, science is still, I mean, it's getting bigger. Teamwork as well. All right, online as well. You can also take part if you're watching online with us. Okay, now I want to go through our panelists. David, what do you think? What is the most important skill for future space jobs? What's your advice?
Actually, very glad to see that. But if I may just very quickly back to what Mathieu said, because in Czechia we actually did the same, but we are a few steps ahead. We already have the ambassadors, and they are doing a great job. Honestly, it's a great initiative. They are already did the parabolic flight, and it's amazing. But what I wanted to say to that, because as I mentioned, we have the space camps, which is a pilot initiative now, and it is a way how to tackle the inclusion and diversity. And why is it connected to that? Because what we want to do, we didn't want to do like a classic space camp where you launch a stratospheric balloon and like you watch stars, etc. We really wanted to do it around entrepreneurship, so really to explore other ways how to work in the space sector while not being possibly a scientist or whatever. So I think science is okay. I didn't put there the policy. I might, but in the end, it is really we put the frame of the space camps to tackle a lot of these transversal skills, including teamwork, including empathy. So really to do like projects and be, like during that week or how long it takes, you would not only learn about space, but also about teamwork, about the other transversal skills. And also what we did, because I mean the added value of the European Union is really the international angle. So what we did is that we have the pilot version in 7 different member states currently. The first one already took place, the first space camp in Cyprus. Apparently was a great success. But what I wanted to say with that is that the inclusion needs not only consider like the classics, gender, age, etc., but also there are countries where the space sector is not very strong. And I know that these people are coming to us, what can we do? Like we don't have these Airbus, Thales, Safran, etc., where they could actually work. So naturally, they go to Western Europe, but at the same time, they want to stay at their own country. So what we want to do is really to help build these ecosystems in the countries that the space ecosystem is not super strong, but the talent is there.
Amazing, thank you. Eric, how about you?
I'm happy to see empathy on the screen because it's absolutely key. You can select the most nicest, smartest people to go to the moon or beyond, but if they don't have some sort of, social consideration, your mission will be a failure. And this is one thing which is absolutely key, and it's something that NASA was extremely good at when they launched the Mercury program in the late 60s. And it's something which is interesting to read. If you can go through the internet on the NASA website and see how they selected people, technology, life support, and then the ways, social sciences. How do they interact socially? And even the worst technical guys, the most solidly scientifically sounded people, they had the dose of empathy, which was enormous, because they knew that within 3 square meters of volume, they could put 3 people who would do the job.
Thank you. Matthias, how about you?
Yes, it's interesting to see the list that you put as choices, because it's a mix of hard skills and soft skills. So in terms of soft skills, I can only agree with what was said, and I would probably put also an emphasis on the team, on the teamwork, but in the sense that you need to have a team to bring together all these different hard skills that are needed. And maybe I can give also a short example on something we launched here in Luxembourg, an initiative on space resource utilization, or space mining as you called it in the previous panel. This is a very long-term initiative of using resources in space. And just to give one example, it might be, for example, using water on the moon for life support, drinking, or for producing propellant, for example, splitting it in hydrogen and oxygen. And it seems very easy like this, but actually it is very difficult as a topic because it's extremely multidisciplinary, and somehow it's also generally what we find in space and what makes space so interesting is this multidisciplinarity. Why is it so important to have these different skills in this particular topic is because from a legal point of view, it was mentioned, it's not clear what is actually allowed, exactly allowed. Are you allowed to own these resources? Are you not? In what kind of framework? Do you need an international framework? So you need lawyers. There will at a certain stage be an in-space economy, also partly on the moon, coming up in the coming decades. So you might be able to sell this water, but these markets do not yet exist. So you need business people to think about these markets and to help create them. And of course, there's technology attached to this. There are bricks of technologies existing, but they need to be matured. They need to be shown to work in space. So you definitely need engineers and scientists. And you need, of course, to pay for all of this. You can pay partly for it as a government, but you also need probably to find investors. And so you need finance experts as well. So this is a very quick example to show that you will need all of these different skills, and you need to make them work together, because you will never find an investor investing in a technology that is not mature, where there's no market, and where the legal framework is a bit shady. So you need definitely to have all of them in a team and then progress together. And I don't know who put the policy, the one, but of course there is a role for space agencies and for governments to somehow orchestrate this, at least at this stage, because we are not yet at a fully commercial sector, so there's definitely a role for governments as well.
Thank you. So I'll leave the last words to you, Patrick. I feel like you're going to tell me science is essential skill, and that will make all of the skills that are shown and actually essential for the future.
I think teamwork, empathy goes together, because, and it's very important because especially space missions like we do for exploration takes a long time, and you need to have, you know, the team spirit. Everybody should be, you know, carried. Everybody should carry each other. And therefore empathy, because it's a long run and we have to get along and support each other. What misses, I think, is flexibility, because in these kind of missions, you have surprises, so you need able to be flexible, to find new solutions. And also because we are in an international framework, and therefore you have to also have a flexible mind to be able to work with very different cultures. It's very different to work with American colleagues and Japanese colleagues, for instance, or even an Italian and a German. No, between them. So, and that's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. It's a cultural enrichment. So you need to be open to other cultures and be flexible enough to be able to understand that you don't communicate the same way if you want the same understanding with somebody from a country and somebody from another country. So you have to, if you want to have an international team, you have to be flexible to be able to do that, and again, to be flexible to, you know, cope with the unknown and the surprises. But all of this is fantastic. But I think this is also one of the important, but I would have put teamwork first. I'm very, you know, I say one thing, I'm lucky enough that I choose what I do. I am a researcher, I'm paid, I'm a public servant in France, right? So I always have in mind, choose the people with whom you work. You are not obliged to work with people who have an ego like this or whatever. You can choose, and so far we succeeded in the space missions where I am. We have a superb atmosphere, and it's not necessarily the same in any mission. And it's important to keep in mind, because what we do is fantastic. I mean, when we have a new image of a world that we only had as a mathematical model, and now it becomes reality, it's so fantastic that we shouldn't destroy this luck we have to be discoverers with ego things among people. And that's easy to solve. You just choose and respect the people with whom you work.
Amazing last words for these panels. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard us. Teamwork is apparently one of the highest soft skills that you can get. Of course, hard skills are important. I'd like to thank our panelists for sharing these anecdotes and everything you learned along the way. Will you be staying around for the next hour, I guess, if the public has questions? Yes, perfect. So we'll now end the panel. Thank you so much. And we will go towards a little break for the next hour and meet you back at 2 p.m. for the next event. Thank you. Three. Three. It is two, yeah. 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 Yeah, I apologize we haven't met before because we were late for all of the events. Sorry.
Chloe, I will contact you because we have a general meeting in November in Luxembourg for University European University
Okay.
for 1 day.
Okay, yeah, would love to.
So I just had to look at your website. I sent you a LinkedIn invitation, and
Perfect,
we
yes.
may discuss early. I don't know if you have occupied in November or not.
For now,
that's the end
for now it should be okay, yeah.
It would be 1 or a day and a half, something like that.
Okay. Well, yeah,
I'll let you
send
know.
it to me. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. And congrats for everything that you do. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Really cool.
Okay.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Hi.
I'm so happy to see physiologists here on the screen.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
So very cool for the space camps. So I'm guessing Switzerland is not part of the camp.
Je reste prudent, mais pas trop inquiet pour la ministérielle, au moins pour le Ramsès. So this one, so the L with a sort of a whatever, and Z with a point, these exist only because. So it's simply not possible to outside coders pronounce correctly, which then makes it quite clear. I mean, I can kick off.
Even my name. How do you say it? That sounds like Slavic. Yes. And we have, sorry, I have a friend who works in the which is very, very Polish word. So imagine that you have a polite one. Yeah, so you have a Portuguese name, which in Polish is very bad. And another thing that's very funny happened is that I had a second project also, and now back in the day when we had GPS and they talked to us, now yes, but we say, they changed the name. So we say her in Portuguese. So at a certain point, my friend said, see how it's the improvement, and I said, it's her. It's a really bad.
I can talk about the mix of people we look at when we do an investment in a company.
Like what kind of mix you're looking for when you invest in this company, something like this.
It's self-explanatory.
Then we have the, I think the license exam on the important stuff.
Which is a professor of space law here, you know, there are lots of and other, there are women in law, but this is just, I'm speaking about law.
Yeah, but then also maybe you can say, like, what does it bring? Oh,
yeah.
Jessica.
I will take care of it.
Parler.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Ouais, c'est bon là.
Tu m'entends?
Ouais.
Donc moi, quand je coupe ici, ça se tient. Quand je coupe...
them to work, you need to turn them on. So if it's down, it's off. Up, it's on. And I think by default, it's off. It's on. All right, so welcome back to the Asteroid Day 2025, and we'll be up for 3 hours of interesting panels and presentations on a diverse set of topics. The first panel that is going to be kicked off just right now is entitled Space to Grow, Careers That Reach for the Stars. And we're very happy to have a moderator with us, Juliette Pertuis. Hi, Juliette. You are the head of communications at Luxembourg Space Agency, and you've gathered a team of experts around careers in space.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Chloe.
Pleasure. So I'll give the floor to you for the next 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I am heading the communication at the Luxembourg Space Agency. I also recently took over the talent development side for the Space Agency, meaning like making sure that the companies which are thriving in Luxembourg have the right talents and pool of people to work with them. And that's why I'm here today. I'll start, I think, with introducing our guests on stage very quickly. I won't take too long because we only have 30 minutes, and I'd like to give them enough space to say what they have to say, and maybe to take 1 or 2 questions. We're not too many, so maybe we can find some way to do that. So because I'm a woman, I'll skip the woman first thing, and I'll start with Edgar. Hi, Edgar. So Edgar has been working for 25 years in space. You correct me if I'm wrong, right? I know you will, but he is now acting as managing director at GomSpace. He was previously with OHB, SES, and even serving in the Italian Air Force, if I read your bio properly. I know that you're convinced of the importance of talents for the space industry in general, and I always enjoy the vivid talks that we can have, so I'm looking forward to having you on the panel. So, Bois-J, I said it properly, right? Thank you. You're more on the legal side of business. You are counsel in corporate law, mergers and acquisition practice of Arendt and Medina. You have a particular interest in space, and I think you'll have some time to tell us more about this a bit later. Daniel, you are currently an investment partner at New Space Capital. You previously worked for quite a few space companies. If I have to name just a few, I can name SES and Arianespace. You have an engineering background, and you've had a very interesting career path, so you can also maybe tell us a bit more on how you ended up here. Lucy, so you are with ESA for, if I remember from our discussion yesterday, 42 years now. You are now acting as head of talent acquisition at ESA, meaning that you are basically focusing to promote ESA as an employer and trying to attract candidates from a wide range of backgrounds. You can tell us more about this a bit later. And last but not least, Jessica, you are human resources at Redwire Space Luxembourg, which is a very dynamic space company focusing on robotics. What I remember and impressed me a lot was the variety of nationalities that you have at Redwire, and like being human resources in such a team requires more than hard skills, so I'm also interested to learn a bit more on this. So to kick this off, I think we'll start with a very basic question that I'll ask to all of you, and maybe if it has been answered before already, you can say. So it's what kind of jobs do we actually need in the space industry? Because we hear a lot about the astronaut career path. Of course, it makes you dream, or it makes people dream, but what do we actually need to work in the space companies? Who wants to start?
Well, I can go first. So, for me, it's important that there's a good diversity. We invest into space companies when they get to out of the startup phase and into a more mature environment where they start to produce things, where they really start to commercialize their products and sell that. And when we look at business plans of what their projections are for the next 2-3 years, if I don't see a team that actually fits that ambition in terms of technical capability, operational capabilities, HR, finance, business development, salespeople, if that is not there, I'm really worried as an investor. If I have only a bunch of technical geeks that know their product very well, but they don't know how to sell it, I would be very worried that I would misplace my investment. And so that's something that is a very critical element in our due diligence process, for instance.
Perhaps I can say something to that as well, is what I find when I'm talking to people, they say, I can't come and work for the European Space Agency. I'm not an astrophysicist. I'm not an astronaut. And I say, yes, but that is a misconception. 30% of our jobs are not in the STEM fields, or at least not in engineering or science. And I think one of the things that has sort of become a bit my mission is for people to understand the wide range of jobs that are available, okay, at ESA, that is my main goal, but also across the entire space sector, and there's more there than people realize. And, you know, if you don't check it out, you may never know that there could have been a spot for you in the space domain as well.
Thank you. Maybe something on the legal side of the job?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I was listening to the previous panel just before the break, some of you probably as well, and it was extremely pleasant to hear, actually, for a lawyer, because the distinguished panelists, they concluded quite unanimously, I think, that if you want to do space, then you should either study science, do research, study engineering, or study law. And I quite obviously, maybe it's not, it's quite counterintuitive. However, I fully agree with that. Specifically when we see how much the law can shape this industry as such. I think Luxembourg is a perfect example of this, where the implementation of 2017 law on space resources actually drove the whole ecosystem. And so it was a piece of legal legislation that actually somehow served as a PR tool that brought so many space companies to Luxembourg. Lawyers are, I think, in terms of space industry, also those who help to somehow make this industry go forward, basically. Because when you negotiate a contract, when you advise a client on how obtain a license or authorization and so on and so forth, then you're an enabler to some extent for those operators to properly do the job and to be able to actually exercise their activity. And I think from that perspective, indeed, knowledge in law and in space law in particular is very relevant indeed.
You want to add something, Edgar? No, but maybe you have to turn your mic on. Push the button.
Maybe I take this one.
Yeah? Okay, yeah.
So I have always been a big promoter of the fact that space is a fascinating sector, and being a fascinating sector, the core motivation, the technical geeks should be at the core of it. Reality is that I agree a lot with what has been said before. We are becoming, actually have already become, a business sector in its own right. And being a business sector in its own right, you require all the skills that Daniel was underlying. So you need to have, unfortunately, the lawyers. You need to have still the engineers. You need to have the finance people and all the other administrative function and everything that you need to run a business profitably. And I think that's something that is now being learned by many companies. We are among the few coming to profitability now, but a lot of companies are still unprofitable today in the new space environment. With, obviously, I'm not talking about noticeable exceptions like SES here in Luxembourg. But they are learning that because to run a business successfully on the ground, you need to be profitable and you need to have all the skills. If you want to run a space business profitably, you need to have all the skills. So we are becoming a business sector in its full right.
Do you want to add something on this? No? We can continue? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So what you've been just saying is that you still need the engineers and the geeks, let's say it like this, the nerds that are passionate about space. And that's what makes this sector also very interesting, I have to say. But you also need the support and the people who will be enabling like the business and making it grow. If we go a bit further, like I know space is sometimes, we feel that it's not reachable because you need lots of experts, you need like very technical skills. And even for some support missions, you tend to think that these very technical, specific skills related to space, you actually need it to work there. I'm wondering, like, so what's the threshold between soft skills and hard skills? So soft being more on the side of team working, being able to maybe feel what's the dynamics within the team or communicating properly, and hard skill being the very technical expert skills that you need. So how does this mix, and are we right to be afraid to go in space? Or Jessica, maybe you can go on this.
Probably I'll answer that question because in HR, I think it's really, really important for the soft skills, because I think a lot of engineers, well, people think that engineers are geeks and introverts, but that's probably sometimes a misconception, because in engineering, you do need to be able to have teamwork. It's really, really important, because it doesn't take one person to send a mission into space. It takes a team. And that's what's really, really important, especially where I work at Redwire, because we're a team. We're not a family, we're a team. And the guys there work really, really important together. They work well, they gel well. So when I do interviews, it's important when I speak to an individual that they have been engaging in other team activities. I'm really looking at the soft skills. I'm not necessarily looking at whether or not this person can look me in the eye or what they do. I'm looking at their activities, what their after-school activities are. If they have been involved in something else, I want to see how they gel, because when they get to working with somebody else, I want to see that they can pull together. Can they go that extra mile? That soft skill is really, really important. Can you communicate well? Are you able to articulate? English is important where I am, but it's not about English. It's how you communicate. It's how you work well with each other. The soft skill is important. Do you snap if somebody tells you that you haven't done something wrong? Are you able to own up to your fault? Guess what? Mistakes are good. That's how you learn. If you fail, that's how you learn. That's how you move on. It's okay, but people have to learn to rely on another person. That too is okay. So soft skills are important. Technical skills are really important too. Those are important, but I'm looking at the soft skills as well, because we don't only need technical people, but we also need leaders, and leaders have those soft skills. Those are the ones who can bring people along with them. So not only the Jeff Bezos of this world, who are the technical geeks, but we also need the leaders of this world, and those are the soft skills that matter. So if you have got the soft skills, that's great. If you've got the technical skills, that's also great, but we need both, because we need somebody who is a part of a team, because it's a team that can bring somebody to the moon or to Mars or to beyond.
So do I understand it properly that basically the soft skills are a must, and the technical, of course, you have to have some to some extent, but you can learn if you don't have everything, or is not?
It is possible for you to learn the soft skills.
The technical, I mean,
the
like
technical skills you can learn on the job, but you have to have the
basics,
you
of
have
course.
to have the basics. I'm sorry, you can't just come in without the basics, which is why we nurture students from there in schools. We take on trainees. We go into school and we try to encourage students from there in school to tell them about space, to tell them about engineering, to tell them about robotics, so that they get this kind of zeal that they can do it too. Because it's important to reach the young ones, to inform them that it is possible. Because a lot of students don't understand that it is possible to do engineering. They think it's beyond them, but they do need to understand that the basics are important and what is possible to have.
All right. Maybe Lucy, how does this translate in, or do you have the same feeling, and how does this translate at ESA when you are hiring?
Totally agree with what Jessica has just said. The soft skills are very, very important, but obviously we start the recruitment process with the submission of an application. So it's a written application, it's various documents, and you need to do a first assessment on that basis. And these days, anybody can use ChatGPT or a form of AI to write their motivation letter. I've seen some very strange motivation letters, but I've also seen some very good ones where you later found out that through the interview process that in fact the motivation letter really did reflect the person, but they had clearly used some tool just to phrase it and to make sure that the language was correct. So these are things that you need to look out for, but we have a minimum educational requirement of a master, so we start by looking at that first, and it needs to be relevant. And then throughout the selection process, we put more and more emphasis on the soft skills so that by the time we come to the end of the selection process, we have the complete picture. It's slightly different for our entry-level programs. We put a lot more focus on the potential there because obviously if you are just out of university, you don't have the experience on the table to bring to the job.
All right. Anyone wants to add something on this?
Maybe just one word. Obviously, I'm a lawyer again. So I do not recruit people to work in space businesses. I work with space businesses as our clients. And in this respect, what I wanted to add is in relation to the skills, we don't want to be disliked. Okay, so despite what Edgar said, we want to be as pragmatic as possible. And a space lawyer or lawyer working with space operators, space industry as a whole, the intention is obviously to provide advice that it makes things happen faster and in compliance with laws, but on the best possible conditions for the client. And so as such, obviously the idea is to be as pragmatic as possible, not stick to the bureaucracy and so on, but just make things happen quicker and better for the client.
I think Edgar also wanted to say something.
Just sharing my personal experience in hiring. Whenever I hire, I need to have fulfilled the attitude part of the individual almost 100%. So the soft skills and all that, it needs to be filled 100%. On the hard skills, technical understanding, background, all that, it could be a 60. It could be a 60, 70%, because I know that the person with the right attitude and right mindset will always go that extra mile in order to bridge the gap. And these are the individuals that when you're in trouble, because in any business, in any activity of human life, you will be in trouble at some point in time. It's not the guy who knows more in detail things that is going to take you out. It's the most resilient that is going to take you out of trouble.
Thank you.
I can just agree to that. I think.
Yeah. I've also shared that point, like also when I recruit people. So, okay, thank you. So I think we can also talk quickly about diversity, and maybe what space does space has for girls and women, and what does it. Not only to say like we need girls, because I think we've been saying it quite a lot, but what does it change in a business to have diversity, and why is it important, and how do we make this happen? I don't know if someone wants to jump on this.
Well, we know that the tipping point for a diverse range of views that make companies more successful is at least 1/3 of women versus 2/3 of men. That's where it starts to have an impact. and it brings a lot with it. Currently, the proportion of women working in the space sector is around 27%. So we're not yet at that magical 1/3 where it starts to make a difference. But it has increased a lot. As you mentioned, Juliette, at the beginning, I've been working for ESA for more than 40 years. I've seen a huge change in this respect. And I've seen a change in the sector, which is gradually becoming more welcoming. And I look forward to the day that we do get to that 1/3 and potentially even 50%. But we need to encourage more people, not just girls, by the way, to go into STEM when they make their choices at primary school.
Do you have, Daniel, do you look at that as well when you invest in companies, like the diversity in the team? Or?
Yeah, I mean, diversity is extremely important for me. But I think it's different angles to that. It's cultural diversity, it's diversity between men and women, it's sort of different skill sets bring different solutions to a problem. They take different angles to that, and I think that's actually important when I, for instance, discuss with teams in companies we invest in, or also afterwards when we support them in the future development. Very often have this discussion with the CEO or something like that, where I say, there's something missing here in the way you're thinking about your business, the way you're thinking about your future. Bring in another skill set, somebody that challenges your existing framework, your existing mindset. And that can be just another nationality. It can be a different skill set from a hardcore or from a hard skill type of point of view. It can be a woman replacing a man in a particular function. All that can work. So I'm not that fixed on what exactly the diversity should be, but what I recognize and realize is that diversity is very important.
If I can chime in on that, I would like to make 2 points. The second one is related to what Daniel has just said. The first one is that, from my point of view, still today we are facing too much injustice to women, meaning that still today there is a salary gap that we need to bridge, which is unthinkable for me, that we are making a distinction in how much an individual is paid really and is offered just depending on gender. I find it incredible. So I'm all in for measures which are inducing let's say the bridging of that gap. That's the first point. The second point is that I would like to share that in the company we are using a system called Insights Profile. I don't know if it's known, which is based on colors. So there is 4 colors, right? So you have a dominant color. Mine is yellow, by the way. The red tends to be the leader, right? The director, the imposer. The blue is more the engineering, just to give it a label, so more introvert. So I would put the topic from that perspective, which is what Daniel was talking about. In a company or in any human organization, in order to have a successful and well-operating system, you better have a mixture of them. In some cases, you may want to have more of a blue, you may want to have more of a yellow, whatever. But if you miss colors, you're in trouble. That's why the diversity, which could be gender diversity as well, is a mechanism, right, to think about that. But the reality is that you need to have a diversity of esprit, as they say in France, of spirit, of attitude, of fundamental skill sets. If you have that, so if you mix the color and you get a nice white, right, then probably you have the right mixture to succeed as any organization.
Well, you told us what was the red, what was the blue. You haven't told us what was the yellow.
The yellow are the most empathic, the one that needs to have the social aspect, that they're bringing others also into the discussion more. So that's what.
I knew what it was. I just wanted him to say. Thank you. So I think all we've said before sums up in saying that there is space for everyone in the space field, basically, gender-wise, job-wise. So now the next question, and that's a question that especially young people ask a lot, is what is there a perfect career path to go in space, to end up in space? What do you need to do to go in space? And because we're all working in space, and because it's also very interesting to have like real life testimonies. So what would you say to someone asking you, and maybe not just the students, but also there are people who are already working in other fields of activity and who maybe would want to join the space field. So what do they have to do?
Short answer is no.
No perfect career path.
There's no perfect career path. I can maybe share my own personal experience. I started very much with a technical background, so a technician, then engineering degree, and I was always passionate about technology and about everything that flies. So be it an aeroplane or a spacecraft. But then relatively quickly I realized that for me, technology was a means to an end. It was not, I was not passionate about doing technology or in developing technology. I was passionate about using technology and how could that advance society, how it can advance businesses, how can it make my life better. And with this in mind, I started to gradually shift. Some call it, I moved to the dark side of things. I started to move to the business side. I realized, and then you have to listen to yourself, I realized I was quite good at organizing things and coordinating things. I was quite good about building things from scratch, bringing up new ideas from concept to implementation, which sort of directed me more into the direction of business development, market development, strategy, this type of topics, cooperation agreements with other companies and things. And that's where I found my passion, I found my interest. I liked to go to work, not I had to go to work. And I think that's important in any individual, and it will be different for every individual. So that's why I don't think there is a perfect path to get what you will feel happy about. But that's important. You have to feel passionate and happy about it.
And if I can just add to that as well. So if there's a perfect career, well, I started out in finance, working for the Big Four. Perfect life, I would think, humdrum. And finance is great. Salary is fantastic. Are the salaries fantastic in space? I don't know. Can Issa tell me? But, you know, finance was fantastic. Working there, busy, fast-paced, being in wonderful suits all day with my heels, etc. I think the guys at work still look at me funny because I'm dressed all perfect and I come into the office and they're in jeans and they think I'm from some kind of alien planet. But working in space has been the best career switch I've ever made. Switching mindset. Why? Because it's fantastic working with a diverse group of individuals who are, and I hate using that word, but I come back to what you've just said, passion. Because they have passion. Not that the guys who work in finance don't have passion. So if you've got people working in finance here, I don't mean any disrespect because I've come from there as well. But it's that word, it's passion. The passion on those guys' faces when they come into work is amazing. Working towards one common goal because they believe in what they do. And it's not a selfish goal. It's for mankind. It's for humanity. I love that. When I interview someone for a job, their sole purpose is that one day this is going to happen. And that brings me back to the first time that I saw Neil Armstrong make that step. And I think, my God, I'm part of something great. And that's because I believe I'm part of something great. I'm not one of these engineers because they're so amazing. And I think I'm part of this. And that's why I've done this career switch. So is there a perfect path? No, there's not. But if that's what you believe in and that's what you want to make that change, you can. Everybody can do it. So that's my story. It can be yours too.
So it's just go for it, basically.
Just do it.
Just one thing to add to that. Passion is something that you definitely see in the space industry. It's something that I hear a lot with, all the people working at ESA are so passionate. When people come to me for careers advice, also at the start of the career, when they're talking about making their career choices, and I say, you have to follow your heart, you have to follow your passion. Careers last decades. You need to get up in the morning thinking, yes, I'm going to work today, not, I've got to go to work again today. So that passion is really important, but it can't be a naive passion. Certainly when you're in your teens or whenever you're making your first career choices or those choices which will impact your career choices, you also need to have a little bit of a thought towards, can I actually earn a living from that? I mean, I could be passionate about painting, but I might not be able to live from it. So I might then have to find another passion. So that would be my only qualifying point about the passion. It's so important, but you also need to be able to live from it.
But what I think is also interesting in this respect is that actually many people working in the space industry, they were not passionate about space initially. They reoriented at some point in time. And obviously, speaking about lawyers, I know many lawyers that are working either for space companies or with the regulators, etc., that they were absolutely not space lawyers as such. They were just lawyers, and then they discovered that actually that was of interest for them. And I was an exception to that because I actually studied space law and used to work for space companies, then now working for space companies, but on the other side as a service provider. But both situations can happen, and actually the passion, you can still discover it. It's never too late to actually discover it.
All right. Last word, because I think we still have 1 minute.
Very good. So no, the only point that I would add is a couple of points that I would add is that I don't think there is a single career path. Definitely, I think that there is the most important thing is that in the moment when you step into the space field, in the space business field, you should not stay into that if you don't feel the fascination of what you're doing. If you miss that component at some point in time, it's going to drive you to the motivation, so you should get out of it. We are lucky to be in a sector which is very inspiring. We have some individuals, we will hear very soon some of the astronauts who are making marvels, what made marvels in space. So that fascination is implicit in the sector for sure. But going back to the original point, I don't think there is a single career path. There is just the realization that you will be able to add as a lawyer, for example, or as a general businessman, commercial, HR, you would be adding to something which is an incredible story, which is the story of space, which can never be a normal one, I would say.
Well, thank you. So I'm just going to wrap up. I think we don't have much time for questions, but maybe you can ask the questions to us like off stage afterwards. We are available for that. And maybe just to wrap up, so I also ended up in space, not started in space. I never actually thought I was going to work in space at the beginning, and I experienced very different fields of activity as well. And my last question, but we covered it a bit with last comments, was that what makes space different from other fields of activity? I think I have to say it's a very dynamic and passionate field, and we have a community of people who are aiming together at one goal or really working together for something bigger, and that makes it very different. I also studied in finance, and I personally did not feel that these vibes. So it was also the best switch for me to switch to space. So if you feel that it can be of interest for you, please just dare, and no brand placement. So I won't say just do it, but just go for it. Thank you very much.
For joining. You can now take your seats. So we've already talked about a lot of different subjects this morning. We've talked about space medicines, asteroids. This afternoon, more about how can we attract talents to the space sector and what kind of talents do we need for this panel. Now we will welcome those that actually went up to space with 4 astronauts to tell their stories of human spaceflight. I'm very happy to welcome on stage, firstly, Dorin Prunayu, the first Romanian in space, and now a key element in the Asteroid Foundation. We have as well Claude Nicolier, Swiss astronaut who serviced the Hubble Space Telescope. We have Christophe Fuglsang, that I've seen here, yes, as well, veteran ESA astronaut in 2 space shuttle missions. And finally, Paolo Nespoli, 3-time space flyer. Please join me on stage. Don't hesitate to take a seat so we can discuss more around your space stories. All right. Yeah, please sit down. Don't hesitate. Oh.
Shall I sit here?
Yeah, please do. Thank you very much for joining us for this very specific event. So you have the mics on the side. Don't hesitate to use them. Maybe we could do first do a round of introduction where you could explain to us what type of vehicle did you use to go to space, and tell us a bit more about your missions, because you're not exactly all of the same generations. And I think my first question would be, do you remember the first time you saw planet Earth during your first mission?
Well, first, maybe
you have the mic.
You hear me?
No, this one maybe?
How about now? Okay. Yeah, I was selected in the first group of ESA astronauts in 1978, so quite a while ago, in a galaxy far away. I mean, it's really very far away in the past. And I always had a passion for astrophysics, for nature, for science in general, and for aviation. And when Apollo 11 took place, which was, of course, very inspiring, I was 25 years of age, but the astronauts, they were from Soviet Union cosmonauts, and from the United States. There was no room for Europeans. But it came a little later, around in the mid-70s, after the end of the Apollo program. Apollo 17 was 1972. Then it became possible for Europeans. And the first selection of ESA astronauts started in 1977, and then end of selection 1978. And Ulf Merbold, Wubbo Ockels, and myself were selected very happily, and for me it was the beginning of a new life and a wonderful life. It's been extraordinary. Was relocated to Houston together with Wubbo Ockels in 1980, trained on the space shuttle for many years, had my first flight in 92, and then bang, 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 3 more flights on the shuttle in the 90s, and 2 visits to Hubble, which were extraordinary. So it's been a very privileged and extraordinary life.
So the year you saw planet Earth from space was 1992.
Now, of course, I didn't answer your question. I was giving an introduction.
No, that's perfect.
In a way,
setting the stage.
shuttle missions were very short, and they were extremely busy. And of course, we go around the Earth in an hour and a half. So the orbital day is an hour and a half, with a 1 hour day, with the sun above the horizon, then half an hour night when we are in the shadow of the Earth. And they were typically 10, 11, 12 days, the shuttle mission. They were very busy, and the time to look at the Earth were really limited. Typically, we had, out of this 24-hour day in the flight plan, where we were going 16 times around the Earth, we had about 12 or 13-hour working time. And if you had a spacewalk on a Hubble, spacewalks typically 6, 7, 8 hours, and preparation and then post-EVA activity. It was busy, 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 busy. And then at the end of the day, we had about an hour to an hour and a half free time, so look at the Earth, and it was, of course, extraordinary. But in the total time that we had, it was a relatively short time looking at the Earth. Of course, on the International Space Station, and Paolo, who went twice over there for a 6-month mission, more or less, can say more about this. But there's much more looking at the Earth from the cupola, which is a room full of windows to look at the Earth and at the horizon. On the shuttle mission, it was relatively limited. But it was, in a way, it was short free time to look at the Earth and upwards also at the stars. But it was maybe even, I would say, more intense because it was such a short time. Extraordinary. The view of the Earth from space are unbelievable. And for me, the characteristics of the Earth from space is beauty, an incredible beauty, fragility, small size, and isolation. I can summarize this way.
Thank you, Claude. And Paolo, so you, actually Claude gave the floor to you already, so you have the mic just right next to you, if you want. Oh, no, I mean, we can go in the order as you prefer, but I was curious because you flew with the space shuttle to the International Space Station, if I'm correct. And so did you see a difference from what Claude said?
So, okay, what is your question now? No,
I
understand this, but
about the first time you saw planet Earth, the first time you saw planet Earth on your first mission.
Okay, your question is what? By the way, Houston, that loudspeaker works, but not this one. So I can barely hear the boo 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 on the other side. So I don't know if you can fix this. So
you don't hear me well, or okay. My question was, can you tell us more about your first mission and the first time you saw planet Earth? And Claude was telling us about the fact that he flew only on the space shuttle, but you actually went to the International Space Station, and it is apparently a different experience.
Yes, but I was like, all right, well, Galactic, Chloe, I have a little bit of difficulty. You're asking me what was my view when I saw the Earth from the first time from the shuttle, but then on the space station, so I'm confused here.
Well, just tell us about your first mission and how it was for you.
I concur with Claude that shuttle, I had the fortune, the opportunity to fly the first flight on the space shuttle, and I concur with Claude that a space shuttle is a very concentrated mission where, the planning is almost by the minute, and all the crew has to do all these activities. There's a rush, and barely, when you have a little bit of time, probably you fall asleep more than, enjoying the view, which you can view from relatively small window. Now, the space station is a different environment where, you're there working for a long time, long period. Usually, normally it's about 6 or 8 months at a time. You get a very dense activity planned not by the minute, by the 15 minutes. So, but it's still a longer 12 hours day doing what Houston asks you to do. But then something interesting happened is that they give you 12 hours to rest a little bit because they know very well if they make you work and work and work and work, yeah, probably you can last 15 days, but then after 15 days, you're gonna be like with your tongue outside and you start making mistakes, you start kind of hating this thing and you get stressed, so they want you to rest. And that is very interesting because I found myself after 3 weeks I was in space that, okay, I can rest, but is it okay for me to spend 12 hours doing, quote unquote, nothing? Because rest for me is not that I don't have anything to do, it's that I do what I want. And the question is, can I do what I want on the space station? Can I go for a walk? Can I go for a pizza with a friend? Can I, take my kids and play with them? Cannot do anything like this. And one of the nicest things that I found is that, as Claude mentioned, to go to there's an enormous window that there is on the space station, and there you can look at the Earth in an interesting way, not in a small window, but in a big, huge thing where you can actually see a lot of things. And Earth is really an incredible view, seeing from there. You can see a lot, and something strange, quote unquote, happened because you're flying around Earth at 28,000 kilometers per hour, which means 8 kilometers per second, which means that in an hour and a half you have spun around the whole world, which means if you have time, you can see all the oceans, all the continents. You can see South America, South Africa, Europe, Japan, Russia. I mean, it's an incredible thing. And what's more incredible is that You know, it's like 11 o'clock at night, and usually we think that 11 o'clock at night is a good time to do what? Watch TV, sit at the couch, drink something. But there you get an incredible view, and on top of that, normally 11 o'clock is dark on Earth, and if you wait an hour, it's dark, and if you wait 2 hours, it's dark again. But there, if you go to the cupola and it's dark, you wait 10 minutes and it gets sunny. If it is white, because under is winter, you wait 10 minutes and you get spring, and you get autumn, you get summer. So it's incredible changes of things which are not normal, and you get to flavor this thing, which is an incredible view. So I spent almost every day, every evening, not working 12 hours, an hour and a half of those not working 12 hours to look at planet Earth in a day and a night space station sequence, which is really incredible. Makes you see things in a different way that you see from Earth.
Thank you, Paolo. So how about you, Doan? Do you remember your mission? Yeah.
Yes, it's working. Actually, I think I'm not the oldest one here, but I'm between them. My space flight was 44 years ago, in 1981. I flew the last spaceship of the first generation of Soyuz. It was Soyuz 40, not Soyuz T, not Soyuz TM, not Soyuz TMA, just Soyuz 40. And believe me that at that time, we didn't have any digital device on board the Soyuz. Everything was electromechanical. On board that spacecraft, we had 16 automatic programs. Just in case something happened, we could push 2 buttons, and it started to orient the spacecraft, to turn on the engine if necessary, to bring us down to the Earth if necessary. But everything was like that. Click, 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 pock, click, 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 pock, and that's all. But all these things did their job and did very well. What I've seen when I was up there, the first thing when you look at the Earth, it's seeing different things, continents, colors, the very thin atmosphere. But it's very important that when you are up there, you feel the Earth emotionally. And you don't just look at the Earth, but you feel what happened. You feel what happened with you. Just the image of the Earth seen from up there gives you a different feeling than if you see a picture or a movie about spaceflight and so on. And this is what I wish to feel yourself somehow. But if you don't fly into space, you don't have to have the same feeling as we have. Actually, the life on board the Salyut 6, we docked with the space station Salyut 6. When you look now at the International Space Station, and it has a lot of modules, 8 if I'm not mistaken. So our Salyut 6 was just one teeny module of the actual space station, ISS. Inside, we were 4 people. 2 came to the space station, 2 working there from almost 2 months, joined together, accomplished a lot of scientific experiments for 1 week together, and then come back to the Earth separately, 2 and 2. And when you meet somebody up there, you are not anymore a Romanian, a Russian, an American, or somebody else. You are a citizen of the Earth. And you are a friend of anybody being up there. Because the humans meeting outside the Earth, they feel differently the relationships between us. So that was the main characteristics of what I felt during my space flight. And looking at Earth, it's very, very interesting. So we didn't have cupola at that time. We had some windows this size. They were 17 around the space station. And any time during the evening, mainly at about 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the evening, we had some free time. And my preferred job was just to jump in front of the window, look what happened live, understanding that everything you see there, so thunderstorms or airplanes coming to the airport, you see tiny lines of the trace of the airplane. You see very teeny ships on the sea, on the ocean also. And you see also the big cities. But everything is happening exactly in that time. And the feeling is different than when you look at a picture or something taken before.
Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome.
And how about you, Krista? You're a Swedish astronaut. So we've had Salute, we have ISS, Space Shuttle. How about you? What was your mission? No, it's always green. You just need to put it on.
No, I think it's okay. Well, I don't know if it's much to add, actually. But yes, I did two missions with the Space Shuttle in 2006 and 2009. They both went to the International Space Station during the time when we were building the space station. And I was very fortunate because I got to do a lot of space walks during these missions. I cannot remember when I saw Earth from space first time. I mean, you get up there with shuttle, very intense, only 8.5 minutes, and then there's a lot of work to do, to be done. And so I don't remember, but I certainly remember many times when you have a few minutes left over, as Paul explained, I mean, you float to window and just enjoy the views. It's also interesting to see if you can localize things. I mean, people often ask, can you see the Chinese wall? Well, not with your bare eyes. And I actually also did some mathematical calculations that if you know how accurate a normal eye is, then you can figure out, no, you cannot see it. Unless maybe the sun is very low and you get a long shade. But once I thought, I look at the map, oh, we're coming up here over Cairo soon. I wonder if I can see the pyramids. Well, I wasn't even able to localize Cairo. Wasn't. I was daytime. But otherwise, to me, one of the most fascinating times, that was night times. When you're floating over inhabited areas nighttime, particularly if there were areas which you were well known, you know well, it was like floating over a huge map. And big light blobs, big cities, and small light blobs, small cities. And often cities are along the coast, so you get the coastlines lined out. Absolutely amazing. And then you understand there's a civilization down on this planet. Other really strong memories I have, that is from the spacewalks when I was particularly... I mean, the spacewalks are 6-7 hours, and you don't work intensely all that time. You often have to wait for someone else to do something, either your partner or the ground control. So there are times when you can just enjoy being there and you see the Earth. And I was a couple times on the top of the space station and see this whole beautiful, big, 100-meter kind of modern sail ship in space. And 350, 360 kilometers below that, the Earth was floating by. And a couple of times I also saw an aurora on the horizon. That was maybe one of the more powerful memories I have.
Thank you very much for sharing with us, and kind of sets the stage at what are your different experiences in space. Now, I actually want to ask the audience, if you want to take out your smartphones and scan the QR code, you can ask a few questions, and the most voted question we will answer during the panel. But while the public does that, I have a follow-up question. So, you know, when we see and hear astronaut, we can have this myth of course, a very serious and busy job, but in the end, it's also a human experience. So do you have an anecdote maybe that you would like to share, that something happened during one of your missions that felt kind of deeply human in some way, that could have happened with a team of friends? Does something come to mind?
Well, you know, I think in the astronaut corps is a little bit, in my opinion, like the military. You are very strict, you're doing your task, your job, but then there is a lot of kidding around, a lot of jokes, a lot of, you know, figuring out who's the the guy that believes all the things that you tell them. And so it turns out that we were in space during one of these increments on the 1st of April. And in the previous year, 1st of April, the crew did something bad to mission control. So they faked a heart attack just when the video and the audio was disconnected from the station for 45 minutes. So the guys in Houston were like, heart attack, video goes away, they cannot talk anymore. And of course it was a joke. They did not take it too well. No. So they say that they were a little bit upset at NASA because of this. But then, yeah. So we decided, well, you know, we cannot let it go just like this. We need to come up with something. And we were trying to figure out something that is, but not so. So we decided that they had sent up on the station a big box that contained the Robonaut. Robonaut is a kind of a robot from this part up. Looks like a human with hands, head, and everything. But it was inside this box. We were supposed to, you know, open up the box when Houston would tell you, and but there were no time. There were never time. So we would pass by. There was this box, and we were simply saying, "Okay, when are we going to take out the Robonaut?" But Houston said, "Oh, there is no time on the crew. You need to do something else." So one weekend when one of those periods where there was no connection with the ground, we took out the screwdriver, unbuckled the whole thing, we took out the Robonaut and closed it again. So when it was the time, on the 1st of April, we kind of provoked it to take out the Robonaut. We just set up all the cameras, set up everything. Then we started a lot of bolts, you know, all over the place. It took like 20 minutes of removing all the bolts, and then suddenly we opened up the thing and there was nothing inside. And so we played that, you know, we were kind of like, there's no Robonaut. What happened? And so we took the camera and flew it around the station, and sure enough, the Robonaut was in the Japanese laboratory simulating to operate the Japanese robotic arm. This is some of the things that happened, and this time they took it nicely. So it was good.
Better joke, right? All right. Okay, so is this the question everybody voted the most? That tells a lot about the audience we have here. So apparently the question the audience has decided that you absolutely need to answer. If there was just one question, the question is, how did you poop in space? And I have to say, we don't have so many children in the room.
Well, I can say it's the most common question asked, so I'm not surprised.
So do you want to go
yeah, let me explain how a space toilet works, because they're a little bit different on the shuttle and the space station and like that. But I mean, basically, it's a vacuum cleaner. And it's very easy if you do number one, which Americans call it, the small job, the Russians call it. You just take a hose and you put a funnel on it. Women and men have identical shaped funnels. And then you do your work. Actually, when you lift the hose, the fan starts automatic. On the shuttle, it does not do that on the station. I can tell you that's a kind of a big risk for danger, because after I've used the shuttle toilet for 10 days, and then I decided once, because it's more convenient, to use the station toilet. And then really started to get critical, I realized the fan is not on. I managed to turn it on in time. It's tougher if you want to do number two, a big job. The principle is the same. First of all, you position yourself and you secure yourself. You don't want to float away there and wait while you're doing your job. And then it's on the shuttle again. It's a little locker which you have to open with a hatch, and you only forget to do that once, I tell you that. And then there's a fan there which you also have to get started, and that fan is not always strong enough to suck things down, so that kind of complicates things a bit also. But at least on the shuttle, everything gets just automatic in a big tank, or you don't have to do more. That's more tough than on the station because you have to take care of that kind of tech things later. So I can tell you that part was not my favorite part of space, but most of the other.
Doran, Claude, anything to add, or was this a good explanation? Okay, hear you.
About this particular subject, no, there's nothing to add. Thank you, Krista. But I have to leave pretty soon. But I want to tell you something because we talked about Earth observation, the view of Earth from space. For me, as a former astronomer who loved space, the sky, the night sky, I can tell you that the view of the night sky from space is absolutely breathtaking. There's a lot of focus about Earth observation, but what is above the horizon was really absolutely spectacular. One thing is, during the orbital day, it's 1 hour per orbit, where the sun is above the horizon. The sky is completely black. And a blackness that is never to be seen here on Earth. I remember that was my first impression going up on my first flight in 92. We have main engine cut off, and then we are floating in the cabin, and the pencils and the notebooks are floating. And I was looking out, and we had an orientation such that we were viewing through the overhead windows the sky, and it was so black. And that blackness I've never seen here on Earth. I had the feeling I'm looking at the Big Bang after 13.7 billion years of cooling down of the universe, which is not true because the blackness of space is because of the physiological limitation. But that's the sky during the day, completely black. Then the sun sets in about 20 seconds. And then, little by little, after a few minutes, you get dark adapted, and the sky is breathtaking. You have to imagine the stars are moving 16 times faster than they are moving here when seen from Earth, because there are 16 times an hour and a half, which is a period of revolution around the Earth on low Earth orbit in 24 hours. And you see the constellation moving rapidly in the sky. And above the Earth horizon, you have a region of luminescence, the air glow, about 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface. So when you see a star rising, it rises at the horizon. Then you go through the air glow where it dims a little bit because there's more absorption, and then they rise fast over the horizon. And I remember the rise of the constellation Orion, which is a beautiful constellation. I could see Orion rising this way. And the background of the sky is completely black during the night, unlike here on Earth, where even from a mountain site in good weather, there's always a little bit of a milky appearance of the background of the sky because of the air glow. But when we're above the air glow, which is the case, air glow is 100 kilometers, and we are typically 300, 400, 500, 600 kilometers, which was the case for Hubble. The background of the sky is completely black, so anything that is low light level and diffuse, like the Milky Way, comes out in an incredible manner. I had the feeling of seeing nearly the third dimension of the Milky Way, seeing inside the plane of the galaxy with the third dimension. Unbelievable. And for me, the views of the sky have been as impressive as a view from the Earth, which we described before.
Thank you so much.
I recommend it very highly.
Oh.
If you go into space, look at the Earth, yes, but look at the sky also during the orbital night. It's unbelievable.
Thank you so much. Good. I want to leave the last words to Doran because I know you have to go, so we need to be right on time.
I still have a few minutes.
Yeah. So if you, maybe you add something to add on the poop process, or if something else. It's
No, leave. My colleagues already pooped.
Okay.
So of course, all of us did it on board the space station. And okay, the process was explained more or less as the same thing with the Russian thing. So, but if you want a story from the outer space, I will tell you one, a very interesting one. So every evening I told you I was in front of the window looking outside and so on. One of the evenings, looking outside, I've seen a trace of a rocket launched from the ground and was up there somewhere into the outer space. Was a teeny line, white, on the blackness of the outer space. And I took the camera, I took some pictures, I called my colleagues. Look what happened outside. Okay, they had a look. Instantly, Kovalyonok was the commander of the space station. He was a tough military person. He was a colonel at that time. fighting against imperialism and so on. You understand, my space flight was during the Cold War. And always, even if I was neutral in a way, because Romania had very good relations with the United States, with Western Europe at that time, the Russians were very tough against the Americans. And Kovalyonok said, oh, okay, sure, for sure, it's a rocket launched by the Americans against us. Let's take pictures. And he took a big camera. I didn't know that it existed on board the space station with wide film inside and very fast. I said, hey, guys, what it is? Shut up, it's secret. Okay, it's secret. And then we start to analyze. At the second tour around the Earth, we observed the same phenomena, a little bit on the side, and fragmented. All this line was fragmented. And teeny rose colors, reddish colors, and so on. At the third tour, okay, I've seen it from far away, and it was fragmented in many places. And the guy said, okay, for sure, the Americans. And I said, okay, guys, I'm good at navigation. I observed this line on the horizon. The horizon, from our point, it's about 2,000 kilometers. Okay. Comparing with our direction, it was about 20 degrees on the left side. And I observed it above England. I took the map. I said, England, our direction, 51 degrees against the equator, 20 degrees, 2,000 kilometers, Murmansk. You know what it's in Murmansk. Nuclear submarines, Russian base, and so on. And the guys shut up instantly, never said anything about that phenomenon. I tried to ask them, okay, maybe we find out anything. Nothing. We informed the ground. Okay, the ground said, okay, we notice. That's all. Many years after, Vladimir Kovalyonok visited Romania, and we had a lecture in front of the students at the Polytechnica Institute of Bucharest. And he explained them that during our space flights, I observed a phenomena, and take into account the registration, the film we took, and the fragmentation of this trace, we discovered a new theory about very high altitude winds. Okay, Vladimir and me. No, they discovered, okay. So at that time was not about the intellectual property, what to tell them. All the films were taken by the Russians, passed by different filters. I've never seen any more anything connected with that phenomenon. But that happened.
Thank you so much for all of your stories. Thank you. All right. So now there's going to be half an hour where you'll be here for the signing session, going to the main hall. So we can, if you want to have a signing or ask your questions directly, then we can go towards there. Okay, yeah, and we will meet you in half an hour for the next panel.
It's funny because we always tell our stories, whatever you ask.
That's fine. Next panel, I'm going to be, what do you want to talk about? Whatever. Ça va le time?
Non, ça va, ça va. Alors, j'ai donné les photos à Wanda qui était là.
the mic still needs to be on. Or maybe muted. 1, 2? Okay. Mics are rocket science, right? We're sending satellites into space, but every event I go to, it's always a struggle. We're saying welcome back, everyone, to the last panels of the Asteroid Day 2025. We've heard about asteroid research, we've heard about space medicine, astronaut stories, and how to attract new talents into the space sector. Now we would like to leave the floor to actually a set of researchers working in Europe and what we'd like to call next-gen researchers. So there's going to be 5 of them that I'm pleased to invite on stage. First of all, Daniel Mueller, planetary scientist at University of Bern. Please, yes, please join us. We can give him a round of applause. Thank you, Daniel, for being here with us. We have Julia Brinjoval, the rising physicist awarded at Luxembourg Science Fair. Thank you, Julia, for being here. Following Lisa Kramer-Hurgu, micrometeorite expert at Brussels. Thank you. Philippine Griveau, researchers at MPI for Astronomy, exploring exoplanets. And last but not least, we have a postdoc researcher from the University of Luxembourg, Nikki Sajad. Well, thank you all for being with us. You are supposed to be our young voices in space for this event. Could you maybe introduce in like 1 minute tops what your research is about and what you find exciting about it? Okay, let's go in order, if you don't mind.
Does it work? Yes. Thank you for the introduction. So yes, I'm an astrophysicist. I work on studying how the solar system was formed, and more specifically on how the planets got to where they are today in the system, because we're pretty sure that they didn't form where they are today, so they moved around throughout their formation and their history. And so I kind of retraced the whole history of their formation and their dynamical evolution with theoretical work.
Thank you, Philippine. Lisa, how about you? Yes.
So hello, I'm Lisa. So very complementary to what you're doing. So I study how the solar system formed, but in a chemical point of view. So composition of asteroids using meteorites and micrometeorites. So I also study their composition, how they form, but also how they arrived on Earth. So the flux of extraterrestrial material to Earth. So what I find exciting is studying how everything arrived on Earth, so water, and what we're made of, so basically us, stardust, and yeah, studying all the chemical composition of everything.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hi, I'm Julia. Thank you for having us. Right now I'm a second semester physics student in Germany. And my last project was about space weather forecasting using machine learning, different algorithms. So more specific, it was solar flare intensity forecasting. So for those who don't know, solar flares are giant explosions on the sun that can, if they hit Earth, interfere with our telecommunication networks and also our power systems. So it would be great to predict them, right? And that's what I did in my last project. I used different machine learning algorithms to predict the intensity of future solar flares.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Daniel. I'm a postdoctoral researcher from the University of Bern in Switzerland. And I'm actually not an asteroid scientist, but a comet scientist. But I think it's not too bad. I think we can call them like brothers and sisters. So they are quite similar. And in the comet research, I am working at the moment at the mass spectrometer, or in a group with other people, we're working on a mass spectrometer that should fly on the Comet Interceptor mission, which is an ESA mission. I think it has been shortly introduced in the morning. I don't know if we can talk about it later. And the fun fact here is that in space instrumentations, we like a lot these acronyms. And the instrument I'm working on is called MANIAC.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nikki, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Luxembourg. I used to work on designing the attitude determination and control system, and if there's any project for that, I still work on it. But I also work on designing sustainable missions. So I recently finished my PhD. I worked on understanding the location and attitude of pieces of debris in space. And currently I'm involved with designing more sustainable missions. For example, one of them is like having multi-mission satellites instead of launching a lot of satellites with single missions. Yeah.
Thank you. So you said student PhDs or postdocs, so you all kind of the early stage of your career right now in the space sector. If we go back to what got you there, was there a specific moment or something that you would like to share that got you into science and space in general? Go ahead, Elisa, or Julia. Yes, go for it.
Okay, so I'm going to start basically this one moment that perhaps all of us had, or a lot of researchers have, where I thought I have to do this, was when I learned about quantum physics. So yeah, you're laughing. So it's like when you start noticing we actually have no idea what's going on, or everything we know is wrong, everything we know is that we don't know anything. This was the moment I thought I have to study this and I have to find out.
We hope you will for humanity. Another story, Nikki, maybe?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
I was not really interested in space from an early age, but I also did my bachelor's in electrical engineering. During those times, I joined an astronomy club because of my friend, because she was in an astronomy club. And I started to watch some documentaries. And this was the moment I realized I really like to do this. It was a documentary from one of the shuttle launches. So I saw this huge team behind the mission, and they were really different, but they were working toward the same goal. And it was very fascinating to me. And it was a control mission team, and I realized that I really like to control a satellite. This is why I continued my master in space engineering, and I started working on controlling satellites. Yeah.
Nice. How about you, Daniel?
I just wanted to say I can add something to this because you mentioned the shuttle mission. When I was a little kid, the shuttle mission was in its full working mode, and I've seen a lot of videos of the shuttle, and I really love it. And I think I can't say a specific point that inspired me to go into space, but I think a specific person, and this would be Claude Nicollet, who was here before, because he was the first, or still is, the first Swiss astronaut that has been to space, and coming from Switzerland, he was like one of the national heroes. So yeah, I think the space shuttle and like having a local astronaut that has a good outreach possibility that can motivate other people or even small kids.
Yeah, inspire them. Thank you. How about you, Lisa, then?
I can make it short. I was more like Nikki. I was not super interested in space when I was young. I was interested in mostly everything, let's say, and I tried everything for my studies before going into space. My mom is here and she would say, yeah, it was tiring for everyone. But I had a mentor. I did an internship at the end of my bachelor. I was reading papers on Martian rovers, and it made everyone dream at that time. And so I sent her an email very naively, like, oh, I'm looking for an internship. Could you find someone or recommend someone? And she basically answered, come in 2 weeks and do your internship with me. So I went there with my mom again, and I did my internship, and she was amazing, Violaine Sauter. So she was always a mentor, always maybe my local personal hero, I would say. And so she showed me what it was like to study the space. She was involved in NASA mission, ESA mission, and she basically changed what I wanted to do after. So it was basically her.
Thank you. Well, thank you for sharing. One last story.
So similar to Nikki and Lisa, I was never really interested in space. I never observed stars when I was little. I was not an astronomer at all. But it happened in physics class when I was about 14, 15. By the end of the year, our teacher would play us some astronomy videos where they would describe some different mechanism in space. And at the end of the videos, the teacher was always asking if anyone had questions. And I constantly had I don't know what 100 questions every time, and all of my classmates were so sick of me asking questions. So I figured that I would try to find those answers on my own, and then I started studying that.
And the more answers you find, the more questions
I
arrive.
still do not have the answers to most of those questions. So if anyone has answers, I'm always happy to ask more.
So yes, I really feel this scientific curiosity, as well as indeed key people, people you can identify to and say, okay, look up to, and go towards that path. So you're at the early stage of your career. How is it like being a young researcher? What are the challenges? Yeah, go for it.
It's tough, let's be honest. No, it's fascinating. You're discovering so much. You're learning things every day. But I would say one of the biggest challenge as a young researcher, but maybe also as an older researcher, is what we call the imposter syndrome. The fact that we're still convinced that we're all imposters here, and at some point someone's going to discover that we made it this far, but we don't know anything.
That's actually the purpose of the panel.
Yeah.
Not supposed.
So no, this is a really tough thing to face as a young researcher, because you're surrounded with great minds, and you're always thinking, oh wow, these people are so great. What do they do? Like, I'm not that far, and then you really have to fight a lot to believe that you made it there. So somehow you must be worth it a little bit. So I don't know if you others think the same.
Imposter syndromes in the
Maybe I have something to add to what you said. I think the hardest part in science, especially to gain foot in the research industry or just academically, is to get recognition from whether yourself or from your peers, because this field is dominated by experience and by age and by title. This is what I feel like, even if I'm only a student, not a postdoc researcher, but this is very hard to recognize and to be taken serious for what you say, for what you do, because you have to compete against ages and decades of experience, again, with your new ideas that you just can't have from university or coming from doctoral research. And I think this is very hard. But it's also great to be a researcher. So it's not only everything bad.
So if you could change something in the way academia works, what would it be?
I have this.
You got this. Okay, go.
I agree with everything that was said. I would like to add to what Julia said, that there is some bias that are still there. So gender bias a lot in science, especially in space science, I would say. It was a subject that was mainly male dominating until a few years ago. It's starting to change. So especially, I don't know, I mean, maybe not only for me, but when you arrive there as a young woman and you're like, I know stuff a little bit, I'm starting to know stuff, it takes you a little bit more energy than other men colleagues to prove that you actually know stuff and that you can make a difference, you can bring something as a woman, as a researcher, even no gender bias in there. But there is some cultural effect of a gender bias in space science. So I would change this. I think it's starting to change with the new generation of students. We see more and more, I'm also a teacher at university, and I see more and more young women going into the field, which makes me very, very happy. And it's more and more gender balance, which is super. And so I would change this if I could.
Yeah, I have to say, even just moderating these panels today, it's true that you are the one that is the most diverse in some way, some of you. So maybe there is indeed a change. How about you, Daniel? How do you see this issue?
So, as you see, I was not personally affected. So but I'm actually a mechanical engineer by training, and there it was even worse. So there you could count the women by one or two hands that were in the whole auditorium. And I think in the space science, it's much better from my perspective compared to what I've seen before. And also I have a lot of female colleagues in our group, in our office, not so on the engineering side, but more on the science side.
And how could we then make this a better workplace, a more inclusive workplace? We're talking about gender here, but it can be anything related, right? You said you want to, one of the things you could remove is gender bias, but how do we do that? Education?
Yeah, getting more and more. The younger you try to make them excited about science in general, or in everything space related, because it's not only science, it's engineering, it's communication, it's everything. The younger you get them excited about this and you make it open for everyone, not only gender, but all bias that there are, because there are many, the more you get them excited and you show them that it's possible for everyone. It's a field that you can get into even if you have, I don't know, any bias that you can get. So the younger you show them that it's open, like this event, for example, is a perfect way of doing it. The more we create those events and those educational promotion, the better it will get, I think.
You wanted to add something? No, I saw mics going up, that's why. No? Yeah?
Yeah, we should introduce more role models to the younger generation. And I think it's very important to have some missions maybe for younger generations to work with them and understand the kind of work they can do. And I also wanted to say to the next generation that it's not just engineering that you should do to be in the space sector. You can follow your passion in any different fields, from business, law, biology, and still work in the space sector. So you can follow anything, but keep the motivation, and you can be a part of it.
Yeah, true. And actually, this is a perfect transition because this is the question I wanted to ask the audience during this panel. So if you take out your phone and scan the QR code, there's actually a word cloud that's going to appear. Like, what field would you choose if you could work in space? So, as you said, Nikki, doesn't have to be sciences, can be something else, right? But here we have mostly astrophysics, astronomy in some sense. Space situational awareness in your case, Nikki, I guess would be the field, or
I've studied space engineering.
yeah, space engineering. So let's see. How about you? If you could, or if you are, maybe if you are working in the space sector already, you can put your field. Psychology, interesting. Psychology, space psychologists. I don't think we had one this morning. Biology, medicine. Okay, with the QR code, we don't see everything, but fundamental physics, cosmology. Well, since we have astrophysicists with us, how would you define the difference between an astrophysicist and a cosmologist?
Maybe I can get that one.
Yeah.
So I would say astrophysics is the more broader term that encompasses anyone that works on things that are in space with a more physics approach. Cosmology is a little bit more niche to the larger scale, so the study of the cosmos, so the universe. So in my case, I'm an astrophysicist, but I'm also a planetologist, so I study how planets are formed. But then you can be an astrophysicist and a cosmologist, where you study how the universe was formed, so very different scales, but still in the same world. We're still colleagues.
Yeah, you still accept cosmologists. Thank you. All right, so medicine and engineering is definitely first, but we have also policy making, business, art, true art we haven't talked about, space art, but there's actually a big community, communications, remote sensing, climate tech, indeed, exploration. We have a wide range, I see, of field and topics. Maybe one of the questions that I'd like to ask each single one of you. So you're all in astrophysics, let's say in the broad sense, and you have all this scientific curiosity. Is there one thing that you think everyone needs to know about astrophysics or science in general? Or is there one misconception you'd like to clarify? Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
The first question. So one thing I think it's good that everyone has in mind sometimes is that we are part of the solar system, of the cosmos, of everything. So we're not, it doesn't belong to us, it's not ours, we are part of it. So if we change something, if we use something, it's not ours, we are part of it. So we can exchange, we can try to understand it, we can try to make the most of it, but we are part of it. So we're part of this equilibrium that is this natural solar system thing. But let's keep that in mind, that we're part of this equilibrium. That's it.
Oh, you want to follow up
Can
on
I
that?
follow
Yeah,
up
for
on
sure.
We are part of it. I agree 200%. This is a really good answer. And I would add on top of that, we are tiny compared to what's out there. Our solar system, if you ever Google the different scales of the cosmos, we're talking about the universe here, the scale of the solar system is really, 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 really tiny. I don't want to depress everyone by saying we're meaningless, but we're just we're very, very small. So there is much bigger things out there in terms of physics and the science, and this is what is fascinating. This is why a lot of people want to study cosmology, because it's super fascinating. So, and yeah, we're not the center of the universe, definitely not. So it's something to keep in mind, to stay a little bit humble sometimes, I would say.
maybe something to add, or as a fun fact, or whatever you would call it, regarding the distances. And something that really fascinates me is how precise we are able to send spacecrafts to a certain object. Like we've heard a lot about the Hera and the DART project, like changing the rotation period of this moon, of this one asteroid, and like comparing the size. It's like you start a rocket somewhere on Earth, you have a satellite on it. The satellite is the size of a dishwasher or something like that, and you shoot it hundreds of kilometers away, and then it hits an asteroid or a moon of an asteroid that is the size of a football field. And it's like far out, and that's really something that is, I think that's crazy that we can manage to do this.
Mm-hmm. The universe is crazy, but we also do crazy things somehow. Nikki or Julia?
Yeah, I'll come closer to the Earth. I want to say that we really need space because we really want to understand what is happening on the planet, and we can design missions for a better future of Earth and humanity. So we need to preserve it in any possible way.
I only have a small follow-up on all of you, basically. So, yeah, basically what you said, we should realize the distances we live in, and that we are all on this tiny, tiny thing together, a floating rock in a gigantic space. And maybe we should also act like it. We should act like we are one humanity, one species on one planet that also wants to keep this planet maybe a bit longer than just a few billion years. So that's what I want everyone to know, and maybe also to realize.
So one crew aboard one planet that we need to protect, launching crazy stuff in a crazy universe. Okay, that is one good take-home message for everyone. The last question would be if someone in the room, or I mean online, maybe a young student who has the same curiosity and drive as you are, what would be one advice to fit in this academic world that we know needs to change and evolve? Your mic went up so fast, I'm just going to give it to you.
Because actually, I've been asked this today by a young girl who came to my booth and asked, like, I'm 10 years old, I wanted to be a scientist for 5 years now, and how do I become like you? And I was like, not to brag, but I was like, oh, you want that? Oh my God, yes. And basically, the thing everyone has to know, your boy or girl, how old you are, it doesn't matter, don't be scared, because people tend to be very scared of STEM subjects or general going into science to hear science. Oh no, I can't do this. You know, everyone can do this. It's not hard. It is literally rocket science, but it's not that hard. You can do it. And in Luxembourg, for teenagers, there are so many programs. It's really a privilege to live here, because I got into science through programs like these from, for example, the University of Luxembourg. There's a Scientines Lab where you can do summer schools about solar cells or biology or whatever you want to do. It's great, really, and it's all free. So everyone can do it. So it's, even if you don't know what field you want to go in, just start somewhere, just try something. And even if you notice it's not for you, that's fine, then you try something different. Just start somewhere, it doesn't matter where, just do it.
Just do it. People remember this line.
Can I add something? Is just do it exactly, and don't necessarily listen to the people that tell you, are you sure you want to do that? Like, really? Or the people that will judge you, or the people that will tell you, oh, it's a very difficult field. Are you sure? It's very selective. So be aware of how difficult it is, but then don't listen to them. Go as far as you want.
And maybe also, it doesn't matter too much on what you decide on what you want to study or whatever. We've heard it today. There's so much to do, and we have so many jobs, or it's not only the scientists. We heard it today. We have lawyers and business people and everything. So in the end, if you're interested in space, just follow your interest. And if you're now deciding to study this, it doesn't really matter. It might matter, but you can still change afterwards.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'd say please join different workshops, please join organizations, and grab the opportunities to understand what you really want to do. And another thing which is important is that behind big projects there are many people, so it's not just you to do everything. You should be aware that many people are behind these projects, and they do little very tiny parts of them. So anyone can do, yeah.
Take it easy, basically. Take it easy, trust your gut feeling, and just go for it. Thank you so much for these amazing messages. I feel it applies not only to young people wanting to study science, but even for more mature people here in the audience as well. This is a great message. Thank you for sharing all of this with us, and we'll continue following your path in astrophysics and beyond. Thank you. All right. We are now going back to the actual theme of the event. So today we're celebrating Asteroid Day 2025. And this morning we've had a panel talking about asteroids like the Hera and DART mission. But for the very last event panel, we would like to go back to what is the Asteroid Day, talking about as well the 50 years of the European Space Agency. And for that, Doran, you're already ready. I didn't even call you on stage. We have Doran Prunayu, who is, of course, first Romanian in space, but as well the leader of the Asteroid Foundation that has been organizing the Asteroid Days. So Doran, I can leave the floor to you for the first introduction speech, and then we'll have Ian with us as well to talk about the 50 years of the European Space Agency.
Well, we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Asteroid Day. As the first Romanian in space and an active member of the international community addressing planetary defense, I have had the privilege to witness and help shape the evolution of Asteroid Day from a visionary idea to a global platform for awareness, education, and action. When the concept of Asteroid Day was first proposed, I immediately recognized the potential as a member of the Association of Space Explorers Working Group on Near-Earth Objects since 2005, and through my active involvement in the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, in Action Team 14 and Working Group on Near-Earth Objects, I had long advocated for stronger global coordination on this critical issue. But public engagement remained a challenge. The threat of an asteroid impact, through real and scientifically grounded, lacked the visibility needed to drive political will and funding. In 2014, a shared sense of urgency about the threat posed by near-Earth objects brought together a uniquely yet deeply committed team. Rusty Schweikart, already a leader in planetary defense and a respected voice in the UN discussions on NEO, brought both his astronautical credibility and decades of advocacy to the B612 Foundation. Brian May, not only known globally as the leader guitarist of Queen, but also a PhD astrophysicist, added a unique cultural and scientific authority to the cause. Grigory Richters, a German filmmaker, had just completed a dramatic short film titled 51 Degrees North, depicting the consequences of an asteroid impact on Earth. Deeply moved by the potential real-world implications, he proposed a Global Awareness Day. Dani Karemi, a seasoned technologist and executive, then Chief Operating Officer and later Chief Executive Officer of the B612 Foundation, provided the organizational backbone and strategic leadership to help transform the vision into reality. Together they launched the idea of Asteroid Day as a global awareness campaign aimed at informing the public, promoting scientific research, and influencing policy to enhance planetary defense. In December 2014, they issued the Asteroid Day Declaration, a document calling for increased detection and tracking of asteroids, greater international coordination, and more public education about asteroid risks. I, along with other astronauts, scientists, and notable figures, was among the earliest supporters and signatories, leveraging my own advocacy at the UN and within the Association of Space Explorers to help bring legitimacy and momentum to the campaign. The team chose June 30 for the annual observance, commemorating the Tunguska event in 1908, the most powerful asteroid-related explosion in recent history, which devastated a vast forest area in Siberia. It was a symbolic and sobering reminder of the kind of threat Earth could face again. The first Asteroid Day was officially launched in 2015, with global events held in dozens of countries, from science talks and classroom activities to film screenings and public exhibitions. With my involvement in the Association of Space Explorers since its founding, with extensive experience in the functioning and work of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, I proposed on behalf of the association that June 30 be recognized by the UN as International Asteroid Day. The campaign culminated in a major milestone. In December 2016, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution officially declaring June 30 as International Asteroid Day, a day of education and awareness. What followed over the next decades exceeded all expectations. Asteroid Day became not only a symbol, but a movement. As Vice President of the Asteroid Foundation, the organization coordinating the annual Asteroid Day events, I have seen firsthand the power of sustained public outreach. We have brought together astronauts and astronomers, educators and engineers, policymakers and the public. Events have been held in over 100 countries, reaching millions of people through conferences, exhibitions, documentaries, and social media campaigns. Schools, science centers, and even parliaments have joined the dialogue. But beyond numbers, the true impact lies in the mindset shift. Today, planetary defense is no longer a niche topic. Governments fund near-Earth objects detection programs. International coordination mechanisms like the International Asteroid Warning Network and the Space Mission Planning Advisory Group are in place and maturing. Missions such as NASA's DART and ESA's Hera mission are the first planetary defense tests, real action inspired in part by the awareness that Asteroid Day helped generate. This is a strategy, this is the synergy we dreamed of when we first championed the cause. Science, policy, and public understanding working hand in hand. Looking forward, the mission of Asteroid Day remains as urgent as ever. Detection coverage still leaves blind spots. There are thousands of unknown near-Earth objects, some of them potentially hazardous. Preparedness at global level needs stronger protocols and broader cooperation. Asteroid Day continues to be the bridge between experts and citizens, risk and response, knowledge and action. For me, personally, Asteroid Day embodies the spirit of exploration and responsibility. As a cosmonaut, I have seen Earth from orbit, a fragile oasis in the vastness of space. That view compels us to protect our planet not only from climate change or geopolitical threats, but from cosmic hazard as well. Asteroid Day is part of that protection. It has been a decade of awareness and mobilization. May the next decade bring even greater unity, discovery, and resilience for the safety of our planet and the future of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doran, for this overview of the Asteroid Day and Asteroid Foundation. I hope everyone listened very carefully, because there's going to be a test afterwards. I'm not kidding. Our next speaker is Ian Carnelli from the European Space Agency. And ESA celebrated this year its 50 years, and we're happy to spend some time with you to listen about the major achievements of ESA in the past 50 years.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Well, what can I say? It's been a ride. We started, remember, I was a young graduate, so just finished university. Was 2005, and that's when I was brought into this topic of planetary defense. And at the time, it was really the far west, because nobody had a clue what we could do. And there were some universities thinking about painting asteroids to change the color and hence the optical properties so that we could deviate, or throw in nets and tow them away, harpoons, or attaching engines, all kinds of strange ideas. And everybody was, when we were trying to propose a planetary defense program at the European Space Agency, we were seen also almost as strange aliens. So it took us 20 years, a lot of work with scientists, with universities, with industries, and I'm really happy today. I'm really happy to say that we have a fully fledged planetary defense system. Also, the work of many astronauts helping us, raising awareness, like Asteroid Day. That's bringing this topic to a level that we can talk about without laughing. And events like the one in Chelyabinsk 10 years ago really remind us these events really happen. So at ESA now we have a full program. It is based on 3 main pillars. The first one is to detect asteroids. So we installed a telescope, the first telescope in Matera in Italy a few months ago, and we got the first image 2 weeks ago. It's a very special telescope because it can look for what we call, or what the community calls, imminent impactors. These are asteroids, very, very small, very difficult to see, like the one in Chelyabinsk. And the idea is to be able to see them before they hit us, so that we can inform population not to go close to windows or things that can break if the shock wave arrives. But, and we can see it safely. There's nothing we can do with very, very small asteroids. But it's important that we know when they're coming. Because I remember in Chelyabinsk, one of the first things, there's also a nuclear site nearby in Russia. And although it was not a time of war, but the first thought was that it could have been an attack on these installations. So these type of events also have a geopolitical implication. The second pillar is the Near Earth Object Coordination Center. This is based in Rome, in the ESA site called ESRIN. And that's where the scientists receive all the data on the position and the velocity of the asteroid every day. And they compute their position in the future, 2 centuries in the future. And by doing that, they calculate what we call the impact probability of every single potentially hazardous object. And they do that every day. There is another center in the United States doing a similar work, and they compare the results to make sure that we get consistent numbers. And then they also interact with the international organizations to coordinate a warning in case we have an asteroid that reaches 1% probability of impact in the next 10 years. And this was the case in January. For the first time, an object was discovered and reached, I think, 2-3% impact probability. And this triggered, for the first time, protocols of communication within the United Nations and so on. So it was a good case. What happened, and I'm telling you this because the media love always to put very colorful articles when we discover an asteroid, is that typically new asteroids have a very poor knowledge of their position and velocity, therefore the impact probability is very high. Then as astronomers take more measurements, then they know their position better, and then the impact probability normally lowers. That's what happens with most asteroids. So be careful when you read an article on the web where you read that the Earth is doomed. This is not yet the case, so that's the good news. So this is a center we have in Rome to do this type of calculations. They also use data from amateur astronomers. They're a fantastic community, citizens like all of us, who have a passion for asteroids. They have a telescope in their backyard, and they look at asteroids and they provide us with data. This is very valuable data. As I said before, it's not only about discovering asteroids, but it's also tracking them, because the more we track them, the better we know their trajectory. And then the third pillar is the one I was mostly involved with, which is the deflection of asteroids. So since many, many years, we try to convince politicians that it would be worthwhile to test a deflection on a real asteroid before actually finding the one that is coming towards us. And this is fine. It took us a long time, but this is finally what we managed to do with the Hera mission and the DART mission from NASA, where we rehearse an asteroid deflection using a technique that is called kinetic impact. So it's like the snooker game, billiard. You just hit very fast an asteroid and you change its velocity. This is what we did in 22 when DART impacted on the 26th of September asteroid Dimorphos. And we are going back. We are going back with Hera. We're reaching Dimorphos again next year on the 1st of November because we want to understand what happened. We have seen the deflection from ground. We have measured the deflection, but we don't know why the change in velocity was of a certain amount. So if we want to use this technique on another object, then we need to get all the properties of the object, and that's why we're going back next year. So stay tuned. 1st of November, you will see fantastic images. We will stay around the asteroid for 6 months. We will deploy small CubeSats. They're like small drones, mini spacecraft, also to get closer to the surface, get fantastic images, data like composition, mineralogical composition, internal structure. We have a radar that looks inside the asteroid like a sonar to tell us if it's there are voids that work as an airbag during an impact or if it's a monolithic rock. So a lot of information that will help the scientists calibrate the models and being able to use this technique to other objects. So in conclusion, I just want to tell you that let's say we are a safer world. I think it's a positive message of international collaboration. Despite everything is going on in the world, this is a topic, planetary defense, that has no borders, and we still collaborate with everybody around the world, literally. And that we're lucky that for once politicians have given us the means to put in place a system before we actually have a threat, a real threat. Typically, we react to problems. We react to climate change. We react to earthquakes. In this case, we have now almost everything we need in place to protect our planet. And I think that's a good message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ian. Thank you. All right, you can take a seat. So now, I mean, I said it, so I'm going to do it. It's time for the test, right? Make sure that you listen carefully to what our speakers had said. So you'll need your smartphone for this little test that I'm going to set up here in just a couple of minutes. So you can take out your smartphone, and I'll go directly reconnecting. To make sure that we have internet. All right. So for those who don't know the Kahoot platform, you just need to scan the QR code that's just going to appear right now on the computer, and you can choose a little nickname. You can choose an avatar. You can be creative. Absolutely no problem. You're going to have 10 questions on the topic of Asteroid Day, Asteroid Foundation, as well as the European Space Agency and its 50-year anniversary. So you had a bit of the facts throughout the discourses. So if Ian and Dorian play, it's not going to be fun because you guys aren't going to win. But let's say you'll be disqualified in any case. Okay, we have everyone joining. Oh, maybe I can put in bigger the QR code so it's going to be easier to join. Here you go. All right. A few phones are still up. I'll let you girls and guys scan it, and you can join, of course, the Kahoot even online. For those who are there online on YouTube, you can as well take part. Absolutely no problem. All right, are you ready? I know it's the end of the day, but can you give me a bit of energy? Are you ready? Come on. All right. That's what I want to hear. All right, let's get started with the 10 questions. So you need to have the right answer, but you also need to be as quick as possible. All right, let's start in 3, 2, 1 with the first question. When was the European Space Agency officially funded? 1958, 1969, 1975, 1985. Let's see if some of you can compute very quickly in your head. Because we did say which anniversary it was this year. So you should be able to find this one. All right, and the right answer was 1975. Okay, not everyone can compute. It's fine, don't worry, it's a safe place. Second question coming up. Okay, podium first. Danielle is first. Oh, Danielle, one of our speakers. Yoda is second. I don't know who is Yoda, an anonymous player. Second question. In what year did Asteroid Day officially launch? So we also did say which anniversary it was this year. So it should be easy to find. 2015, 2005, 2010, 2019. Which one is the correct answer? 2015, congratulations, better, -10 was easier than -50, to be fair. Let's look at the podium. Oh, Woof is taking the second place, but Danielle is still number 1. But always still 8 questions to go. Question number 3. Who co-founded Asteroid Day alongside scientists and astronauts? Was it Elon Musk? Was it Brian May, Bill Nye, or Carl Sagan? There might be a little sneak peek on the picture. I was nice enough. You should be able to figure out. If you know, the basics. Brian May, indeed, Brian May, guitarist of Queen and PhD in astrophysics, was one of the co-founders of Asteroid Day. Nice. Woof went to number 5. Next question. What was ESA's first planetary defense mission? ESA's first planetary defense mission, was it ERA, Sentinel-1, Rosetta, or Galileo? You should have heard about this mission, and if you look very closely to Ian t-shirts, you should be able to find it. All right, it was ERA. Rosetta, actually different mission we're going to talk about afterwards. Sentinel-1, Earth observation. Galileo, navigation. It's going to be hard to catch up with Danielle, still number 1. The next question, the ERA mission is a follow-up to which NASA-led impact mission? New Horizons, DART, OSIRIS-REx, or Themis-1? What was the mission that came before ERA to impact an asteroid? We've talked about it this morning. And the right answer was DART. Congratulations to the majority. Congratulations. All right, we'll keep the same podium, but there's still 5 questions to go. Nothing is lost. Maybe some harder questions coming up. What is ESA's main headquarters location? Berlin, Paris, Brussels, or Luxembourg? The HQ of ESA. Actually, a new HQ, brand new HQ. Very beautiful to visit. Paris. Yeah, we would have liked if it was in Luxembourg, but no, fortunately not in Luxembourg and not Brussels. All right, Space Geek is coming 3rd place. Nice. Next question. What does ESA's space safety program aim to protect against? Climate change, asteroid impacts, space weather, all of the above. What does ESA's space safety program aim to protect? Actually, all of the above, indeed. So it's called space situational awareness. So you're looking at the threats of course, space sustainability, asteroids, but as well the threat of space weather, particles coming from the sun that may harm satellites in orbit. Oof. Space Geek taking the lead. Not so good for Danielle and the follow-up. We know you didn't get this one, but still 3 questions. Which ESA mission famously landed on a comet? Yeah. 2013. Sister. Yeah. Gaia, ExoMars, Rosetta, Ariane. Which famous mission by ESA? We've seen it before. Indeed, Rosetta, and Philae. Well, Philae actually landed on the comet 67P. Historic landed, historic mission. Oh, Daniel is making a comeback, but it's very close. It's very close on the podium. Still 2 questions, so I mean, it can make the change. How many countries are full ESA member states? How many countries? 28, 23, 22, or 18? If you want to count on my logo, feel free to do it. And actually 23 since January, and so my logo is wrong because it's from the year before, so it's not even updated. 23 member states. Oh, Yoda, Wolf, Danielle, Space Geek. Okay, I think the 4, it's gonna come down to the last question. It's last question, concentration. We've said it before. What date is globally recognized as Asteroid Day? April 12th, June 30th, May the 4th, or September 5th? Which date? Asteroid Day. Ooh, hesitation among the public. And Dorian, June 30th. You said it in the speech. Easy. I said there were hints. Congratulations, everyone. This is April 12th is actually for the human space flight with Yuri Gagarin's flight. May the 4th, just a fun wordplay. Okay, the podium. Congratulations to number 3. Danielle, okay, you made it. You made it on the podium. Number 2, Woof. For number 1, the winner is Yoda. Yoda, come on stage, whoever Yoda is. Yoda is anonymous. Yoda wants to keep a low profile. No? All right, no problem. I mean, it's a safe place, I say. You can come, no problem. Yoda won? Oh, maybe Yoda is online. Well, congratulations, Yoda, wherever you are. Well done. You did quite a good job with the questions. Well, welcome back our panelists. So Ian and Dorian on stage, please. I'll just cut off the quiz just for a follow-up question. All right, back to our presentation. So we've talked about the Asteroid Day as June 30th. I've heard there might be an asteroid year coming up. Is it possible to know more, or is it still secret?
No, it's nothing secret. The United Nations approved the year 2029 as the International Year of Asteroid Awareness and Planetary Defense. Why 29? Because at that time, the asteroid Apophis will come closer to the Earth. Closer, I think, even closer than the orbit of the Moon.
Closer than the geostationary.
Closer than the geostationary orbit, yes. Geostationary orbit is 36,000 kilometers high. So we'll come very close, but will not hit the Earth. But we take the opportunity to use this year to mark and to celebrate and to inform the population, to organize a lot of events, scientific events, cultural events, anything possible connected with the asteroid and planetary defense.
And I can add to that, Dorian, that it's a fantastic thing. And the European Space Agency has put together a mission because we saved a bit of money on Hera. So with that money that we saved, we are building a clone of the satellite and we're sending it to Apophis. So we're going to launch the Ramses mission on February 2028, and then, in April 28, and in February 29, we'll get to Apophis, and we'll start following it as it approaches Earth. Now, Apophis is a 400-meter 350, I have my son. 350, 400 meters diameter asteroid. So it's a very, for us, I mean, it's considered a fairly large asteroid. And so we will approach it, we will follow it as it comes to the Earth, and it will come inside the geostationary ring of satellites, so 30,000 kilometers, which is really, really close. So that night, on Friday, April 13th, 2029, if you go out, you find, hopefully it's clear sky now, you go out and you will see it with your naked eye. And then you take your mobile phone, you connect to the ESA website, and you will have live images taken from the spacecraft. Now, it's not just a PR stunt. What we are interested in is, again, in understanding the internal structure of asteroids, which today is still unknown. And what happens with an object coming so close to the Earth is that the Earth gravity will pull it kind of apart. Now, it's probably not going to break, but there will be some sort of earthquakes inside the asteroid. And the Ramses will be there, the CubeSats will be there to look at what is happening during the close flyby and what the Earth will do on this object. We expect, or the scientists expect, rocks to move, possibly cracks, and we'll listen to them with a geophone. Possibly even landing on the asteroid and understanding the physical properties and the interaction with this asteroid. So it's going to be a fascinating mission, and so please follow that up because it's once in a lifetime. It's really going to be something incredible.
It's true because we've talked before about more of the past and milestones that we've achieved in planetary defense. How do you see the future? Maybe with some of the people in the audience, did you see the movie Look Up?
Don't look up.
Don't look up, don't look up. Yeah,
Don't
sorry,
look up.
don't look up. You're right. Do you think this is what the future will look like, or are we going towards a different trajectory?
You know, with politicians, it's very difficult to deal, and you have to convince them, to really convince them, and sometimes to scare them, to take a right decision in the right time. Actually, in my view, so it's just the beginning of the tests on asteroids, DART, Hera, and will be more missions. In the end, we have to reach the level to really build a spacecraft so big and powerful to go to a real asteroid that manages the Earth and to move the orbit, to deflect the orbit. When it will happen, I don't know. You have a specialist here. I don't think it will be in less than 20, 30 years, it's, in my view, looking how the space technology is developing. What do you think?
Well, I think, okay, in terms of on next milestones, I talked about the Ramses mission. What we're interested in now is also to be able to send very fast what we call reconnaissance missions. So if you have an asteroid that is coming or an asteroid for which you have very few observations and you're not sure whether it's going to hit or not, the best would be to be able to send a spacecraft, possibly a very cheap one, and fast enough to reach it and to study it and to do orbit predictions. So the type of CubeSats we have talked about today, this morning, like Milani, Juventus, the one built here in Luxembourg, if we can make them able to fly by themselves without a bigger mothercraft and be able to go to scout and see different objects, that would be extremely valuable for the community.
And how long do you think this will take?
Oh, I think we will do it in the next 10 years, no problem.
No problem, okay.
No problem.
A signed contract tonight, right? We'll meet in 10 years for the Asteroid Day, and we'll have Ian explaining us how this is happening. Thank you so much, talking about these milestones and the future ahead. We're closing now the Asteroid Day officially, so thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
So before we officially close, I would like to invite on stage finally Marcus, the chairman of the Asteroid Foundation, for a few last words. If you want to stay, Dorian, of course, you're free to stay, as you prefer. Yeah.
Thank you, Chloe, and it was great to have you here. First time, some of you first time. It's a good sign that we are able to attract people like you. and that we can convene here on a sunny summer Saturday, where many people would have other things to do, but no, you're here. Thank you. What we see is also, we will see you next year again, because what we are doing here actually, it creates a memory, it creates a community, and this community is meeting here every year, you know, and I see you, and I see you, and I see you. You have been here last year, you will be here next year. This community is existing, it is bonding, and it's growing. So we are, in all modesty, because we owe it to many other people, and many people who are here now, and many people who are online, we owe it to everybody, but we have created something of which we are proud, which is a powerful community that goes far beyond any borders and even beyond continents. And this community has a great future. And I'm saying this in a sense also that we are not dystopian people, you know. We have seen this here again in all discussions that we had, be it over dinner, on a corridor, or on a panel. We are not utopian people either, you know. We are people that are super confident on the data, the science, the facts, the experts they have. All this is founded. All this is based on talent engaging in science. All this is based on speaking up, presenting. I found this quite impressive to say, you know, somebody said, what was her name? She was sitting here. She said, sometimes you don't dare.
Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa said that, you know, and it touched me. As I said, well, yes, you can maybe learn here, and hopefully you learn that at university as well, that you can speak up and stand up for the research you did. You're young, we hear your voice, we want your voice. We think that young people studying it have something different to say from others, and that's why we want them all here, because we think we will move the needle only together. So we believe in this, and we have to also, you know, we kind of feel more and more confident and more convinced that we need this mission, because as we said before, and as we see all around us, you know, more and more people doubt facts, people doubt images they see, and they have to sometimes, you know, if you see what artificial intelligence is able to produce, who can tell us that this and this astronomer really shows us real pictures, you know? Who can tell us that this and this politician is telling us the right story? Maybe it goes even further beyond, you know, because there are politicians, and Patrick gave good examples also, who don't even care about any kind of, you know, fact, or, you know, just, you know, make it up. Hey, we are, you know. So we are going against that and holding up the flag of science-based communication, which knows that it's dealing with very complex things, which knows that actually there are things where we just don't know the answer. This is a good sign, because it opens another door for research and go ahead and find it out. If we don't use, you know, the cluster we have created in not only space science, but you saw also here, that was pretty impressive, that we are attracting like gravity-like, you know, other sciences, you know, the doctors here, the medicine panel, can't imagine. I was super impressed, because we had several conversations with these, how well informed they are and how close their thinking and their way of looking at things is to what we are used in the space community. So here's another learning, which is super important, and which also would be my message for anybody who is doing an education in space. This is not a tunnel view. This is not a closed community. This is not something where actually we just talk to ourselves all the time. We had this for decades in our industry and many others, you know. Now we are connecting all the things. If you don't look at space, at semiconductors, at medicine, at art, at everything you can imagine. At the same time, you don't capture what human intelligence is able to do. So we want to come here together, and that's why I think we will discuss in the next Asteroid Day next year and the years after, what is the next element that we want to reinforce, to get the maximum of human intelligence on something which to us is important for humankind, for not being pathetic, survival and so on. We are not dystopian. But we will integrate that and invite you, because you're part of this community now. Sorry, you don't get away with it so easily. You're here, you're part of it. Give us your ideas if you have. Drop us an email, give us a call. We need your feedback and your creativity and your intelligence. And so you designed the way, Doreen. You said, what we are going to do up to 2029. It's an excellent mandate for us. When you and Patrick Michel brought this to us, and we had heard about it, and we knew 2004 you discovered this thing, and now is the time really to give major support to in the ramp up to 2029. And I think if you Google a little bit or you chatbot a little bit, you will already find what we have to do, because it already starts that people just tell made up bullshit about what happens here. People will use it to tell us major stories about, oh my God, apocalypse and so on. So we have to start to communicate again on really what happens, what is the mission, what are scientists doing, and it has to start now, otherwise the wave will come from the other side, and we don't want that. So Asteroid Day has a great future. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you very much. I actually want to take the opportunity to thank you as well, because, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the Asteroid Foundation organizing each year this moment of sharing, because it's all about dialogue with you coming in, the audience, as well as the experts, and together trying to find a path forward with this immense challenge that we have upon us. So thank you again. Thank you as well to the City of Luxembourg for hosting us in this incredible location, to all the sponsors that believe in this mission, and most importantly to you for coming, for listening, and sharing your feedback, taking parts in the different questionnaires and quizzes that we've organized. And as Marcus said, if you have any other feedback, feel free to write us an email. We'll be happy to listen to the suggestions you have for next year. And don't forget, I think that's what you say mostly, and what we've heard in the panel, it's all about critical mindset, scientific curiosity, and really this passion for sharing with a positive way of thinking. We're not dystopians, we're not utopians, but we are sure that we can find a way together. Thank you very much. Okay.